Futian was still immersed within the thunder law power, and at the same time, he was also sharing his perception and interpretation with Beigong Ao. The more he perceived, the more he realized just how powerful the thunder method was. People who had reached the peak of their cultivation had synthesized their power of the great path and art of attack perfectly together and transformed it into the supernatural art of supreme attack. Its power was frightening. Since this person who had reached the peak could actually reach the Eastern Deity Island, seeking a divine pill with just a strand of his will, the law power that he left behind was most certainly abnormal. As such, it was incredibly powerful. Within his mind, Futian felt as if he saw the mighty person release an attack. The attack was a concentration of incredibly strong power of the Great Path. The energy concentrated on his arm and created a resonance with the space around it. After that, the bundle of energy was released, instantly creating a devastating wave of thunder, as if some thunder punishment power was created. It was an attack skill that could hit a wide area as well as a single target. Moreover, the attack was in the form of a wave. It looked a little like the true will of waves of the war gods Futian experienced before. When the thunder punishment power struck its target, the point of impact would be instantly destroyed. However, the next moment, a thunderous wave would engulf everything and spread, converging at another point. The speed of the thunder power was immensely frightening. As such, at the moment of impact, a frighteningly powerful resonance would form around the surrounding area, engulfing and destroying everything within. The records on the stone wall noted that the art of attack hidden within this strand of will was named Thousand Punishment. Futian quietly perceived the will. His mental will bore a mighty pressure. When he was perceiving and interpreting the will, it felt as if the power of thunder was wreaking havoc inside his mind. Apart from that, an endless stream of the great path of thunder energy flowed all over his body. Beigong Ao walked further inside, step by step. He was also feeling a strong pressure upon him. The thunder might of his body radiated, creating a subtle and interesting connection with the thunder zone within this space. Such amazing perception and understanding, said Beigong Ao. This was not the first time that he had come here. However, combining his first time here, his perception and understanding of the war god of thunders had not even reached this level before. Futian had only just got here, but his understanding of the will was still gradually getting stronger. It was no wonder that he was considered a genius Renhuang who made the statue manifest and the flowering tree go crazy. Futian was still sensing the mightiness of the law power. It had even begun to evolve continuously inside his mind. He saw even more scenes, and under the powerful will, the great path of thunder seemed to turn into beams of light of thunder punishment, and those beams of light of thunder punishment would release subsequent power. It was actually kind of similar to when he mastered the sword will. Of course, it was not as strong. Beams of the great path of thunder, which had condensed into the light of thunder punishment. It gradually became clearer. It was as if the frightening power of great path had condensed into the power of thousand punishment before he released the attack, and then the energies exploded in an instant later. That was how such an incredible amount of energy was generated. Thousand punishment, Futian thought. He vaguely understood. Around his body, rumbling sounds could be heard. Great path of thunder energies began to converge before transforming into a ray of thunder will. Like the light of thunder punishment, it descended straight from above the sky. This left a curious expression on Futian's face. To release the art of thousand punishment in an instant, just how much great path of thunder did one have to master to do that? Moreover, even mastering the light of thousand punishment itself a challenging feat. However, the moment he sensed that a more frightening thunder might descended upon the island. A stroke of lightning appeared in the sky, as if a doomsday thunder tribulation had arrived. From afar, many people looked over towards them. Their hearts trembled as they saw the devastating scene in the sky. Someone has created resonance with the will of thunder on Thousand Punishment Island, thought the deities of the Eastern Deity Island when they saw the scene. Naturally, they were well aware of the reason why the phenomena occurred. In an instant, multiple figures flashed towards the location. Among those who stepped onto Eastern Deity Island, was there someone so powerful? to create a resonance with the will of Thousand Punishment Island in such a short time. Moreover, they remembered there was another divine item sealed away within the Thunder Domain on Thousand Punishment Island. Now, would the item also see the light of day? It looked like they really had some hidden dragons and crouching tigers within their midst this time. One after another, figures headed towards them. While Futian's perception and interpretation grew clearer and clearer, he did not move and remained standing outside. Instead, he left Beigong Ao by himself, to let him truly feel the will of the thunder. Moreover, since Futian helped him, Beigong Ao also created a little bit of resonance with the thunder's will. Slowly, he had moved deep into the island, and he continued walking towards the cloudwood. Some of the others, also walking inside, looked toward Beigong Ao, their brows furrowed together slightly. Based on current developments, it looked like Beigong Ao would emerge from the crowd and obtain the cloudwood. Rumble. Beams of thunder gods might descended from above. Walking inside the thunder domain, Beigong Ao moved forward toward the center of the island while bathed within the light of thunder. He was not far away from the cloudwood. Some of the deities of the eastern deity island had arrived. They looked at Beigong Ao and asked, "Who is this person?" Many people shook their heads lightly. They did not know him. However, it seemed like he had created resonance with the will of the great path of thunder and was about to obtain the cloudwood. As expected, Beigong Ao reached the center and placed his palm on the cloudwood. In an instant, his body radiated with arrays of the divine light of thunder. They engulfed the area, and strokes of lightning shot out of his palm and flew all over the place, leaving bright and beautiful bolts of lightning in the sky above the eastern deity island, which attracted the gaze of many from afar. He got it. Even Emperor Helion was a little excited. Beigong Ao actually managed to get the cloudwood. He looked at Futian and saw that Futian was still surrounded by thunder and lightning. Even his eyes were filled with flashes of purple lightning, which made him look monster-like but also divinely handsome. Emperor Helion knew full well the real strength of Beigong Ao. The reason he could reach this stage was naturally due to Futian's help. After obtaining the cloudwood, Beigong Ao did not immediately leave. Instead, he sat there and began to cultivate, allowing the light of the great path of thunder to shower over him. However, many people had already fixed their eyes on him and were waiting for him outside. The cloudwood was a pinnacle thunder treasure. Even high-order Renhuangs would find something like that extremely attractive, particularly those who were adept at and cultivated in the power of thunder. As for these people who had come from many different continents, many of them were mid- or high-order Renhuangs. So, it was easy to know just how much they desired the cloudwood. "I am afraid we might have some trouble," Emperor Helion said quietly to Futian after seeing all the powerful cultivators around them. There were many opportunities once they stepped foot onto the Eastern Deity Island. However, the people of Eastern Deity Island would not intervene in any affairs or matters that happened on the island. They would observe, but were not allowed to intervene. Now, having so many powerful cultivators coveting the cloudwood was definitely not a good thing. Once Beigong Ao left, he would become the target of many powerful cultivators. Unfortunately, they might ask him to hand over the cloudwood. By then, whether or not they could defend and hold on to the item was a problem in itself. The rumbling of thunder continued. Then, Beigong Ao actually began to refine the cloudwood. The cloudwood began to assimilate with him. Then, suddenly a frightening thunderstorm appeared in the sky above, and with Beigong Ao's body as its center, the great path of thunder began to grow stronger. Lightning filled the heavens and covered the entire sky. This, Emperor Helion had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that Beigong Ao was going to break through his shackles right then and there? The cloud would gradually assimilate into Beigong Ao's body, merging into his flesh and bones. This made Beigong Ao's body respond to the Great Path even more, which triggered an extremely frightening Great Path phenomenon. Was this a Great Path opportunity? Futian was also a little surprised. While still busy focused on perceiving and understanding the will, he glanced at Beigong Ao. It looked like he no longer needed Futian's help. Beigong Ao's resonance with the will also grew stronger and stronger. Mastering the great path of thunder, thunders might rumbled, and divine thunder descended from the heavens. From afar, Many cultivators looked toward them. How long had it been since they stepped foot onto the Eastern Deity Island? Someone had actually broken through the Great Path opportunity and was going to experience a breakthrough. Moreover, from the intensity, it did not look like the breakthrough of a lower Renhuang. It was highly likely that it was a high-order Renhuang. Upon reaching this plane, breaking through was incredibly difficult. Some people would fail to break through this plane throughout their lives. It was definitely a great path opportunity for them to encounter something like this shortly after entering the Eastern Deity Island. This made many people envious. The Eastern Deity Island was truly a land for cultivation. He's going to break through, Emperor Helion said after seeing the great path of Thunder aura still converging and growing stronger. He looked at the figure within the Thunder domain admirably, tinged with a bit of jealousy. Why couldn't it have been him? They both came with Futian, but Beigong Ao was the one who encountered an opportunity. His heart was unbalanced. Nonetheless, this was a good thing for them. The Eastern Deity Island was already filled with hidden dangers. Now that Beigong Ao had broken through, he would become stronger, and thus, their self-preservation ability had also increased by a few notches. However, behind him, Yang Dongqing's expression wasn't so good. Previously, he tried to instigate the relationship between Futian and the Beigong family. Now, to see Beigong Ao break through his plane level, how could he be feeling good? Moreover, Beigong Ao breaking through meant that he had surpassed them by a mile. In their continent, Beigong Ao would become the strongest person. By the time they returned, the balance would be broken, and his influence would also plummet. Even if Futian were out of the picture, the Dongyuan Pavilion would never be his. It would most certainly fall in the hands of Beigong Ao. How lucky, thought many of those who also coveted the Cloudwood. Now, the difficulty of snatching the Cloudwood away had undoubtedly grown. Unless they were a cultivator who possessed a divine wheel of the 8th order, they'd have no chance. Futian smiled and continued with his perception and interpretation. Beigong Ao breaking through was naturally a good thing. They had become stronger, and he no longer needed to do many things personally. The great path of thunder descended from the heavens. The sky above the entire Eastern Deity Island was covered in flashes of lightning. The frightening powers of the great path of thunder shot towards Beigong Ao's body, baptizing his body and tempering his spiritual soul. Beigong Ao got out after some time, and the lightning and thunder in the sky above also dissipated. Beigong Ao strode out of the thunder domain. He looked at Futian. A smile could be seen from his expression. He was naturally well aware that everything that happened was thanks to Futian. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to encounter this opportunity. In truth, he never would have imagined that he would break through his plane level. The perception and understanding of the great path of thunders will help him achieve this, but more importantly, it was the Cloudwood. Congratulations, Elder, Futian said with a smile. Apart from luck, it is all thanks to you, replied Beigong Ao, laughing. I was even thinking about leaving the Cloudwood to Schwanger. Who'd have thought I would use them all up? I am ashamed. Futian laughed after hearing his words. Naturally, Beigong Shuang would never think much of it. She would only be happy if she saw her father experience a breakthrough. Congratulations, Emperor Helion congratulated Beigong Ao. He was conflicted about Beigong Ao breaking through. Even though they both followed Futian, they were factions from the same continent with similar strength, and even though they were friendly to each other, there was still hidden competition. Now, Beigong Ao was going to become the strongest person on their continent. How could he not feel conflicted about it? Haha, a bit contrary to your belief, isn't it? Beigong Ao said to Emperor Helion with a laugh. Emperor Helion shook his head and smiled bitterly. Seeing his expression, Beigong Ao said, Relax, we're old friends. Whether I break through my plane or not, I will continue to follow the pavilion head in the future. This old fox, Emperor Helion thought in his mind. Just like he had guessed earlier, Beigong Ao had also detected a lot of things in advance, so he kept cozying up to Futian. Even after breaking through and reaching the 8th plane level, he was not arrogant at all. He remained sufficiently humble and continued to butter up to Futian. His old skin was truly very thick. He was going all out to ride Futian's coattails. Even though Futian's cultivation level was far lower than him 8th plane, it was not considered the pinnacle in the divine prefecture. After all, there were too many powerful cultivators around. However, in terms of gradation, there were a lot of weaker people. It really depended on one's point of view. Looking at it through the lenses of the divine prefecture, the 8th plane was already regarded as a person with high stature. And if it were a continent, the person would typically be the strongest. Senior, please do not say that. The role of the pavilion head is not something I might not retain for a long time, Futian said. The seat of the Dongyuan pavilion head was something that he had to let go of sooner or later. Now that Beigong Ao had broken through to the next plane, he was suited to take his place. Naturally, the Dongyuan pavilion cannot keep pavilion head Yi for a long time. However, even if you were to go all around the divine prefecture, you could still concurrently hold the Dongyuan pavilion head position. There is no conflict there. Moreover, we can also follow you around to explore different places, said Beigong Ao. His success in breaking through this time made him believe in Futian even more. Only by following Futian would he be able to encounter opportunities that could make him stronger. Otherwise, if he were to rely on his own strength, he never would have been able to perceive and understand the will of the thunder, enter the core domain, and obtain the cloud wood and refine it, breaking through his plane level as a result. Beigong is right. Being the Dongyuan pavilion head will not impact pavilion head Ye's plans to cultivate and train in other places, said Emperor Helion. Beigong Ao had broken through, but what about his great path opportunity? How could he let Futian run away? Let's put it aside for now and discuss it at another time, said Futian. He looked around him and saw that many people were heading towards them. Many released their aura of the great path and fixed their gaze on Beigong Ao. If it weren't for the fact that Beigong Ao had broken through his plane, they might have already made their move. However, at that moment, most people did not dare to act hastily. After all, high-order Renhuangs over the 7th plane were incredibly rare, and among those, not many entered the Eastern Deity Island. My friend, the Cloudwood is a divine thunder item. We all train in the power of the great path of thunder. Could you also let us have a taste of it? At that time, an elder came forward and spoke. The elder seemed very dominant and serious. His long hair fluttered in the air, and he looked very lively. His aura was incredibly powerful. When he spoke, his voice was as loud as a great bell, and it made the space around him tremble. Upon hearing him, many people stared at Beigong Ao. Now that someone had spoken out, the rest were happy to follow along. The legendary Cloudwood, who among those who trained in the law power of thunder would not want to experience it? The Cloudwood has already been refined by this one. I would have to apologize for not being able to do as you suggested, Beigong Ao said. Even if it has been refined, you can still get it out, right? The elder continued to speak. His voice rumbled, and it made the ears of many tremble and their blood boil. It has been completely refined and has assimilated into my flesh and bones, Beigong Ao continued. If the elder wants to see it, it is fine. Please observe. After that, Beigong Ao took one step forward, and in an instant, thunder flowed and surrounded the area around his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His body transformed into a body of the great path of thunder. Bright and blinding thunder light coursed through his body. The sky started to move again, and the boundless space, in that instant, transformed into a thunder domain as if everything had become the power of the great path of thunder. Boom! Lightning struck from the sky above, covering and engulfing the sky. Numerous beams of thunder and lightning landed directly on Beigong Ao's body. However, they did not strike him. Instead, they made contact and were absorbed into his body. At that moment, his body had become a great path of thunder body. The divine Cloudwood had synthesized with his body, and his body had now become like a divine item itself. Such a strong aura. The expression on many faces changed. Even the elder also frowned. He felt the power emanating from Beigong Ao's body. The majestic power arising from the great path of thunder was unparalleled. Not only did Beigong Ao break through his plane level, but he had also refined and absorbed the Cloudwood into his body, making himself stronger as a result. Now that he had mastered the power of the great path of thunder, he was no longer someone who could be compared to a cultivator who had just broken through to reach the 8th plane. Crackle, crackle, a sharp and deafening sound emerged. Strokes of thunder punishment light descended from above. Bagong Ao extended his hand and, as if his arm had turned into the hat of the thunder god, he controlled the thunder domain. An endless stream of thunder flowed and surrounded his palm. He looked at the elder and said, "The cloud wood has been refined into the great path. Does the elder wish to experience it?" The elder squinted his eyes. Then he laughed and said, "It is no wonder it is regarded as the thunder divine wood. My eyes have been opened." After that, he gave up directly. He turned around and continued to perceive and understand the will of the great path of thunder. He no longer harbored any thought of getting the cloud wood. Bagong Ao's strength increased significantly after he refined the cloud wood. From the thunder will might he displayed. If they had tried to snatch it away, it would have been difficult for them to make a profit. Their losses would definitely overshadow any profit made. After all, there were still many great path opportunities available on the Eastern Deity Island. The others also left one after another. None retained any intention of stealing or robbing Bagong Ao. Futian looked around and said, "Let's go somewhere else." The others nodded and began to leave the area. The Eastern Deity Island has many islands. Do you guys know of any good place? Futian asked. He wanted to get to a useful location directly. The Eastern Deity Island has a group of islands. Many places have great path opportunities. If we are talking about good places, apart from great path opportunities left behind by practitioners who came in search of medicinal pills and the Eastern Deity Island itself, when Supreme Deity Donglai refined pills back in the day, he planted many unique plants on many islands. There are deity plants and poisonous plants. Moreover, they exist not only on a single island. Many islands were Supreme Deity Donglai's medicine gardens, Emperor Helion said. Futian nodded. An alchemy master who was as strong and powerful as Supreme Deity Donglai was incredibly rare, even in the Divine Prefecture. Naturally, his actions could not be easily deduced using normal reasoning skills. Back then, Saint Zhang planted many medicinal herbs in the lower worlds. Hence, Supreme Deity Donglai's act of using islands to plant medicinal herbs was also considered normal. I remember Pavilion Head Yi wanted to trade for a Hell's Lotus last time. From what I know, there is a place within the Eastern Deity Island where Hell's Lotuses grow. There is even the legend of a Hell's King Flower. Inside this King Flower are many plants that contain the great path of death, said Bagong Ao. When he spoke, he also glanced at Xiaqing Yuan. Futian suffered a loss in the previous incident. It could be said that he was ridiculed by Jun Shoyan. The conflict between them also stemmed from there. Moreover, the owner of the Hell's Lotus from last time refused to trade with Futian because he was afraid of offending Jun Shoyan. This incident was really disrespectful towards Futian and Xiaqing. This incident remained engraved on Bagong Ao's mind. Furthermore, considering Futian and Xiaqing Yuan's relationship, Bagong Ao mentioning this was, naturally, because he wanted to let Futian win the heart of the beautiful lady. Wily old B** starred. Emperor Helion cursed in his mind. Why didn't he think of that? As expected, Futian nodded immediately after hearing his. Then, he said, "Let's go check it out." It was something that could help Xiaqing Yuan's cultivation. Naturally, they had to check it out. Moreover, since it was a medicinal herb that Supreme Deity Penglai planted, it was most likely something noteworthy. Okay. Bagong Ao nodded and led the way. They flashed across the sky at a ridiculous speed. Around them were many cultivators also flashing across the sky in search of their own opportunities. Within the Eastern Deity Island, there was an island filled with an incredibly powerful aura of death. One could say that an aura of the great path of death engulfed the entire island. It was dark, gloomy, and extremely scary. Not many people went there. The island gave off a cold and eerie feeling. Moreover, the island was protected by very powerful demonic beasts. At that moment, many cultivators were already present on the Eastern Deity Island. People from different continents had arrived. Many practitioners of the Great Path of Death were also present. For these people, this island, in particular, was a must-visit place. For example, the practitioner who refused to trade with Futian because of Jun Shoyan was also there. At that time, he was already on the island. His gaze was fixed on a plant that grew on the island. Many practitioners like him were also present around him. However, none of them acted rashly or hastily. In front of the plant stood a frighteningly large beast that seemed to be protecting the area. A pair of cold and ghastly eyes scanned the sky. It was horrifying. The beast was a giant snake, a humongous giant snake over 100 meters long. It was pitch black. Only its tongue, when extended, was red. A black mist emitted from its mouth, a black mist that was surrounded by a frightening death aura that made one feel as if they would die and corrode away the moment they touched it. The plants around the giant snake were plants that contained the great path of death. No other plants were able to grow in that area. As a demon emperor-level existence, the giant snake's intelligence was no different from a human practitioner. It had been guarding the area for many years. It relied on the island to survive, and it grew stronger and stronger. Everything on the island belonged to it. If these human beings wanted its things, it would devour and kill them. How about we team up and kill this giant snake? What say you? Someone asked. The others immediately agreed. Each of them had the same intention. The giant snake was at the demon emperor level. Many people had already been killed by it. By the time Futian arrived close to the island, he had already seen the frightening giant snake from afar, as well as a plant that it was protecting. 8th Plane Demon Emperor. Futian felt a heinous death aura and a powerful corrosive will immediately after he reached the place. It was a frightening place. Standing there meant that one was faced with the threat of being killed at any time. Underneath was an ocean of death. An ocean of death made up of Hell's lotuses. Numerous Hell's lotus filled the island, devouring all life on this land and engulfing that area with death. There were no other signs of life. Beside the demon snake was a gigantic black lotus. It had 9 petals. The pitch-black petals refracted a dark and gloomy light of death. The petals kept opening and closing, and each petal seemed large enough to hold 100 people. The lotus seemed like it was a man-eating flower. The giant demon snake slithered around the plant, protecting it and absorbing its power at the same time. King Hellflower. Hell's demonic lotus, Emperor Hellion mumbled. This creature can create a frightening death pill. If a normal person were to eat it, he or she would die instantly. The person's life would be corroded. However, if a practitioner of the Great Path of Death eats it, it is an incredible supplementary item instead. Of course, even if it is not mixed and made into a pill, the Hell's demonic lotus itself is also an immensely powerful death plant. Futian raised his head slightly. Naturally, he also saw the practitioner who refused to trade with him earlier at the Penglai deity lake. At that time, that person had a high-grade Hell's lotus in his possession. However, at the moment, there was an ocean of Hell's lotus there. It was incredibly frightening. Moreover, within this ocean of hell flowers, many of those close to the Hell's demonic lotus were high-grade lotuses. They were similar to a level 7 ritual implement or higher. One could only imagine just how much value was contained within this ocean of hell flowers. For a practitioner at the high-order Renhuang level, it would be considered an immense wealth. Yin Daoren was the practitioner who refused to trade with Futian earlier. He also noticed Futian's presence. He glanced in Futian's direction, and his eyes lit up. Back then, he disrespected Futian by refusing to trade with him in that situation because he did not dare offend Junchuan. It was considered a type of ridicule. He was aware that Futian might remember and not forgive him. It looks like I have to be careful, he thought. If you still intend to stay, I will have no choice to start a massacre. The demon snake spoke in a human's voice. When it spoke, turbid gas exited its mouth when it breathed. The turbid gas filled the entire area and made the environment very uncomfortable. The weaker practitioners had to use the power of the Great Path to cover their bodies in order to defend against that gas. The demon snake had reached a cultivation level of the 8th plane. By the time it absorbed all the powers on the island, it would have an opportunity to break through and reach the 9th plane. By then, it would have a chance of getting away. It would no longer be shackled on that island. It had been stuck on that island for thousands of years. It had long grown bored of the place. The guy who caught it and placed it there had already died, but even then, the guy did not let it go. It used to harbor thoughts of escape. However, whenever it did escape, it would have to go through a thorough beating after being caught and returned. It was pitiful. Later, it ceased all thoughts of escape. Instead, it focused its energy on cultivating. It would try to leave again after it reached the ninth plane. After all, the guy who caught it had already died. The Eastern Deity Island should no longer have any existence that exceeded the ninth plane. So, it would have an opportunity, as long as it could reach the ninth plane. However, the Eastern Deity Island would open once every decade, and a bunch of foolhardy people would come to seek their death. These people were just nice as they could be used as these Hell's Lotuses fertilizers. They provided them with a lot of great path nutrition. Now, these people had also come to their death. Futian stared at the Hell's demonic lotus. This plant was definitely of a higher grade than the Hell's Lotus in possession of the earlier trader. It should be very beneficial to Xiaqing Yuan's cultivation. Pavilion head, I will go and bring it to Miss Xia, said Beigong Ao. He had just broken through to reach the eighth plane. It was a good time to test his strength. Moreover, his opportunity was given by Futian. It was natural for him to do something good for Futian and try to win some favors with the head's partner. The demon snake glanced at Beigong Ao. A deathly aura emanated from its eyes. It was very scary. With one step, Beigong Ao moved forward. He stood in an empty space above the demon snake and, in an instant, lightning bolts rained from above and engulfed the entire island. Lightning bolts struck one after another, destroying and dispersing the miasma around. The power from the great path of thunder was the natural enemy of the miasma. Beigong Ao extended his arm and slammed his hand downward. In an instant, a gigantic thunderous palm that contained a frightening and destructive force converged and shot towards the demon snake. The demon snake let out a low growl and spat out a frightening death aura that covered the sky. However, Beigong Ao's body was covered by a light screen of thunder, which evil powers could not easily penetrate. The pitch-black scary demon snake was covered in a layer of black scales. It swung its gigantic tail into the thunderous palm. When they collided, an explosive bang shook the area, and the destructive thunder coursed through the gigantic tail, crushing the scales in the process. Blood appeared. Beigong Ao took another step, and numerous thunderbolts pierced through the sky and assimilated into his body. At that moment, Beigong Ao's body had a powerful pull as he devoured thunder. Above him, a humongous illusion of the god of thunder appeared. Rumble. Beams of light of thunder punishment emerged one after another. They hovered around Beigong Ao's body, making him seem like the war god of thunder. After witnessing the scene in front of him, Futian knew that, after breaking through, Beigong Ao's grasp and understanding of the will of the great path was also quite profound. He was already able to use the art of thousand punishment. While he had not yet achieved the true power of thousand punishment, he was able to unleash a good portion of its power. Sharp and crisp crackling sounds could be heard as the power of thunder punishment shot downwards, tearing and crushing everything into pieces. Beigong Ao's body also suddenly vanished in thin air, as he transformed into a bolt of lightning. The next moment, the others present saw Beigong Ao appear in front of the demon snake. He raised his hand to deal a blow downward. In an instant, the demon snake was engulfed within the light of thunder punishment. The others could only see bolts of lightning striking the body of the giant snake one after another, tearing through its scales and slicing through its flesh. Blood spilled, and the demonic beast let out a roar of anguish. Its large body writhed around, and at that moment, the entire space shook violently. Death aura swept through the area. Do it. The other people began to move at the same time. They released their will might and began initiating attacks targeting the demon snake. However, their eyes were fixated on the Hell's demonic lotus that the demon snake was protecting. That was their true objective. The demon snake was pushed back by many great path attacks. Then, multiple figures, at a ridiculous speed, shot straight towards the Hell's demonic lotus. They were all as fast as lightning. Futian remained standing in midair. When he saw many cultivators charge downward at the same time, he raised his brow slightly. He glanced at the demon snake and saw that its eyes were filled with a chilling aura. It was as if it was mocking these greedy humans. Careful, Yi Futian reminded Beigong Ao through voice transmission. Beigong Ao's movement stopped for a split second, and in the next moment, the others had gone past him. Each of them extended their hands in an attempt to grab the Hell's demonic lotus. The moment their palms reached the Hell's demonic lotus, the ocean of flowers in the area began to move at the same time. Like the Joyo Hell, all the Hell's lotus blossomed in a frenzy, devouring the entire area. Heck, there were even Hell's lotuses in the sky. In the area of the flower ocean, giant petals began to grow one after another. After that, they shot straight towards the sky. 9 petals opened up at the same time before snapping shut, trapping everyone within it. Illusion. Yi Futian looked at the demon snake underneath him. No wonder he felt odd earlier. It was an illusion. This demon emperor was actually very cunning and deceitful. In addition, it was also adept in the illusory arts. It used an illusion to deceive everyone's eyes, and the plant that had trapped them all within this space was the true Hell's demonic lotus. The practitioners, who had rushed to grab the fake Hell's demonic lotus, were bitten by the illusory demonic lotus. After that, a large quantity of power of the Great Path inside their bodies was devoured while death auras flowed into their bodies. Many people instantly turned black as their life force went out. This is the true Hell's lotus. Enjoy this banquet of death, said the demon snake as it looked at the crowd of practitioners. Its eyes were filled with a murderous aura. The expressions on many of their faces changed. This bastard had deliberately shown weakness. It was extremely cunning. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Amidst the flower ocean, the Hell's lotus blossomed and charged towards people in an attempt to devour them. The entire space was engulfed in the great path of death's aura. Endless waves of death aura flowed around and in all directions as they targeted the humans. Many wailing sounds could be heard as practitioners got hit one after another before being devoured by the Hell's lotus. Beigong Ao returned to Yi Futian's side and used the thunder light screen to protect Yi Futian and their group. He stared at the demonic snake underneath them and said, "This beast is very cunning." Seeing the people around them die one by one, Yi Futian also realized that the demon emperor was actually very strong. It faked being weak when it fought Beigong Ao earlier. "Are you lending power from the Hell's demonic lotus?" Yi Futian asked the demon snake. The demon snake glanced at him. Its eyes were full of contempt. A young and puny human actually dared to look at him that way? "You can follow me. Become my mount, and I will let you live," Yi Futian said to the demon snake. The demon snake was stunned after hearing Yi Futian's proposal. Its giant eyes stared at him. It was caught by surprise. Follow him? A young Renhuang actually proposed that it followed him? Another heir of some family. Proud and arrogant. The demon snake's eyes were filled with contempt and ridicule. It seemed like it was not impressed by Yi Futian's words at all. It swung its tail. Then, in an instant, multiple Hell's lotus flew towards Yi Futian's direction and tried to devour him. At the same time, the demon snake said, "You are the most arrogant person I've ever met." It was a demon emperor at the 8th plane, and a youngster actually asked it to follow him? "It is your honor." The black wind condor glanced at the demon snake. Yi Futian did not say anything. Seeing the Hell's lotuses flying at him, he took a step forward. Not only did he not try to resist or dodge, but he walked towards the Hell's lotus. Beigong Ao also did not try to stop him. Strands of aura of the Great Path emanated from Yi Futian's body and turned into beams of divine light. Divine lights stemmed out of his body like branches and engulfed the entire area. When the Hell's lotuses got closer to Yi Futian's body, they started to rapaciously absorb the aura from Yi Futian's body. It was as if they were no longer controlled by the 8th plane demon snake anymore. Instead, they hovered around Yi Futian's body and did not try to devour him. The eerie scene caused many to fixate their gaze on him. They stared blankly at Yi Futian. The aura emanating from his body made the Hell's lotuses rapacious. Beigong Ao and Emperor Helion also seemed surprised. Then, they remembered the peculiar movements of the flowering tree from before, and they understood it. After all, Beigong Ao firmly believed that the flowering tree changed because of Yi Futian. He was a person who could make the divine tree bloom. Hence, It was normal for the Hell's Lotuses to have an affinity with him. However, Beigong Ao still wondered in his mind if Futian was the son of the Great Path. He wondered if Futian was related to Supreme Deity Donglai. He was even able to manipulate the plants here. The aura of the Great Path emanating from Futian's body engulfed the island and turned the area into a Great Path domain. Suddenly, all the Hell's Lotuses in the area turned towards him and opened up. They swayed about as if they were pleasantly surprised. The odd and eerie scene made the demon snake's vicious pupils shrink as it stared at Futian. What is going on? You have borrowed the power of death of this domain. Otherwise, your strength would decrease even more. If you bow down to me right now, you may yet live, said Futian to the demon snake. His voice was cold. The demon snake stared at him. What Futian said was true. It did borrow the power of death of the domain. If Futian controlled it, the demon snake's strength would decrease further. The demon snake's eyes were ice cold. Frightening miasma started to spread, filling the sky. There are no illusions here, said Futian to the demon snake. Strands of divine light appeared, and the Great Path domain covered the island. The demon snake's eyes became even colder. A lower Rahuang was actually able to use the Great Path domain to counter its illusion? The more frightening thing was that when the Hell's demonic lotus sensed the aura from Futian's body, it seemed to have tried to wrestle itself out of the demon snake's control. The lotus petals opened and shut in Futian's direction, absorbing the aura of the Great Path emanating from Futian's body. Senior Beigong, Futian shouted. Futian stood in the air. Then, the demon emperor said in a cold tone, "You want me to bow down to you? Go to hell." It was a demon emperor on the 8th plane. To have it bow down to a weak human practitioner? How could that be possible? It would rather fight and die here than to experience such ridicule. Boom. A monstrous thunder might was released from Beigong Ao's body. Bathed in the divine light of thunder, his body transformed into the thunder body of the Great Path. He extended his palm. Suddenly, an endless surge of thunder energy converged in front of him, and a purple thunder blade appeared in between both his palms. Beigong Ao held the thunder blade and fixated on a point beneath him. The thunder will in his body poured into the blade while bolts of horrifying lightning rained from above. Swing! A crisp and deafening sound appeared. The blade cut, and the light of thunder pierced the space in half. Beigong Ao's body moved with the blade. The blade style was an extremely powerful art of supreme thunder attack recorded in the Dongyuan Pavilion. It was extremely potent. A daunting rumbling sound emerged. Then, the demon snake's body became immeasurably larger. It was huge, even larger than the size of a giant dragon. It looked menacing and formidable. Its body was covered in scales, which made it look like multiple ritual implements were protecting its body. It looked impenetrable. The giant body twirled upwards. Its humongous tail swung towards the thunder blade, creating crisp and loud clanking sounds. The thunder blade slashed downward and crushed its scales, slicing into its flesh directly. The fearsome power of the Great Path of Thunder gushed into its body, destroying the demon snake's internal powers. At the same time, the demon snake's giant body twirled around Beigong Ao. Beigong Ao's expression changed slightly. This demon emperor was going berserk. Bang! He pulled the sword out and rushed away. The moment he pulled the blade out, the demon snake's giant head was constantly releasing a gas that instantly filled the area around them and later spread outwards. The power of the Great Path was corroded and destroyed. The scary miasma filled the space. The remaining cultivators did not sit idly by. They also released attacks of their own at the demon snake at the same time. Formidable attacks came one after another. The demon snake screeched and roared in anguish while blood splattered all over the place. The fresh blood mixed with the gas in the air, turning the entire area red. More frightening was that the blood seemed to have synthesized with the power within the gas, which increased the potency of the corrosive powers, making it even scarier. The Hell's demonic lotus continued to open and close. Numerous Hell's lotuses continued to bloom. Fresh blood spilled on them and, as if the blood had become the fertilizer of the Hell's lotuses, including the Hell's demonic lotus, on the island suddenly grew crazily before they started targeting and eating the people on the island. Careful. The beast uses its blood to grow these hell's lotuses. A voice called out. A look of realization appeared briefly on Yi Futian's face. He now understood why the demon snake was able to control all the hell's lotuses. In all these years, the demon snake lived alone on the island. It used its blood as fertilizer to grow these hell's lotuses, and some sort of relationship was established, and it grew over time. Now, the demon snake's blood was spilled on the hell's lotuses, and it made the lotuses turn crazy. A giant hell's lotus directly devoured a Renhuang. It slowly devoured the Renhuang's body. The will of death infiltrated the person, and before long, the body of the Renhuang had disappeared. He had become fertilizer for the hell's lotus. These hell's lotuses also possessed some of the evilness of the demon snake. Strands of divine light continued to emanate from Yi Futian's body. A chilly aura also accompanied it as the divine light of Yin was unleashed. The hell's lotuses froze, but they continued to lean closer to Yi Futian. This created an independent safe space around Yi Futian's body. Can we hide here for the moment? A Renhuang practitioner asked Yi Futian's group. Yes, you may enter, Yi Futian nodded. He did not refuse them. Thank you very much. The Renhuang entered this area, and as expected, he instantly became a lot safer. Many others also came towards Yi Futian's location subsequently. The demon snake was busy as it was engaged in a heated battle with Beigong Ao. However, many of these practitioners were unable to stop the attack of the hell's demonic lotus. Not long after, many cultivators had run to Yi Futian's side in search of shelter. While many had previously tried to snatch away the hell's demonic lotus, Yi Futian did not fuss over it. His aura of the Great Path surrounded this place and protected them from being attacked by the hell's lotuses. Then, a figure rushed over. It was Yin Daoren, the practitioner they met at the Penglai deity lake. He quietly moved forward but was still noticed by Emperor Helion. Seeing him approach, Emperor Helion waved his arm and said, "Get lost. There's no place for you here." He went back against his words just because he was afraid of offending Jun Xiuyan, refusing to trade with Yi Futian in public, and now he wanted to seek protection. While they were generous, it did not mean that they would treat such insult with kindness. Practitioners were very clear with their grievances. They bore grudges. Yin Daoren's expression turned ugly. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "My offense earlier to you was because I had no choice. I hope you can forgive me." When he spoke, a hell's lotus was moving towards his direction. Yi Futian glanced at and then ignored him. He was not so generous. Vong. Yin Daoren wanted to rush forward. Yi Futian frowned, and sword will suddenly flew towards him. Yin Daoren's expression changed as he quickly retreated. The sword will flew across the sky and returned to Yi Futian's side. It was extremely daunting. "You have no place here," Yi Futian replied and stopped looking at him. He shifted his focus back to the battlefield. Yin Daoren turned around in an attempt to escape. However, the hell's demonic lotus had already sealed this space. There was no way out. Seeing the hell's lotus large enough to cover the sky come at him, Yin Daoren became desperate and tried to charge outside regardless. However, before long, he was devoured by the blood-red hell's lotuses, and his body slowly disintegrated as the flowers devoured him. He shrieked in despair. He did not want to die in such a miserable way. However, he was powerless to change anything. Yi Futian did not look at him. He continued to look at the battlefield. Beigong Ao, who had broken through to another plane and assimilated the divine thunder item, the cloudwood, was clearly stronger than the demon snake. Under the illumination of his thunder blade, one could see that the number of wounds on the demon snake's body was only increasing. Moreover, the thunder blade style became even more potent as the battle progressed. Formidable thunder streaks continued to wreak havoc on the demon snake's giant body, causing the demon snake's body to tear and break. The large body was already covered in fresh blood. Who knew how many wounds were on its body? "I am willing to bow down to you," the demon snake roared. It finally gave in. It seemed like it had understood that there was no way it could turn things around. As its life gradually slipped away, its attachment to life finally trumped its dignity. "Kill," Yi Futian said. "All right, Beigong Ao nodded. Another thunder slash flew out. It actually cut through and left a frightening rip in the demon snake's giant body. Beigong Ao roared, and the thunder punishment swept towards the demon snake, entering its body. Then, in an instant, the giant demon snake body was consumed by the light of thunder. Its body spasmed and shook uncontrollably. Beigong Ao was naturally not going to let the opportunity slip. He extended his left hand, and the light of thunder punishment surged into the demon snake's body. Under the destructive force of the great path of thunder, the demon snake's giant body was thoroughly destroyed. Before long, it was dead and fell on the ground with a loud thud. A demon emperor of the 8th plane. Killed. The people around Futian glanced at him. In their minds, many wondered, who was this guy? To be this ruthless. To have refused an 8th plane demon emperor becoming his follower instantly before killing it. The demon snake's body is a treasure in itself. Senior Beigong, take it, said Futian. That's true. Beigong Ao nodded. A demon snake of the 8th plane was covered in treasure. Its scales were comparable to ritual implements. Attacks could hardly penetrate them. As for the fact that Futian refused to forgive the demon snake, he was already used to it. In his mind, perhaps an 8th plane demon emperor was nothing much in Futian's eyes. This meant that while Beigong Ao had broken through to reach the 8th plane, Futian would not and probably did not give it much thought. After all, his vision far exceeded Beigong Ao's imaginations. However, this also made Beigong Ao look forward to following Futian. He wanted to continue following him and see how far this youngster could go. I assume none of you will fight me for the Hell's demonic lotus? Futian asked the people around him. They nodded, clasped their hands together, retreated, and then left. Futian and his group were straightforward, picking the island clean of all valuable items before leaving. The deities of Eastern Deity Island invited outsiders to cultivate on the island to provide practitioners to encounter great path opportunities. As such, as the years went by, Eastern Deity Island had been able to gain and maintain a good reputation. Every time Eastern Deity Island sent out invitations, practitioners and cultivators from thousands of different continents would gather on the island. Even if some would lose their lives in the midst of training, they were not without their reasons. The opportunities were there, and whether or not the practitioners could grasp them was up to the practitioners, as the deities of Eastern Deity Island could not simply hand them the prizes on a silver platter. The Hell's demonic lotus and the other Hell's lotuses were all given to Xia Qingyuan. By refining all of these, Xia Qingyuan's power of the Great Path would reach a new height. How many islands are there within Eastern Deity Island? Futian asked. Many, Beigong Ao replied. He then continued, back then, Supreme Deity Donglai was a top cultivator. He was the uncrowned king of the Penglai continent. One could even say the continents around this island treated him with respect. Many people came to visit him every year. Many years ago, the position of Supreme Deity Donglai could truly be regarded as one of a kind. His alchemy ability also increased the influence of Eastern Deity Island. One could say that this place is filled with opportunities. Based on what I know, the wealth of Eastern Deity Island back then was something that most could not fathom. Futian nodded. A top-notch, extraordinary alchemist's influence was something that did not need further explanation. Alchemy grandmasters were already rare. Many people wanted them. So, it was easy to understand Supreme Deity Donglai's position and status. Let's go find other opportunities, Futian said. It was a rare opportunity to cultivate. Supreme Deity Donglai is an alchemy grandmaster. Apart from the great path opportunities left behind on the island by some other apex existences, there are many locations similar to that of Death Island from earlier. These places have peculiar and interesting plants on them, and hidden within them is the power of the great path, which is beneficial to cultivation, said Beigong Ao. He then continued, back in the day, when I went to this Wudong Island, an island that was filled with Wudong trees, there was also a Wudong Tree King. This Wudong Tree King was the resting place of Supreme Deity Donglai's demonic beast, Igneous Rock Phoenix. The phoenix cultivated the divine fire of Wudong, a frightening divine fire of the great path that polarizes life and death. It was also the divine fire of the great path that the phoenix used. According to rumors, the divine fire of Wudong is similar to the true fire of the sun. Moreover, it contains the power to regenerate. It was not brought away? Yi Futian asked. Difficult. Beigong Ao shook his head. Wudong Island has a divine beast that guards the island. It is the offspring of the phoenix, and it is mighty. I heard that it was already a divine will fourth plane many years ago. When I came to Eastern Deity Island last time, it was already a big demon beast at the fifth plane. Divine wheel fifth plane? Big demon beast? Yi Futian said. The divine fire of Wudong is regarded as a divine fire. It is a perfect grade divine flame of the great path, Beigong Ao said to Yi Futian while looking at him. Yi Futian suddenly understood. The divine beast phoenix guarding Wudong Island was the equivalent of a person with a perfect grade divine wheel at the fifth plane. Just how powerful was a person who was a perfect grade fifth plane? Earlier, Yi Futian fought against a practitioner from the Empty Mountain with a similar level in the original realm. The practitioner's fists were unparalleled and unshakable. Yi Futian did not even have the strength to fight back. However, the person's cultivation level was higher. He was a perfect grade 6th plane. Based on what he sensed back then, the practitioner could probably defeat an 8-plane existence who had an imperfect divine wheel. This meant that the divine beast phoenix was probably at a similar level. At the very least, cultivators at the 7th plane would not be able to do much to it. Also, it can borrow the power of the divine fire from the Wudong tree, Beigong Ao added. Yi Futian became speechless after hearing that. He still had some thoughts earlier, but now, all his ideas were crushed mercilessly. Even a divine will 8th plane facing the phoenix would be dangerous. Yes. Emperor Helion nodded and said, based on my knowledge, a normal 9th plane existence may be able to suppress the phoenix, but it would still be very difficult to take away the divine fire of Wudong. Some top-class apex cultivators who came to the Penglai continent tried it before. Later, the practitioners fell into despair, and very few even harbor the thought nowadays. Most who come to Wudong Island are here to experience it, in addition to trying to persuade the phoenix. However, they are just dreaming. There is absolutely no practitioner able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the phoenix. Yi Futian had mastered the power of Yin. Naturally, he knew just how frightening the power of Yin was. Then, the true fire of the sun was most just as potent, possessing a destructive force that could burn everything to ashes. The divine fire of Wudong was not that much weaker than the true fire of the sun. This meant that it was definitely an amazingly powerful divine fire of the Great Path. Let's go check it out, said Yi Futian. Beigong Ao nodded. The group then headed toward another location. On their way, they could see many practitioners searching for their own Great Path opportunities all around Eastern Deity Island. Wudong Island was easy to find. From afar, one could easily see an entire island covered in an illusory gold divine flame. The entire island was filled with Wudong trees. Golden rays of light that looked like flames illuminated the island, making it absolutely marvelous. Moreover, a powerful great path of fire aura flowed around the island. It felt unreal yet, at the same time, very vivid. Yi Futian's group accelerated and moved forward. They headed towards the inside of Wudong Island. A heat wave engulfed the entire island. The ethereal great path of fire aura filled the air, making things slightly uncomfortable for some. However, to practitioners who cultivated in the great path of fire, this could be considered a holy land. They looked forward and could vaguely see a crowd forming. They continued and accelerated even further. The flame aura grew stronger and stronger. Even when they were high up above in the air, they could still feel that scorching air. In the middle of Wudong Island was an independent space. In that space, there was a flame pavilion. On its side was an immeasurably large Wudong tree. Every single leaf of the tree was golden and amber, much like igneous rocks, and the area was flowing with scorching hot air. From afar, Yi Futian could sense a frightening aura coming from the Wudong tree. His divine consciousness wanted to infiltrate it, but he was not yet close, so it was directly destroyed. His divine consciousness could not even get close. On the side of the Wudong tree, a fiery gold-feathered phoenix rested there. It seemed a little lazy. Even though many practitioners were in the sky above it, It was so lazy that it did not even glance at them. It looked like it simply did not care. Every 10 years, humans would come. It had already got used to it. Of course, if someone wanted to die, it would not mind as well. Futian looked at the practitioners above the wudong tree. There were a lot of practitioners. Moreover, compared to the practitioners on Death Island, the people here were much stronger. Among them, several people domineering auras, and they might have been of the 8th plane. If they did not have a little bit of strength, they probably would not have dared to come to this place. When Futian and his group arrived, many glanced at them. However, it was only briefly as they quickly shifted their gaze and ignored the lot. Phoenix, I come from Shanghai continent, and I am a practitioner from a top faction on our continent. My divine wheel is also the perfect grade. While not necessarily comparable to Eastern Deity Island, why don't you come with us together outside to train and explore for a while? You must have become bored after cultivating here for so long. Let's go to the outer realms and enjoy the view. At that time, a rather young practitioner said to the Phoenix, named continents were considered decent. At least they were a lot stronger than the continent where the Dongyuan Pavilion was situated. This person possessed a perfect grade divine wheel. He was probably an heir of the strongest faction in Shanghai continent, which would explain his confidence and intent to extend an invitation to the Phoenix to leave the island. The Phoenix glanced at him with a bit of contempt. What kind of cultivation environment could be used to compare with the Eastern Deity Island? Divine Wheel 3rd plane. Even if it was a perfect grade divine wheel, when he broke through the next stage to become a mid-level Renhuang, there was no guarantee that it would stay the same. In fact, there was a high percentage for the divine wheel's grade to drop. Was a person like this worthy enough to invite it to leave the island? Miss Phoenix has exceptional talent. Naturally, you won't be interested in a practitioner who came to train on the island. We do not seek the divine fire. We are simply looking for fate. If Miss Phoenix has anything that she wants, I will definitely do my best to fulfill it, said a practitioner of the 8th plane who stood beside the youngster just now. While he was at the 8th plane, he spoke courteously, hoping to help his junior find his opportunity. While there was little hope, it would become a huge opportunity for his junior if they were successful. Female. Then, a voice emerged. It stunned every cultivator in the sky. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. Then, they saw that the one who spoke was a demonic beast. Futian's mount, a black-winged condor. Many people seemed dumbfounded. They looked at the black-winged condor with a perplexed expression. The Phoenix was incredibly prideful. Its parent was the cultivation partner of Supreme Deity Donglai back in the day. It was ridiculously powerful, and it had been sensing and cultivating the divine fire on Wudong Island over the years. It was very famous. Now, a black-winged condor actually called it a female. When Futian heard what his black-winged condor said, 3 black lines appeared on the side of his face. It was a headache. It seemed like this B***** had been treated too nicely recently. It had become overconfident. The feathers on the resting Phoenix stood up. It raised its head to glance at the black-winged condor. Divine flames could be seen coming out of its pupils, and it also slowly got up. A very fierce look on its face. Little condor became extremely uncomfortable under the Phoenix's stare. Its body retreated until it was behind Futian and shrank. This female Phoenix sure is fierce. Condor-sama admits he is a loser. As such, Futian appeared within the sights of the Phoenix. Futian suddenly had the impulse to smack that bastard dead. A mount caused trouble, and he was the one who would clear things up? This beast is terrible and naughty. It's lacking a little bit of discipline lately. I will most certainly teach it a lesson later. Miss Phoenix, please do not take it to mind. Futian clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to the Phoenix. Little Condor caused the issue, so he had no choice but to apologize. After all, that remark was quite disrespectful towards the Phoenix. Let it come over, said the Phoenix in a human's voice. The sound was crisp but somewhat cold. Scorching air flowed around and engulfed the area, to the point where even the temperature increased. Condor-sama trembled behind Futian. This female Phoenix is strong. Condor-sama has no way of beating her. That aura is too vicious. We are in different leagues. Futian felt dismal. He had not yet done anything since getting here, but they had already offended the phoenix. It was a disaster. He initially planned to chat casually with the phoenix and talk about its life, but now that seemed like a pipe dream. "Hand over that vile beast so that we can kill it," said a person on the side. It was the practitioner from the Songhai continent. There was a chance for them to become friendly with the phoenix. They took it and hoped that it would help leave a good impression for the phoenix. "Disrespectful words, it certainly deserves death," said another person. This made Futian frown. Little Condor made impertinent remarks, so it was normal and made sense that the phoenix would pick on him. However, what does this have to do with anyone else? The phoenix actually called for Little Condor's death. It's wrong to speak disrespectfully, but must he pay for his mistake with his life? Futian swept his gaze at the person who spoke and spoke. His tone was icy, but his eyes still looked forward. "Of course," the former practitioner of the Songhai continent replied. "He should be killed," others commented. The Wudong Island was different from other places. They all came here with a request, and the phoenix was already indifferent to them. Now that Futian and the others came, this evil beast actually directly offended the phoenix and badmouthed them. Of course it should die. "In that case, you all deserve to die for disrespecting my mount, don't you?" Futian looked at them and said coldly. All the practitioners were stunned. Little Condor was disrespectful to the phoenix and deserved to die, but they were also disrespectful to Little Condor, so should they also deserve to die? There seemed to be no issue with the logic. However, his black-winged condor was on a par with the phoenix. Even an evil animal is worthy? Songhai Continent's Ren Huang sneered. The white-haired teenager had an extraordinary aura. However, he actually compared his mount with the phoenix and did not know his place. It seemed like he was a descendant of a top faction from some continent, arrogant and supercilious. As his voice fell, his body actually released a violent might, covering the direction where Futian and the others were. Although he saw that Futian and the others were from the top faction of a certain continent, he still made his move. Opportunities were scarce nowadays, and he could make use of this to display himself. Maybe they could still have a sliver of opportunity to at least cultivate for a while in front of the divine Wudong tree. His palm grabbed towards the direction of Little Condor. Instantly, a terrifying flame deity-like silhouette appeared on the firmament. Divine fire gathered in the vast great path of space and was extremely violent. They became a war god of flame created by the flame of the great path. The silhouette came over, and a giant palm of flame appeared, burying the void. Rumbles sounded as it smacked down. It was extremely oppressive. He actually attacked directly. The surrounding powerful cultivators were a little surprised. They all thought that this person was very decisive and attacked without hesitation because he wanted to use this opportunity to display himself. Even if he could not kill the black-winged condor, he would have displayed himself already. The ending was not that important. Of course, if he could kill it, they naturally would not mind and definitely would kill it. So long as Futian was not from a local faction of the Penglai continent, they were not scared. Furthermore, Futian and the rest were obviously not from there. Hence, they dared to attack. The top powerhouse from the Songhai continent was an existence of 8 realms. The giant palm of flame grabbed down directly from the firmament and was extremely domineering. But at that moment, a silhouette blocked him. It was Beigong Ao. Lightning filled the sky and spread towards all directions. Rays of thunder punishment swept out as Beigong Ao raised his palm and slashed out. The palm mark that was slashed out split the space and became a divine thunder blade. With a loud rumble, it split the giant palm of flame from the middle and caused the power of thunder and fire to go rampant in the air. Seeing the two sides fight, the phoenix quietened down. Her crimson eyes swept into the void, looking at the two sides fighting as if it had nothing to do with her. "Hand that demon over, and we won't pursue the matter." The powerhouse of 8 realms from the Songhai continent floated in midair, and his flame war godlike body was extremely high and mighty as he looked down at Futian and the rest. Futian raised his eyes to sweep towards the other side. They were using him to make the phoenix laugh. Since that was the case, he would play along with them. "Senior Beigong, if they attack again, kill them," Futian spoke coldly as he retaliated powerfully. "Yes, Pavilion Master," Beigong Ao replied. Hearing him address Yi Futian in that way, their opponent's expression turned weird. Pavilion Master? Did he inherit a top faction from some continent? However, that was irrelevant. Kill? The powerful cultivator's divine consciousness engulfed the sky. Instantly, even more violent flame auras of the Great Way exploded forth. The vast space turned into a flaming Great Path domain, and like a terrifying Great Flame Matrix, it refined everything in its path. Within that Great Path domain, countless runes of flames appeared. They were the words, fire, flare, blaze. Every rune contained an extremely horrifying destructive power. At that moment, Yi Futian and the rest were all engulfed in the Great Flame Matrix. The runes fell towards them as if they were going to burn the space they were in. Insolent. Beigong Ao also released a terrifying aura of the Great Way. A towering war god of thunder-like figure appeared and fused with his body, which also had cloud-wood fused into it. In a flash, countless rays of lightning appeared in the vast firmament, casting a light screen of lightning. It held up the Great Flame Matrix and made it so that the flames of the Way could not reach Yi Futian and the others. Boom! Divine thunder descended and shot towards the opposing practitioners. Both sides had an equal number of people enter the Eastern Deity Island. An Eastern Deity token could only bring 10 people in. The surrounding powerful cultivators all moved aside. At the same time, they released strong auras of the Great Way to resist the aftershocks of the battle. If the strong cultivators from the Songhai continent were just trying to show off just now, the two sides' strength and words made them all get fired up, and a war broke out. Buzz. Beigong Ao's body directly transformed into a ray of lightning and rushed towards the other side. He was so fast that it was hard to see him with the naked eye. With a loud bang, the ray of lightning soared into the sky. Both of their bodies flew directly into the sky, and even the horrifying Great Path domain flew up into the sky as well. In an instant, the destructive might disappeared, and the two figures appeared in the sky. The other party did not care. When fighting Beigong Ao, their lineup was slightly stronger than their opponents. However, Beigong Ao also thought so. With Yi Futian here, it would bring a surprise to the other side. The rest of the cultivators stepped out at the same time, coming directly towards Yi Futian. There were 2 cultivators at the 7th order of the Divine Wheel, and Emperor Helion stepped on the void and went up. Yi Futian swept a glance at Yang Dongqing, who was indifferent at the back, and said, "Senior Yang, thank you." When Yang Dongqing heard Yi Futian's words, he could only grit his teeth and take action. He had been following Yi Futian all this time, and he was now a bit guilty. He found that Yi Futian was very frightening and increasingly mysterious. Although he had never really fought head-on with his full strength, according to Yang Dongqing's estimations, he might be able to hold his own against a strong cultivator at the 7th order of the Divine Wheel. The others also attacked, and a war erupted at that moment. The young man who wanted to invite the Phoenix to cultivate with him previously swept his eyes towards Yi Futian and the others. He had an ethereal aura on his body and arrogant yet indifferent eyes. It was as if he did not care about the people below. A terrifying flame breath swept out, and a terrifying Great Path furnace seemed to appear behind him, from which a steady stream of divine flames of the Great Path spilled down, covering the space. The Great Path furnace was his divine wheel of the Great Path. It was incorporated into the ritual implement and could be refined into flames of the Way, causing it to get stronger continuously. The golden flames of the Way had a terrifying melting power, and wherever it passed by, the Great Way was melted into nothingness. In an instant, with his body as the center, the vast area was filled with divine flames, and a terrifying stream of flames of the Way directly surged towards Yi Futian's body, instantly engulfing Yi Futian and the black wind condor behind him. A touch of coldness flashed in his proud eyes. However, the black wind condor behind Yi Futian was looking up at him as though he was looking at a pitiful person. This guy, he dared to attack his master. He was only at the level of a lower Renhuang. He probably thought he was peerless because he had a perfect divine wheel. How miserable. I'm afraid he would not even know how he died. Yi Futian swept a glance at him and felt a flame current enter his body. However, it did not affect him in the slightest. Whoosh! Suddenly, an incomparably sharp sword will blossomed from his body and slashed directly across the void straight towards the other party. The teenage Ren Huang instantly felt a strong sense of threat. The sword will slashed through the firmament and headed straight for him. His body was blasted backward as monstrous divine flames spread in front of him. His divine wheel also smashed towards the front to block the sword will. But as the sword will sliced through, a brilliant sword river seemed to appear, freezing and shattering everything in its path. Bang! The divine wheel of the great path immediately shattered into pieces. The wisp of sword will pierce through the divine wheel as the practitioner's face instantly turned pale. He grunted as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. A thought appeared in his mind. How is this possible? His perfect divine will could only take one sword will. However, he could only have that thought. In the next moment, the sword will pierce through his body. As his body trembled violently, wisps of sword chi went rampant in his body, and he could feel his body being ripped apart. No! A roar was heard, and in the next moment, his body was shattered by the sword chi and disintegrated. The surrounding people were stunned. Everything happened so fast that many people could not react, and when they looked back, they found that the heir to the top faction of the Songhai continent was directly obliterated by a sword will. Was he dead? Everyone had a strange look on their face and were a little startled. He was killed just like that? As someone who owned a perfect grade divine wheel, he could be considered a top talent. He thought he could easily suppress Futian, but in a momentary clash, he was killed. The cultivators of the Songhai continent were all fighting. They looked in the direction of the young man, and their faces all turned pale. All this happened so fast that they had no time to react. The people who were thinking of killing the Black Wind Condor were now also looking that way, and some thoughts were arising in their minds. It was true that when outside, it was better to keep a low profile. After all, you never know who you would meet. No matter how you look at it, someone with a perfect grade divine will could always be considered a top demon. Even if they could not be killed, it did not have to come to this point. But reality was that dreamy. The practitioners of the Songhai continent must feel regretful now. Of course, they would also feel anger. Above the firmament, a terrifying collision sounded. Two top figures were still fighting, and the man of 8 realms also knew that his heir had been killed. When the collision occurred, his body's blood force rolled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The phoenix raised her head and gazed up at the battle in the sky. She actually seemed somewhat interested in the battle, especially towards Futian. Although Futian's mount had spoken disrespectfully, ever since Futian arrived here, he had presented himself with due respect. He had apologized on behalf of his mount, and yet was unapologetic to the people who raved on about killing his mount. Futian had stood there quietly, not revealing his hand. Yet, when he did, he was as swift as lightning, instantly killing off the other party. He had attacked decisively and mercilessly without any hesitation. There was more to this white-haired youth than met the eye. At the very least, he was the most interesting cultivator she had seen so far. He might also be the most outstanding, even though his cultivation was not the highest. After the youth died, a few members from the Songhai continent charged towards Futian. However, a sword realm that filled the sky appeared, with Futian's figure as its center. The sword will in the sky resonated, and a river of swords swept towards the other party. Within the river of swords, 3 beams of sky-piercing sword light coalesced, seemingly forming 3 swords. They were 3 sword wills. Swooshing sounds could be heard continuously. All the members who were charging towards him were killed on the spot, perishing instantly. The river of swords surged forward. Very quickly, only 3 members from the party from the Songhai continent remained alive. They were the 3 cultivators battling against Beigong Ao, Emperor Helion, and Yang Dongqing, respectively. One of them was an 8th tier, whereas the other 2 were 7th tier. The cultivators from the Songhai continent might be wiped out. Many cultivators thought to themselves as they watched the battle. They initially thought that even if the cultivators from the Songhai continent could not kill Black Wind Condor, they would at least be able to suppress their opponents. However, they never imagined that the battle would be so one-sided, and that the cultivators from the Songhai continent would instead be suppressed by their opponents. Yi Futian had immediately killed off all the members below the upper-level Renhuang plane. They were in such a miserable state. Many people were thinking to themselves, if the members from the Songhai continent had known that they would end up in such a state, they would never have stepped out. The cultivators who had previously claimed that they would kill Little Condor were also secretly cautious. However, they had not made a move, and hence, Yi Futian would not attack them just because of what they said. The three sword wills continued to charge out into the sky, aiding Emperor Helion, who was in battle. These three sword wills could already terrorize a 7th-tier Renhuang. In tandem with Emperor Helion's attack, the opponent was swiftly killed off. After that, the three sword wills then swept over towards Yang Dongqing's battlefield. In the blink of an eye, aside from the prideful 8th-tier figure, the other two cultivators were all killed off. The 8th-tier cultivator was also being suppressed by Beigong Ao. His body contains a divine item, someone said. It is a lightning attribute divine item. Based on what I know, it can be found on one of the islands of Eastern Deity Island, another person said. For many of them, this was not their first time entering Eastern Deity Island. Hence, they had some knowledge regarding this. Cloud wood. As expected, someone else immediately responded. Yes, it is cloud wood, the person replied as he nodded his head. Cloud wood contains powerful lightning attributes and can absorb the power of lightning of the Great Path, causing it to be even more powerful. Now that it has been merged with his body, this person can be considered to have a body of lightning of the Great Path. He is more powerful than ordinary 8th-tier figures. The situation on the battlefield became clearer. Beigong Ao was firmly suppressing his opponent. This made Yi Futian, who originally wanted to lend him a hand, watch quietly from the sidelines. In the battlefield high in the sky, the enraged 8th-tier cultivator from the Songhai continent had previously wanted to surround and kill Yi Futian. However, right now, he was already at the end of his rope. Not long after, a palm, filled with raging lightning, immediately pierced through his body of flames. It then frenziedly exploded and destroyed him bit by bit. He has been slain. The crowd felt their hearts tremble as they watched the battlefield in the sky. After Beigong Ao slaughtered his opponent, he also took away his opponent's storage ring. This caused the eyes of many people to twitch. Did this fellow not have any dignity as an 8th-tier cultivator? Beigong Ao did not mind them at all. Be it 7th or 8th tier, they could still make do in their own territories, but in the Divine Prefecture, they also had to scrape by. One could only be arrogant if they were a deity and were invincible. Since they had to scrape by, why did they need to keep up appearances? Of course, benefits would be their #1 priority. Beigong Ao's will swept over the treasures in the storage ring. He revealed a knowing smile. He was satisfied with his spoils. The surrounding cultivators were speechless when they saw his smile. However, they felt their hearts shiver. The cultivators of the Songhai continent had been wiped out. Not a single one of them remained. This was the result of trying to stand out. The crowd secretly reminded themselves that on Eastern Deity Island, even if the opponents appeared easy to deal with, one still needed to be cautious. Otherwise, they would be caught off guard. This group had been an example. Yi Futian seemed composed, as though his emotions were unaffected by the events happening around him. At the very least, his gaze remained as calm as still water, just like when he arrived. His temperament was gentle too. However, when the crowd thought of how he attacked just now, they were wary of him. People like Yi Futian were the scariest. Moreover, Yi Futian only had a 3rd-tier divine wheel now. By the time he advanced to be an upper-level Renhuang, who could stand against him? Could it be that Yi Futian was a descendant of one of the super mighty figures? Yi Futian saluted the phoenix with his fists, saying, "My name is Yi Lianyan. It is said that this place contains the divine fire of the Great Path, so I have come here to check it out. I did not expect that this beast would make such impertinent remarks and cause this commotion. I apologize for disturbing Miss Phoenix." He was very polite, causing people to feel comfortable being around him. It was as though he was a completely different person from the white-haired youth who sent out an attack just now. "Quickly, come over here and apologize," Yi Futian ordered while turning around and sweeping a glance at Black Wind Condor. black-winged condor quivered and obediently moved forward. He said to the phoenix, "Condor-sama apologizes for being ignorant." The crowd was confused. Condor-sama? Was the brain of this fellow not fully developed? That shouldn't be. He was already a demon emperor. Smack. A crisp slap sounded. Futian smacked black-winged condor with his palm until the latter fell down. A few of his feathers came off. Futian's mind was linked with black-winged condors, hence Futian knew what he was thinking. This brute had purposely said so because he was reluctant to apologize to the phoenix. Asking me, Condor-sama, to apologize to this phoenix? Sooner or later, I will mount her and make her my ride. Humph. If I show any inferiority now, what would happen when this female phoenix is tamed by Master in the future? Who will be the senior between the two of us? Condor-sama was in a dilemma. Feeling wronged, little Condor raised his head and looked at Futian. Even with foresight, a condor would still have immediate worries. What he considered was a legitimate concern. This female phoenix was so ferocious. Most likely, he would not be able to win a fight against her. I am too lenient in disciplining him. I will surely discipline him well after this, Futian said, smiling apologetically at the phoenix. Cease your acting. The phoenix cast an indifferent glance at Futian and black-winged condor. She revealed a look of disdain. These two were hypocrites. What's your intention for coming here? Are you here for the divine fire of Wudong as well? Asked the phoenix. She did not mention what happened just now. Obviously, she had decided to put the matter behind and let black-winged condor get away with his disrespectful speech. The rest of the cultivators all revealed strange expressions. Before this, when they arrived, the phoenix had laid dormant below the Wudong, and she didn't even spare them a glance. Now, her attitude had changed. When the cultivators of Songhai continent risked their lives to fight with Futian, they did so with the intention of demonstrating their best to attract the attention of the phoenix. However, judging from her response, it seemed like they had instead helped Futian to win her favor. This was a tragedy. The divine fire of Wudong is crowned the divine fire. Naturally, cultivators will covet it. I'm sure everyone is here for it. However, personally speaking, it is not that precious to me, Futian responded. You're boasting shamelessly. The phoenix glanced at Futian. The divine fire of Wudong was not that precious? This divine fire was bred on this Wudong by her father. It contained two major wills of the great path, life and death. It reigned supreme over all the other flames of the way and was crowned the real divine fire. Let alone a cultivator with a third-tier divine wheel. Even a cultivator at the 9th tier would covet the divine fire as well. Her great path was flawless, and her cultivation was already at the middle-level Renhuang plane. However, she still needed to rely on the divine fire to cultivate. That way, in the future, when she proved her way and became an upper-level demon emperor, she could maintain her flawless great path. If Miss Phoenix does not believe me, you can give it a try. Futian stepped forward and descended before the phoenix. He extended his hand, and currents emanated from his palm. The phoenix swept a glance at him. This person was truly daring. Wasn't he afraid of her incinerating him? Understanding Futian's intention, the phoenix transformed into her human form. She was clad in feathers and appeared extremely beautiful. Her appearance was also very outstanding. She bore an enchanting air and had a voluptuous figure. Her beauty was captivating. She similarly extended her hand. Her hand met Futian's. Flames of the way spread out from her palm and entered into Futian's arm. Buzz! In an instant, their arms were enveloped in an aura that alternated between hot and cold temperatures. There was the light of cold ice as well as the light of flames. The expression of the phoenix changed slightly. She looked into Futian's eyes. This was the extreme chill of the power of Yin. Futian retracted his hand. The phoenix similarly lowered her arm. The look that she gave Futian contained a hint of astonishment. The surrounding cultivators all looked towards the two of them. Their eyebrows all lifted slightly. They sensed the extremely cold and hot aura. It was like cold ice and flames. What do you think? Futian asked. Even so, this does not mean that you do not covet the divine fire of Wudong. the phoenix coldly snorted. Futian smiled and said, I have told Miss Phoenix just now. I have heard that this place possesses the divine fire, and therefore, I have come to experience it myself. I have no other intentions. However, seeing the scenery here, it perfectly fits a song. Would Miss Phoenix be interested in hearing me play a tune? The phoenix looked at Futian. What was this fellow up to? A song? She was not interested. She did not like men who acted all artsy. Suit yourself, the phoenix proudly said. She wanted to see what Futian planned to do. The people in midair knew that Futian had succeeded in drawing her attention when they heard her say this. He had piqued her curiosity. This fellow, could it be that it was because he was handsome? Could it be that the phoenix also judged people based on appearance? Futian walked up to the wudong and sat down cross-legged. His movements were elegant and natural. His white hair and white robes gave off an otherworldly air. His approach was brilliant. Condor-sama exclaimed internally while looking at Futian. Master was indeed worthy of his title. He was smart. Black Wind Condor stared at the beautiful phoenix and thought, Phoenix, Master is not after your flame. Instead, he wants both you and your divine fire. A guqin appeared. Futian placed all 10 of his slender fingers on the strings and plucked them. Instantly, the notes came alive and transformed into a beautiful melody. Futian was playing the flight of the phoenix pair. Beneath the wudong, its leaves fluttered and seemed to be drawn towards the sound of the guqin. They fluttered towards Futian, constantly swaying in the wind. An illusion of a phoenix appeared and circled around Futian, beginning to dance. Hearing the wonderful melody, the phoenix stood at her spot, stunned. She felt completely absorbed into the realm of the sounds of the guqin. It was so pleasing to the ear. The ancient wudong's golden leaves swayed. The circling phoenix illusions played and chased around. The sound of the guqin was as crisp as the call of the phoenix. The youth with white hair dressed in white robes was absorbed in playing his tune. This all seemed like a scene from a flawless painting. It was mesmerizing. Even powerful renhuangs were still amazed at the beauty of this scene. It was a sight to behold. Futian's temperament was originally handsome and refined. His young self had now matured, adding on some charm. He seemed like a sage playing the guqin. What was even more astonishing was that the ancient wudong seemed to comprehend the sounds of the guqin. It let out a rustling sound as its leaves kept swaying and approaching Futian. It seemed as though the wudong wanted to get close to Futian. It gave off the feeling as though it understood the sounds of the guqin. It resonated with it and wanted to dance. From the ancient wudong, currents of the great path flowed towards Futian's figure. Gradually, Futian's figure was enveloped by the brilliant light of a divine flame. The light of this flame was very faint and ethereal. It was not real fire. Yet, it seemed as though Futian was draped in a robe of flame. He appeared even more extraordinary. Right now, Futian was like a proud son of flame. Huh. The phoenix, who had been quietly listening to the tune all this while, was stunned when she saw this bizarre scene. Only then did she realize that the divine fire of wudong actually had an affinity with Futian. The wudong itself was also approaching him. This made her reveal a strange expression. She had initially been relaxed, but now she was wary again. It was said that many of the human cultivators were cunning. Could it be that this person was purposely using a song to make her let her guard down so that he could use a special technique to snatch her divine fire? A terrifying light of the divine fire of the way shone in her eyes. She shot a beam towards Futian. She had strong cultivation. Even though there were many cultivators around now, she doubted anyone here could defeat her. As for Futian, his aura of the Great Path was perfect, but she was still confident that if she attacked first, she could seize the initiative and even kill Futian. She would attack as soon as Futian dared to make any strange moves. However, she discovered that Futian kept playing his tune on the guqin quietly. As he played, he seemed completely immersed in it, entering a state of ecstasy. He even closed his eyes. The wudong swayed, and the divine fire of the great path danced. All this seemed to be their natural response. Something about this youth attracted them. The youth himself was an extraordinary figure. The phoenix noticed that Futian did not react to her threat and still continued to play the guqin quietly. The melody was so mellifluous. She felt like dancing along with the music. The Flight of the Phoenix Pair was originally a song about phoenixes. It could resonate with phoenixes. As she listened to the song, she naturally reacted to it. Yet, due to her powerful cultivation, she could still restrain herself. The effects of the song were not very strong on her. She merely felt that the sounds of the guqin were very beautiful. The sounds of the guqin gradually lowered to a bass tone. The illusion of the phoenixes still danced, but their movements became slower. All good things came to an end. In this scene from a painting, the phoenixes returned to their nest and rested below the wudong. All was peaceful and good. When the sounds of the guqin stopped, this scene did not disappear. This scene seemed to be imprinted in the minds of the various cultivators here. It was unforgettable. The look that the phoenix gave Futian revealed a remorseful look of self-blame. She had actually believed that Futian was planning to steal her divine fire. From the looks of it, she had misjudged him. "I hope Miss Phoenix was entertained," Futian said as he smiled gently. The phoenix nodded her head slightly as she asked, "The artistic conception is beautiful. What song is this?" "The Flight of the Phoenix Pair," Futian replied. "The Flight of the Phoenix Pair," the phoenix mumbled to herself. As expected, it was a song about phoenixes. No wonder her emotions resonated with the tune. "How did you make the ancient wudong and the divine fire also respond?" the phoenix asked. "It could be related to my special cultivation," Futian answered with a smile. "I have cultivated the way of flame. I have also cultivated the wood attribute, as well as the power of life and death." When the phoenix heard him say this, she revealed a strange look. The cultivators in the sky similarly had strange expressions. It naturally did not need to be mentioned that this person had extraordinary talent. He had forged a flawless divine wheel and had extremely powerful combat ability. It was apparent when he instantly killed a possessor of a flawless divine wheel at the same plane as he was, as well as when he aided in killing the 7th-tier cultivator. Yet, from what he had said, this was only the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. He was proficient in multiple powers. His accomplishments in playing the guqin were also profound. What was even more frightening was that, unbeknownst when, he had actually caused the proud phoenix, who had ignored the others, to view him as an equal. They were casually chatting with each other. This meant that he had already succeeded in making the phoenix lower her guard. The phoenix was willing to communicate with him. This was what the others had been trying to do before this. Yet, no one knew how to do so, and the phoenix was completely ignoring them. When the phoenix heard what Futian said, she gently nodded her head. No wonder the wudong and the divine fire were attracted to him. That meant that Futian's cultivation attributes were similar to that of the wudong and the divine fire. However, she knew that it might not be as simple as Futian had made it sound. Aside from her father, no one could understand the wudong and the divine fire as well as she could. For them to have reacted to Futian, they must have encountered an extremely high power. This meant that aside from the power of Futian still mastered other powers that could cause the divine fire of wudong to merge within and resonate with. This person's cultivation talent might be far more terrifying than what he had displayed. The phoenix also had extraordinary talent. Although she had always remained on Eastern Deity Island and relied on her talents and the divine fire to cultivate to this day, she was not a fool. She understood many things and could make some speculations. "I came to Eastern Deity Island to gain experience. I still wish to seek out other fateful encounters, so I will not continue disturbing Miss Phoenix," Futian said. He actually bid farewell immediately. This bewildered the surrounding cultivators. They looked at Futian with looks of surprise. They initially believed that Futian would use this opportunity to continue getting familiar with the phoenix and then invite her to leave the island. After all, the phoenix guarded Wudong Island, but she would not stay here forever. They all still had a chance to invite her to leave the island with them. The phoenix was also stunned as she looked at Futian. She then nodded her head slightly and replied, "All right." "Farewell," Futian greeted as he saluted with his fists. He then flew up into the air in a flash and landed on the back of Black Wind Condor. He glanced down at the phoenix. He saw that she was looking at him. He smiled and nodded his head. Then, black-winged condor spread his wings and flew out, leaving this place. Bagong Ao gave Yi Futian a deep gaze, and then followed behind him and also left. Very quickly, Yi Futian's group left Wudong Island, their figures disappearing into the distance. After the phoenix saw him leave, she suddenly felt down. She stared off into the distant sky. "Miss Phoenix," someone cried out. Only then did the phoenix regain her senses. She glanced over at the crowd. Her gaze became stern once again. However, she seemed to have lost interest once more. She returned to the Wudong and transformed back into her original form. She rested there and planned to ignore the crowd. Her eyes closed slightly. She seemed to dwell into deep thought. All these years, she had remained guarding here. In reality, she was very lonely. She had no friends and no one to keep her company. Although there were people from Eastern Deity Island who would come to visit her, they either came for her father's sake or because they had their own intentions. Every 10 years, Eastern Deity Island would become livelier. She was proud, cold, unapproachable, and ignored the masses, but she felt empty inside. Yi Futian's appearance made her feel a sense of warmth. This interaction was like the interaction between friends and companions. His talents were also extraordinary, and he had no ulterior motives against her. This moved her. For so many years, she had guarded this place with another goal in mind. She was seeking a cultivator who could keep her company and become her human companion. The island lord told her that if the day came when she found such a person, she could leave the island to cultivate. However, that person had to be sufficiently outstanding. Yi Futian seemed qualified. Hence, she was contemplating leaving the island with him. "Miss Phoenix, although my place is no match for Eastern Deity Island, it is still in the outside world. Miss Phoenix has always been cultivating here. Surely you must have gotten weary of this place? If Miss Phoenix is willing to leave the island, my forces are willing to serve Miss Phoenix," an upper-level Renhuang proclaimed. He already claimed to want to serve the Phoenix. It was apparent how much he wanted to obtain her and make her leave the island. A flawless fifth-tier demon was already very frightening. If she broke through another 2 planes, she would definitely become a peak existence. Adding on the divine fire of Wudong, she would be absolutely terrifying. Who didn't want her to follow them and leave the island? Even if they had to serve her as though she was an ancestor of theirs, they would allow her to do what she wanted without hindrance. The Phoenix opened her eyes and swept a glance at them. She then slowly got up and said, "You are right." As she said this, the Phoenix lifted her head and called out into the sky. In an instant, an extremely loud call of the Phoenix swept over Eastern Deity Island. For a moment, countless wutongs on Wudong Island swayed and shook. Rustling sounds could be heard constantly, coming from all directions. People rose into the air consecutively, heading towards Wudong Island. The hearts of many goddesses on Eastern Deity Island shuddered when they heard this sound. Their beautiful gazes turned towards the direction of Wudong Island. This was the call of the Phoenix. The Phoenix was about to leave the island. After so many years, had she finally made her decision? Who was it? What sort of monstrous existence made the Phoenix decide to leave the island? The cultivators of Eastern Deity Island were most familiar with the abilities of the Phoenix. One had to make her submit in order for her to want to leave the island. In the distance, Yi Futian's group, who were traversing the sky, also heard the call of the Phoenix. They turned around and looked in the direction of the call. "Why is the Phoenix calling out?" Emperor Helion mumbled to himself. "Should we go back and take a look?" "There is no need," Yi Futian replied. Bagong Ao looked at the white-haired silhouette in front of him and asked, "Pavilion Master, you did not say anything and chose to leave. Was it so that you can apprehend her later?" Yi Futian shook his head. It seemed that he and Bagong Ao were on the same page. However, what was there to apprehend? If the Phoenix did not want to leave the island, she would not do so no matter how hard he tried. His abilities were insufficient to coerce her. On the other hand, if she herself intended to leave the island, it did not need to be mentioned at all. Many things were better left unsaid. The flight of the Phoenix pair could express so many things in just one song. On the main island of Eastern Deity Island, there was a building that towered like an imperial palace. On Dengxian Tower, a peerless woman with a crown of phoenix feathers and a rainbow-colored gown sat on a throne. She bore an authoritative aura and appeared to be a noble empress. She seemed too high to be approached. This woman was the current island lord of Eastern Deity Island. She rarely appeared in public. Very few people knew that the current Eastern Deity Island lord was an absolute beauty with a stunning appearance. As she sat there, it was as though all the beauty in the world was focused on her. Even though many goddesses were standing below her, and all of them had outstanding appearances, no one could overshadow her radiance. Her beautiful eyes were piercing as she gazed into the distance. Everything on Eastern Deity Island appeared in her mind like a mirror. Nothing could escape her sight. A divine light flashed from her glabella and became an illusory silhouette. Surprisingly, it was the silhouette of Futian. The surrounding women looked towards the illusory figure. Eastern Deity Island Lord said, "This person's name is Lianya. Where did he come from, and who invited him onto the island?" To her side, many cultivators began to check their records. In an instant, countless images were presented. With the Eastern Deity token, everything was recorded and archived. Very quickly, they found what they were looking for. Someone bowed and answered, "Yi Lianyan is from Dongyuan Pavilion on a nameless continent. As he is the Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Bai Mu extended him an invitation." The woman nodded her head slightly. She then said, "Inform Bai Mu that she no longer needs to be responsible for others under her. She only needs to keep tabs on this person and must make him stay on Eastern Deity Island. Besides that, immediately send people to Dongyuan Pavilion to investigate everything about Yi Lianyan." Understood. Someone bowed and received the order. The woman then shifted her gaze in another direction. In a low voice, she said, "Zifeng has come." She had barely said this when a brilliant light rained down. The appearance of a beautiful woman followed it. The surrounding people were already used to such a scene. Not many people on Eastern Deity Island dared to appear before the island lord in such a manner. Zifeng was definitely one of the few who dared to do so. Back then, her father was the companion of Supreme Deity Donglai. The members of Eastern Deity Island naturally gave her preferential treatment. Many people believe that Zifeng ought to become the demonic beast companion of the island lord. However, unbeknownst why, the island lord had allowed Zifeng to cultivate on her own. She showed no intention of making Zifeng her demonic beast companion, instead allowing Zifeng to wait for someone she was willing to cultivate with. Many people did not understand the intentions of the island lord. Zifeng had such outstanding talent. If an outsider were to take her away, wouldn't that be a huge loss for Eastern Deity Island? "Zifeng, come and sit here," the island lord said to the phoenix with a smile. The air of authority around her immediately disappeared, and she seemed like a noble and gentle senior. "Elder sister, I have found my companion," the phoenix said. She referred to the island lord as elder sister. I saw." The island lord acknowledged as she nodded her head and smiled. "Have you made your decision? Across so many years, there has not been anyone more suitable than he is," the phoenix continued. Island lord nodded her head gently. She then said, "Since you have already decided, I will support your decision. However, I will still need to see how this person's character is like. I have already sent people to investigate him. If there are no problems, you can bring along the divine fire of Wudong as you follow him and cultivate together. He should also be able to absorb the divine fire of Wudong," the phoenix mumbled. "That won't do. The divine fire of Wudong needs to be in your charge," the island lord said in a serious tone, becoming sterner as she said this. The phoenix nodded her head as she acknowledged this like an obedient young maiden. She did not appear as proud and majestic as she did when she was under the Wudong. When the island lord saw the phoenix's attitude, she revealed a warm and gentle smile again. She said, "All right, Zifeng. Normally, I have been too busy cultivating and have had little time to keep you company. Now that you have already determined your own path, you no longer need to remain on this island in the future. Come, let's have a nice, long chat." The phoenix nodded her head, walked up to the island lord's side, and sat down. Towards this elder sister of hers, she showed due respect. Above the sea of the path of Eastern Deity Island, Bai Mu was with a group of Eastern Deity Island cultivators. At that moment, She received the orders from the island lord. She was slightly alarmed and somewhat astonished for an instant. Dongyuan Pavilion Master Yi Lianyan had already drawn the attention of the island lord. That meant that Bai Mu's previous decision was correct as expected. When Jun Xiuyan and Yi Futian were at odds with each other, she had asked Jun Xiuyan to let the matter go and had kept Yi Futian from being harassed by the former. Before this, she believed that with Yi Futian's talent, it might be an opportunity for him if he entered Eastern Deity Island. If he could draw the attention of Eastern Deity Island, he would be protected in the future and would not need to worry about Jun Xiuyan. However, Bai Mu never imagined that it had happened so soon, and he had immediately caught the eye of the island lord. How many people had been handpicked by the island lord? Would Yi Futian be the next? What had he done now? Regardless, Yi Futian had not disappointed her. He had even surprised her. The intention of the island lord was also that Bai Mu only needed to keep an eye out solely for Yi Futian in the future. She did not need to look out for other potential candidates. Bai Mu stepped forward and flew across the sky, heading out to find Yi Futian. After some time, she saw Yi Futian's silhouette. It was not just Yi Futian. In front of them, there were many people. It was rather lively. Many cultivators who had entered Eastern Deity Island had gathered together. Yi Futian's group had also stopped here, not advancing further. Before them was a white mist that blocked off their wills. Based on what Emperor Helion shared with them, the outskirts of the core island of Eastern Deity Island was in front of them. There would be more fateful encounters of the Great Path, and they would all be concentrated in one domain. By passing through this domain, they could reach the core island of Eastern Deity Island. This domain had another name. It was called the Illusory Sky Domain. Everything was surreal. The various cultivators who entered Eastern Deity Island were gathered here. There were usually outbreaks of fighting between the various forces due to disputes over treasure, and there would always be severe casualties. People with ordinary levels of cultivation would not dare to enter this domain. Even though they would not be able to enter Core Island, they were fine with it. Discovering fateful encounters of the Great Path in the outskirts was not a bad alternative. After all, Eastern Deity Island invited the cultivators from thousands of continents. Although they were all top figures of their respective continents, there was still a disparity between the strong and the weak. Not everyone had such huge ambition as to step onto the core island of Eastern Deity Island. For many Renhuangs, the fateful encounters in the outskirts were enough. Before this, Yi Futian had already reaped many benefits in the outskirts. Of course, many people could not achieve what he did outside. The Illusory Sky Domain is the true trial left by Eastern Deity Island for the cultivators. There are many fateful encounters of the Great Path within. I entered it before and barely made it out alive. Beigong Ao warned Yi Futian. His expression was stern. Even though his cultivation had undergone a metamorphosis, had proven his way up to the 8th tier, and had the cloudwood, he was still serious and stern about this. After entering into the Illusory Sky Domain, it would no longer be like the outskirts where the various cultivators were dispersed. Instead, the top cultivators of various islands would appear in the same domain to compete. Do you want to go in? Beigong Ao asked Yi Futian. They had already been to many islands. From Beigong Ao's point of view, the benefits that they had reaped were definitely not insignificant. They could still visit other islands. However, Yi Futian seemed to not be interested in them. Yi Futian wanted to go to Core Island. Hence, Beigong Ao had brought him here. Past the Illusory Sky Domain was Core Island. However, the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island had special means to directly pass through this domain. This Illusory Sky Domain was intentionally set up for outsiders like them. Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. He also wanted to see how many fateful encounters he would come across in there. Pavilion Master Yi, a voice called out to him right then. Yi Futian turned towards the person who had arrived. He smiled and asked, "Goddess, why have you come?" The beautiful figure who had arrived was Bai Mu. We were originally unoccupied. We primarily came to see the performance of the people who entered the island. We just happened to meet Pavilion Master Yi here, so we came over, Bai Mu answered softly. Pavilion Master Yi, are you preparing to enter the Illusory Sky Domain? Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. Since I have come here, I will naturally want to venture into it. Based on what I know, among the cultivators who came to Eastern Deity Island, almost 1/4 of them have already entered the illusory sky domain. This is especially so for the members of the major forces who came here before. Their immediate goal was the illusory sky domain. It can be said that all the powerful cultivators are in there, Bai Mu told Futian. The top forces of the Penglai continent are naturally also there. Pavilion Master Yi, after you enter the domain, you must be careful. Futian naturally understood who the other party was referring to. Jun Shuyan had also entered the illusory sky domain. I will be cautious, Futian replied as he nodded his head. Thank you, goddess, for the reminder. No worries. With Pavilion Master Ye's talents and abilities, you will certainly be able to stand out on Eastern Deity Island and draw the attention of those on the island. If Pavilion Master Yi is willing, we might have the opportunity to cultivate together in the future, Bai Mu hinted. Futian understood what she meant. Bai Mu said that if he was willing, he might be able to stay and cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. Every 10 years, Eastern Deity Island would invite prominent figures to enter the island to cultivate. This was not out of the ordinary. They would naturally also invite him. However, Futian did not answer. After all, he had no plans to do so. Yet, immediately rejecting their offer would be somewhat rude. After all, he was still on Eastern Deity Island. If Goddess has no other instructions, I will head in first, Futian said. All right, Bai Mu answered as she nodded her head. Pavilion Master Yi, please feel free to do so. Futian saluted with his fists. His group then advanced into the mist. Outside, many people were still hesitating. They seemed to be considering whether they wanted to risk going in. Some of them had decided to go in, but many people had yet to take this step. Futian's group entered into the illusory sky domain. It was as though they were in a different dimension. They could no longer find the entrance they came in from. It seemed like a matrix had cut them off from the outside world. This place was a piece of land. By expanding their wills, they could sense many cultivators present in this space. It's so packed. Futian's will swept across the illusory sky domain. He discovered that this space was completely different from the outside world. This was a dense region filled with cultivators. It was as though all of them were gathered on one island. Everywhere their wills swept over, the place was filled with people. Before this, Bai Mu had said that 1/4 of the people who came to Eastern Deity Island had entered the domain. One could imagine how many cultivators that was. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators had gathered together. Many among them were incredible figures. In the sky far in the distance, the sound of a terrifying collision could be heard. Futian's group raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that a huge battle had broken out in the sky above the region of land. It was a group battle between many Renhuangs. When they battled, it was as though the heavens and earth were being torn apart. The apocalyptic scene was extremely frightening. However, the people in the illusory sky domain seemed unfazed by the commotion. They seemed used to such battles. In this domain, battles were never happening in one place. Due to disputes over fateful encounters of the Great Path, there was friction between multiple parties in many places. Many battles had erupted even before Futian had arrived in this place. Many people had fallen here. Many people did not go seeking fateful encounters from island to island, instead coming straight here. This was not their first time on Eastern Deity Island for many cultivators. By understanding the situation on top of having powerful abilities, they immediately rushed over to the illusory sky domain for the Great Path's fateful encounters within the domain. For example, Jun Shuyan had also done so. Futian's will noticed him. There were many cultivators around Jichoyan, forming an army of Renhuangs. Futian recalled that before this, Jun Shuyan was collecting Eastern Deity tokens. He must have collected them so he could bring more cultivators into this domain. That way, when it came to seizing the fateful encounters of the Great Path, they would have the absolute advantage when it came to numbers. Around Futian, the other cultivators also expanded their own wills. In a low voice, Emperor Helion said, "There are many fateful encounters of the Great Path in this place. There are sure to be many cultivators no matter where we go." Futian naturally also noticed this. His will swept across the vast domain. He then moved and said, "Let's go." Their group headed in one direction. Not long after, they arrived at an ancient peak. This was a mountain that towered into the sky. The mountain was actually in the shape of a sword. Standing on the mountain, one could sense an extremely suppressive swordsmanship aura. It was as though this region was a sword domain and was being enveloped by invisible sword will. It was a sword peak. This sword peak feels suppressive. It must have been left behind by a top figure, Beigong Ao said. Even with his cultivation plane, it wasn't easy to truly sense how the sword will on the sword peak was present and how powerful the sword will. Before the sword peak were 9 cultivation stone platforms. These stone platforms were connected to the sword peak. It seemed as though they, too, emanated the same sword will and were one with the sword peak. Some cultivators were sitting on top of these stone platforms, comprehending the sword will. 9 stone platforms, Futian stated as he swept a glance over them. Each stone platform had a person seated on them. There were 9 cultivators on them in total. They sat there, their minds elsewhere. The remaining cultivators were either standing guard beside them or looking upon them. The figures of these 9 cultivators released auras of the Great Path. Futian could clearly sense it. All 9 of them were different. The difference between them was even quite large. The strongest among them was an 8th-tier upper-level Runhuang. On the other hand, the weakest was a 3rd tier, but his temperament was extraordinary. He was guarded by cultivators following him. He must be from some extraordinary background to receive such treatment. Each stone cultivation platform contains a sword will, Futian exclaimed. Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao looked at him. They were astonished that he could actually tell with just a glance. Rumor has it that this sword peak is a matrix that contains 9 different sword wills. Each stone platform is engraved with one sword will and is connected to the sword peak. By sitting on them, one can sense the existence of the sword will and comprehend it. It is beneficial for the swordsmanship of cultivators, Beigong Ao explained to Futian. Futian was known as Sword Emperor Lionian. His swordsmanship was exceptional. Beigong Ao had witnessed it firsthand. When Futian attacked with his 3 sword wills, it was already a very frightening technique. Futian stepped forward. However, the 9 stone platforms were already occupied by other people. There was no spot for him to cultivate. Even if he wanted to get onto one, he had to wait. However, there were too many cultivators waiting here. They were all waiting for the opportunity to get on the stone platforms and cultivate. Futian's group couldn't wait until their turn. Futian stood below the stone platforms. He gazed at the sword peak. His gaze suddenly became sinister and frightening, as though he could see through the great path. Immediately, a miraculous aura enveloped the endless space. It extended towards the sword peak. Very quickly, Futian sensed a peculiar ley line. On top of the sword peak, there seemed to be 9 ley lines. These 9 ley lines were perfectly merged, forming a sword. Right now, in Futian's eyes, this mountain was no longer a mountain, but instead a sword. 9 forms, Futian mumbled to himself. His gaze turned towards the 9 stone platforms again. He said in a low voice, "This is a sword technique that consists of 9 forms that combine to become one sword. Their combined form is that sword peak." "You have good eyes to be able to tell straight away," a swordsman exclaimed with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His arms were wrapped around his sword. He was clearly a swordsman. He smiled and looked at Futian. However, his smile seemed somewhat bizarre. The 9 stone platforms contain 9 sword wills. These 9 sword wills form the sword will of the sword peak. "Everyone knows that," someone else said. The person's gaze was still looking at the sword peak. He had calmly spoken, not looking at Futian. Futian replied as he nodded his head gently. "So that was it." He asked, "What is the name of this sword technique?" "I am not sure," the person to the side replied. "In short, it is swordsmanship left behind by a mighty figure. It is just that for many years, it has been difficult to completely comprehend the 9 sword wills on the stone platform. As for the sword peak, no one has managed to fully understand it to this day. That means to say no one has completely mastered this sword technique." Futian nodded his head slightly. He had also noticed that this sword technique was extraordinary. The sword contained within the sword peak was no ordinary sword. Yet, the 9 sword wills contained within the stone platforms were not that difficult to comprehend. Yi Futian could clearly sense the sword wills. Are these 9 sword wills that difficult to comprehend? Yi Futian pondered out loud in a low voice. Of course, another female Renhuang to the side answered. The 9 sword wills are all different. They are 9 completely different swords. It is like learning 9 different sword techniques. If one could sit on the stone platform and sense the sword will, it might be somewhat easier. However, it is too difficult to even comprehend a single sword will from down here. She had just said this when her body suddenly released a brilliant light of swordsmanship that pierced the sky. When her sword will burst forth, the crowd could clearly sense a mighty current of swordsmanship flowing over her. She had comprehended one of the sword wills. Many people around her looked towards the woman. They revealed looks of appraisal and astonishment. To be able to feel and comprehend a sword will from below a stone platform, her comprehension must be exceptional, someone praised. The swordsmanship aura on the woman flowed over her. It was brilliant beyond comparison. After some time, only did her sword will gradually recede. She glanced over at Yi Futian and asked, "First time here?" Yi Futian nodded. He smiled and replied, "I arrived not long ago." She looked at the people around Yi Futian. She immediately understood. He should be from a major force from some continent, but not one of the top forces like those on Eastern Deity Island. However, Yi Futian's temperament was extraordinary. He was most likely from a prestigious family. From the looks of it, wanting to cultivate on the stone platforms will be impossible. You can focus on comprehending one sword will after getting on a stone platform to see whether you have a chance of succeeding. If you sense that it will be difficult, you may as well give up and try your luck elsewhere. The female Renhuang added when she saw that Yi Futian's temperament was special. She then walked towards the back of another stone platform, preparing to comprehend another sword will. "Many thanks," Yi Futian thanked the woman. The woman casually waved her hand. She did not mind and had simply reminded him. It was not worthy of Yi Futian's thanks. Why don't you snatch a stone platform to cultivate on? Then, the chances of you comprehending a sword will might be higher, another Renhuang said to the side with a smile. He seemed to have a mocking tone. "There is no need," Yi Futian replied. "The sword wills of these 9 stone platforms are clear as day and are not difficult to comprehend. I do not need to sit on the stone platforms to do so." His words caused many Renhuangs to look over at him. The Renhuang to the side smiled and said, "Is that so? Why don't you give it a try? I can't wait to see it." The female Renhuang, who had been speaking to Yi Futian, turned around and glanced at him. She warned, "Don't be overconfident. There is more to the sword wills than meets the eye." As she said this, she continued training. "Haha, he might have extraordinary talent and superb comprehension and will be able to master the sword wills in an instant," a Renhuang mocked. However, this was just some teasing while they were not cultivating. There was no ill will to it. It was just that they had all been cultivating here and hence knew the difficulty of comprehending the sword wills. Some of the sword wills of the sword peak were comparatively easier to comprehend. Many people had managed to do so. Yet, there were also a few that were very difficult. Yi Futian smiled and did not say any more. He stepped forward, came to a spot facing the sword peak, and sat down. The spot was coincidentally at the center of the 9 stone platforms. He looked towards a stone platform. Aura of the great path emanated from him and enveloped the stone platform. In an instant, sword will circled and gathered around his body. Suddenly, currents of swordsmanship aura appeared around Yi Futian's figure. This attracted the gazes of many towards him. He was rather serious. Could it be that he actually believed that he could comprehend the sword wills from below the stone platforms in a short amount of time? It was difficult for even the cultivators sitting on the stone platforms to do so. Emperor Helion and the others also looked at Yi Futian. They were looking on in anticipation. For them, who knew about Yi Futian's talent, they also wanted to see how terrifying his comprehension was now. How long would he need to acquire the sword wills that many cultivators could not? The sword will on Yi Futian's figure grew more and more powerful. Beams of sword light flowed over his entire body. They seemed to emit a humming sound of swords. Many people looked towards him. He was causing quite a commotion. Sword will float over Futian's body, shining brilliantly. Simultaneously, in front of him, a flash of sword light suddenly shone from the stone platform. It was as though sword light was shining from the stone platform. Sword will circled the stone platform, seemingly about to burst forth from it. This scene caused the crowd to reveal strange expressions. Many people were joking just now. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the sword will seemed about to burst forth from the stone platform. Had the cultivator on the stone platform comprehended the sword will, or had Futian done so? If it was Futian, hadn't he just done it in an instant? The cultivator on the stone platform was also stunned. He was originally comprehending and cultivating when suddenly sword will float out from the stone platform. It became more and more powerful until his body was drowned in it. Yet, it had not appeared because of him. Currents of swordsmanship aura flowed past his figure. The entire stone platform he was sitting on was also shining. What was going on? His expression was strange. The currents of swordsmanship aura on the stone platform flowed towards Futian. Very quickly, Futian seemed to establish a connection with the stone platform and resonate with it. The gazes of those who had spoken just now were all frozen on him. Regardless of whether their cultivations were powerful or weak, they were all staring wide-eyed at Futian. Some more senior middle-level Renhuangs were red-faced. This was too outrageous then. Why were they cultivating here? Was this truly his first time here? Many people felt as though they had received a huge blow. At that moment, frightening sword illusions burst forth from Futian. Tens of thousands of sword illusions overlapped, becoming a sword will that pierced through the sky. Buzz! A sword appeared above Futian's body. It was not a real sword, but a shadow of it. The stone platform resonated with the sword shadow, causing another sword shadow to appear on the sword peak. Futian's will shifted, and the sword will, which had been lingering above his head, transformed into countless sword illusions. Then, all the illusions became one. At this moment, those cultivators, who had been convincing themselves that they were hallucinating, felt somewhat dejected. This was too great a blow. That's all it takes to comprehend the sword will, questioned an elder with a long beard. This elder had been cultivating here for a period of time, yet he had comprehended nothing so far. Futian had just arrived, and he had already comprehended a sword will? How did you do it? A Renhuang asked Futian. Futian looked at him and said with a smile, "This sword will is readily available. I need to face it and comprehend it. Isn't it simple?" The facial expression of the inquirer turned ugly. Futian said it was straightforward. How else could he retort Futian? If he said it was very difficult, wouldn't he be embarrassing himself in front of everyone? Perhaps this youth was lucky. Or perhaps he cultivated similar sword will, to begin with. Someone thought to himself. Then, the cultivator challenged Futian by saying, "Since you said it is simple, I am sure you can comprehend the rest of the sword wills too, right?" Exactly. It would help if you tried comprehending other sword wills. The crowd echoed their agreement. They seemed to be comforted by the suggestion. Hopefully, Futian's achievement just now was all because of luck. Otherwise, it would be too great of a blow to them. They would be too ashamed to continue comprehending the sword wills here. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the cultivator sitting on the stone platform right now was the most ashamed one. He occupied the best spot, yet he could not comprehend the sword will. Futian had achieved it even though he was sitting at the bottom. This was too humiliating. The cultivator could only pretend that he did not know what had happened and continued his cultivation. All right. Futian nodded in agreement. He still sat cross-legged at the same spot. His gaze shifted towards another stone platform. Like what had happened just now, streaks of aura of the great path permeated and enveloped the stone platform. Futian sensed the sword will that was hidden in it. A flash of sword light seemed to glint in his eyes. It was as though he could capture the flow of the sword. Futian quietly sensed the sword will while streaks of it flowed all around his body. A flash of sword light shone on his body. All the cultivators who were cultivating nearby focused their attention on him. This fellow was too bizarre. He had actually successfully comprehended a sword will upon his arrival. It was difficult for others not to notice him. Everyone was anticipating Yi Futian's failure. There was no special reason for it. They were simply jealous of his talent. Under the gazes of many cultivators, the sword will on Yi Futian's body intensified. Soon, the stone platform which Yi Futian targeted responded too. The sword will flowed towards the stone platform and lit it up. At the same time, the cultivator who was sitting on the stone platform opened his eyes and revealed a strange expression. Then, he turned around and looked in the direction of Yi Futian. Next, a beam of light shot up to the sky, brightening up the area where Yi Futian was. The flash of sword light was clear and brilliant. It was blinding and mysterious. A second sword will appeared behind Yi Futian. It materialized into a real sword and floated behind his back. The sword hummed. This sword was different from the first sword. The first sword was akin to shadow, while this second sword was akin to light. All the cultivators stared at Yi Futian and the two sword wills behind him. The faces of many cultivators were red. They felt so ashamed of themselves. "Let's go." An elder turned around and walked away from the area. "Master, are we not comprehending these anymore? What's there to be comprehended? Such simple sword wills. One can tell from a glance that they are not powerful," the elder bawled at his disciple. The disciple lowered his head and mumbled internally. Since they were such simple sword wills, why didn't Master manage to comprehend them? Moreover, didn't Master tell him just now that these 9 swords were extraordinary and they could increase their swordsmanship greatly if they were able to comprehend just one sword? This change of manner was too quick. The disciple turned around and glanced at Yi Futian. Most likely, Master was too embarrassed to stay around. Yi Futian could comprehend the sword wills in an instant. The other cultivators had been around for a while, yet they were nowhere near comprehending the sword wills. This fateful encounter did not belong to them, so they might as well leave right away. When the other cultivators saw what had happened, they were speechless as well. Was the difference in their level of comprehension that huge? People who could come here were all top figures in their respective continents. This mysterious white-haired Ren Huang, who popped out of nowhere, had shattered their confidence. The difference between this Ren Huang and them was too big. Thankfully, only one such monstrous figure existed around here. The level of those cultivators sitting on the stone platforms was similar to that of the crowd. None of them were as powerful as Yi Futian. The female Ren Huang, who had moved on to the next stone platform before this, also stopped cultivating. She turned around and looked at Yi Futian. Just a while ago, she reminded Yi Futian not to be overconfident since these sword wills were not simple. She even advised him to stop wasting time and move on to other places if he could not comprehend it. So now, who should be the ones to move on to other places? She felt as though she was the one who was wasting her time here. However, Yi Futian did not take her words to heart. He didn't even look at her. He was immersed in his own training and had started comprehending the third sword will. Similar to before, not long after, yet another stone platform glowed. The stone platform was brilliant while the sword will lingered. A third sword appeared behind Yi Futian. This sword seemed to contain a terrifying grandeur. Even though it was a sword will, one could feel the weight of it. The crowd could feel the pressure emanated by the sword. There were 9 forms to this swordsmanship, and each form was unique. After one mastered and assimilated all 9 forms, then only could one acquire the complete sword technique. After Yi Futian had comprehended the third sword, he moved on to the 4th sword, the 5th sword, the 6th sword at the foot of the sword peak. All the cultivators had ceased cultivating. They were all watching Yi Futian comprehending the sword wills. Standing behind Yi Futian, Emperor Helian, Beigong Ao, and the rest of Yi Futian's group was also staring at him. They were dumbfounded. As they stood there, they could sense that the crowd was scrutinizing them too. This was embarrassing. Could he be more subtle about it? With Yi Futian showing off, how could the rest cultivate? Beigong Shuang's eyes blinked as she stared at Yi Futian. This fellow was so powerful, yet he was reluctant to guide her in her cultivation. On the stone platforms, the cultivators sitting on top of them had also stopped at this moment, not continuing to cultivate. They turned to look at Yi Futian instead, just sitting there watching him quietly. Was this a slap to their faces? How could they still sit on the stone platforms and cultivate? The figures cultivating on the stone platforms were not ordinary figures. They were either cultivators with high cultivation or members from powerful forces. Yet, once Futian appeared, the rest of them were thoroughly disgraced. This B*SD*RD really wrecked our image, an 8th-tier cultivator grunted as he looked at Futian. He had a sudden urge to beat Futian up. However, he wanted to see whether this brat could comprehend all 9 sword wills. Indeed, a person sitting on another stone platform replied. Where could they put their old faces? There was a youth who had an ugly expression. However, his gaze was very sharp as he revealed a cold smile. He said, "His talent is exceptional. Why would he be bothered about how he made us look?" The elder to the side glanced over at him. He smiled and did not say anything. This youth seemed dissatisfied. However, that was normal. The sword will of the stone platform he sat on was not generated because of him. This would certainly be very embarrassing. If it was wrong to have such astounding comprehension, then Futian was definitely wrong. 7 swords had already been formed. Futian was comprehending the 8th sword will. Futian was taking a long time to comprehend this sword will. Many people were quietly watching him. Although they were displeased with Futian's comprehension, the crowd was watching him very attentively. At last, currents of swordsmanship aura coalesced and appeared from the stone platform. This sword will was very slow and cumbersome. It did not seem to have the swiftness of swordsmanship. Instead, it was very slow. Behind Futian, the 8th sword also appeared. Of the 9 swords of the sword peak, Futian was only left with the last one now. Futian's gaze shifted towards the final stone platform. On it, there was a black-robed youth staring at him. The youth asked, "Your aura of the Great Path is extraordinary. What powers of the Great Path have you cultivated?" "Swordsmanship, the 5 elements, etc. I have dabbled in all of them," Futian replied. "Based on your description, you have comprehended many great paths," the black-robed youth concluded. The black-robed youth was a middle-level Renhuang. His temperament was sharp, and he emanated a pressuring vibe. He continued to inquire, "The aura of the great path that you unleashed contains a unique will. Can you unleash it again and let me sense it?" The energy unleashed by Futian was inclusive, and it seemed to be able to draw out the currents of swordsmanship aura in the stone platforms. According to the black-robed youth's speculation, Futian's quick comprehension was most likely related to his cultivation. It wasn't entirely because he was good at comprehending. Futian glanced at the other party. He had replied the other party's question, yet this black-robed youth pried into his cultivation method. His behavior was rude. The few people who were behind Futian frowned too. Before this, Futian's training here had been rather smooth. Even though the other cultivators were envious of him, they didn't really do anything to him. However, the attitude of this black-robed youth made them feel uneasy. "I refuse," Futian rejected with a smile. After that, his aura of the great path permeated as he continued to comprehend the last sword will. When the black-robed youth heard Futian's answer, his extremely sharp gaze shot out a beam of cold light of swordsmanship. Futian refused to show him his aura. Futian did not bother with the other party anymore. His aura of the Great Way merged into that stone platform above and perceived the sword will in it. Leaping blades of light appeared in his perception as though they were omnipresent. Buzz! Instantly, countless blades of lights also surrounded Futian's body, leaping and dancing. Many people looked toward Futian and the blades of light behind him. Sword chimes sounded as the swords flew around. Brilliant sword glints also shone atop the stone platform and resonated with Futian. The 9th sword was about to be created. Everyone was in awe. The various mighty cultivators' expressions changed from ones of curiosity, envy, and jealousy to those of seriousness as they watched Futian. Did he really find it effortless to wield 9 swords? What was the gap between them and Futian? And why did he have such extraordinary powers of comprehension? Who was this white-haired sword emperor? At that moment, a powerful swordsmanship airflow flowed from top to bottom atop the stone platform and engulfed it instantly. The swordsmanship airflow suppressed the sword will within the stone platform and resonated with Futian. In fact, it used a sword realm to seal the sword will within the stone platform. Many people were stunned. Following the stone platform upward, they saw the youth in black robes standing straight as a sword there. Wisps of sword wool flowed from his body toward the stone platform. It was he who was disrupting the resonance between the sword will within the stone platform and Yi Futian, causing an interruption in Yi Futian's comprehension of the ninth sword. Hence, the ninth sword did not appear. You can't do it. The man in black stood there quietly, looking at Yi Futian indifferently. He was the cultivator on the stone platform. He ignored him and directly sensed the sword will on the stone platform and refused to answer his question. This scene made the people each have their own ideas. Sure enough, this man in black was unhappy with Yi Futian and hindered him from continuing his cultivation. Among the 9 people, although the other 8 people were a little upset, they did not stop Yi Futian and clash with him. After all, everyone was cultivating and did not interfere with one another. Yi Futian's power of comprehension was stronger, and he still resonated with the stone platform despite not sitting on it. They could only tolerate their displeasure and embarrassment. After all, they were not the only ones who were embarrassed. Besides Yi Futian, who here was not embarrassed. But when Yi Futian was comprehending the last sword, someone hindered him from continuing his cultivation and even directly sealed the sword will in the stone platform with his own sword will, not allowing Yi Futian to comprehend it. Yi Futian's eyes looked up at the stone platform. The pair of brilliant star-like eyes gazed at his opponent and were also sharp as swords. Their gazes clashed in the air, and many people even faintly sensed a powerful and extremely oppressive swordsmanship airflow flowing and spreading toward the surrounding space. They both remained silent, just staring at each other. It was as though everything could be conveyed through their actions. Yi Futian's expression did not change as his sword-like eyes shot out rays of sword glint. With a shift of his divine consciousness, boundless amounts of sword chi flowed, and the surrounding space became a great path sword domain. Countless wisps of swordsmanship airflow flowed toward the stone platform, trying to remove the sealing power. Meanwhile, the blades of light surrounding his body were still incandescent, and he did not stop cultivating. The man in black swept a faint glance at Yi Futian. A terrifying sword slash sounded from the sky. Then a dark lightning sword glint descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous swords descended directly from the firmament, stabbed the area around the stone platform, completely sealed that space, made it an absolute swordsmanship realm, and stripped away all of Yi Futian's power of swordsmanship. The two of them seemed to have gotten fired up and were already clashing. Many people had strange expressions. The man in black robes was a middle-level Renhuang but had an astonishing aura and an extremely powerful sword will. He was not like ordinary middle-level Renhuangs. A row of mighty practitioners stood on the left and right of the stone platform. Obviously, they were practitioners who followed the man in black robes here. Among them, there were 2 people at the 8th order of the divine wheel. Hence, the man in black definitely had an extraordinary identity. He was probably someone from a top faction of some continent. If not, he would not have had such a lineup. No wonder he was that arrogant. When Yi Futian refused to answer his question, he attacked directly and stopped Yi Futian from comprehending the 9th sword any further. However, Yi Futian also had a group of mighty cultivators behind him. They stood there and looked straight ahead. Their gazes were hostile and cold as they stared at the man in black. They all wanted to comprehend the sword peak, and everything here was the great path opportunity of the Eastern Deity Island. It did not belong to anyone. Since they gained control of the stone platform, they also gained control of it. Others knew that they were incapable of fighting for it, and naturally did not do so. Yi Futian also did not fight for it. Yi Futian was comprehending and cultivating under the stone platform. If that also angered them, that would already be somewhat unreasonable. Could it be that only those who were sitting on the stone platform were allowed to comprehend and cultivate? Although the remaining 8 mighty figures still joked around, they did not have any malice toward Yi Futian. Only the man in black acted domineeringly. At this moment, a horrifying sword realm appeared around Yi Futian. A vast sword might went rampant in the void, causing the surrounding people's hearts to shudder. What a strong swordsmanship aura, although Yi Futian also showed his aura before, that was in cultivation. But at this moment, the true offensive power of the swordsmanship erupted. All the lower Renhuangs felt that they could not be mentioned in the same breath as him. Even the many middle-level Renhuangs felt a powerful oppressive force. He has forged a perfect gray divine wheel, an elderly high-order Renhuang said while gazing at Futian. Indeed, how could a person who could comprehend 9 swords consecutively not be extremely talented? Considering how he had a perfect gray divine wheel of the Great Path, he must be a demon from some continent. Above Futian, 3 extraordinary sword wheels formed. The sword wheels released horrifying sword chimes that pierced eardrums, and everyone could feel an extremely strong, sharp airflow. However, the man in black did not care at all, and huge black swords coalesced. Each huge sword contained a superb destructive power. With the stone platform as the center, they also created a terrifying sword realm. That probably happened because a lower Renhuang could not maintain his perfect gray divine wheel of the Great Path after he broke through. An elder secretly thought after sensing this powerful aura. If it were always an ordinary divine wheel of the Great Path, the man in black swordsmanship would have been suppressed by Futian's sword might. But he did not, which meant that he had a perfect gray divine wheel of the Great Path previously. Although he did not maintain it after breaking through, he was still far better than ordinary middle-level Renhuangs. His aura was no weaker than Futian's sword wheel, and even a little bit stronger. After all, he once had a divine wheel of the Great Path at the same level as that of Futian, and he was at a higher cultivation level. Buzz! The 3 sword wheels behind Futian were released and descended in an instant, directly blasting on top of that forbidden power. With a terrifying sound, cracks appeared in the ceiling sword veil. The stone platform trembled continuously, and with a poof, the ceiling power shattered, and Futian resonated with the sword intent within the stone platform again. Blades of light emerged from the stone platform, mirroring the blades of light on his body. Boom! The moment Futian broke open the seal, a horrifying rumble sounded. "Be careful," Emperor Helion reminded him. The countless black swords floating in the sky descended toward Futian with a horrifying might. The seal the man in black set up was broken, and Futian forcefully comprehended the 9th sword, causing him to start unleashing his killing blow. The giant black swords were extremely fast, descending in an instant. The swords seemed to have terrifying patterns on them, and each sword contained a terrifying dark light of destruction, wanting to directly kill Futian. Countless blades of light flew around Futian, creating a sword veil and obstructing the space, preventing his opponent's swords from going through. But horrifying rumbles sounded, and the sword veil trembled violently. Cracks appeared under the attacks of the giant black swords, and it shattered and disintegrated. The giant black swords continued to move toward Futian. A destructive sword river appeared, and under the swords, everything was destroyed. In this instant, another gorgeous blade of light appeared behind Futian. At this moment, the 9th sword actually coalesced and came into being, exuding an incomparably terrifying swordsmanship glow. The 9 sword wills have all been comprehended. The people looked at Futian and were extremely unsettled. Moreover, he did it while being obstructed by the man in black. By now, many people had already guessed the origins of the man in black. He was from the Black Iron Sword Clan, the top swordsmanship faction of the Magic Stone continent. No wonder he was so domineering. The Black Iron Sword Clan was very strong. On the Magic Stone continent, it was the top faction. Futian's gaze was icy as he swept his gaze toward his opponent. Instantly, 3 sword wills shot up toward the man in black. But a giant black divine sword appeared behind him. It was his divine wheel of the Great Path. Giant black swords circled around him, and when the 3 sword wills crashed onto it, they did not break the defense, only emitting a sharp and piercing sound. The man in black stood in the center of the sword like he was standing on a throne, with a haughty coldness in his gaze. A terrifying golden divine statue appeared around Futian's body, rumbling loudly. The giant black sword blasted on top of the divine statue, causing it to shake violently, but it was not broken. The black-clothed young man raised his hand and stretched out toward the void in front of him, and in an instant, a huge black iron sword appeared above Futian's head. It was all black, flashing with dark divine light. Countless swordsmanship air currents flowed above the sword. Each ray of swordsmanship air current turned into a sword falling down, blasting around Futian's body, sealing the space where Futian was. The giant sword was still gathering even more power. When the sword descended, it was as though doomsday had arrived. So strong. The hearts of the people shook as they looked at the black-clothed young man. Was he really going to kill? Would the people behind Futian attack? If they intervened, the other mighty figures of the Black Iron Sword clan might attack as well. If that happened, the giant sword would still fall, and they would not be able to stop him from killing Futian. Many people had strange expressions. Although Futian made all the practitioners here embarrassed, they did not have any intention to kill him. After all, they had no grudges against him and did not need to kill him. The black-clothed youth man ignored the thoughts of the people. He pointed his finger down, and at once, the giant sword fell toward Futian. Around Futian, divine elephants stampeded, rushing toward the giant sword that struck at them. Each divine elephant exerted monstrous power. The giant black swords blasted above the divine elephants, and suddenly cracks appeared on the massive bodies of the divine elephants as they were torn to pieces. Those giant swords dropped down continuously to destroy those galloping divine elephants, and the terrible sound of collision shook this space without ceasing. With the collapse of many divine elephants, the black iron divine sword above Futian's head dropped immediately to attack Futian. Boom! An extremely terrifying and violent sound came out, and the black iron divine general blasted on the massive bodies of the divine elephants, causing them to tremble. However, a mighty golden brilliance was released from the divine elephants. Their golden bodies held steady and proved indestructible. Futian got up and stood inside the shadow of the divine elephants. He looked at the youth in black on the stone platform in front of him, and a cold, murdering intent flashed across his eyes. Bang! Futian took a step forward, and as his foot landed, in addition to the surging power of the divine elephants, there was also an unparalleled aura so sharp that it was enough to tear all things apart. All three sword will flew back to Futian's side, and above the sky, rivers of swords now appeared, converging upon the sword will. Buzz! Infinite swordsmanship flowed into the sword will as if blended into it. In an instant, every one of those three sword will seemed to contain the terrifying power of swordsmanship from Futian. The attack that just took place was not in its complete form. Get out of here! Looking up, there was a loud rumbling sound that could be heard. Divine elephants that were transformed by the divine wheel of the great path soared into the sky, compelled the black iron divine sword toward the void, which soon pulverized and shattered. Afterward, above the sky, endless rays of golden divine glory bloomed, which actually augmented the divine elephants as they rushed forward. The trumpeting of elephants was enough to shatter the eardrums of those who heard it, as countless phantoms of these divine elephants rolling forward at the same time. Futian looked at the youth in black who was in front and continued to move forward. The massive divine elephants stumped down just as the other's black giant sword, which was also made from the divine wheel of the great path, let out a terrible sharp screech and moving toward the divine elephants. The two collided in the void, causing a terrifying storm to erupt in the surrounding area. It was violent enough to shook the sword peak and the stone platform, but neither collapsed. Many cultivators retreated because they did not expect such terrifying power could result from these two. Typical cultivators of Lower Renhuang realm would be affected if they stayed around. Buzz! At this moment, those three most brilliant sword will bloomed once again, blending into Futian's power of the great path. The eyes of the youth in black also seemed slightly unsettled. Futian's strength was a bit beyond his expectation, and he was not able to take him down right away. In his mind, his realm should be enough to obliterate his opponent without a doubt. Giant pitch-black swords surrounded his body, majestic and cold. He was still standing in the center, just like someone who was sitting on the throne of swordsmanship. At this moment, rivers of swords flooded the void. He felt a peculiar breath, which instantly covered the area where he was, causing him to shudder. It was icy, and this coldness was able to impact even his spiritual soul. The defense power of his swordsmanship, likewise, was also covered with a layer of frost. It was as if it had been frozen solid by ice. Huh. The two men behind him who were of the eighth realm frowned. They seemed to feel a force capable of destroying the youth in black. One of them made a decisive move and raised his sword. Almost at the same instant, the sword will fell, accompanied by a crystalline sound as the dark iron sword defense protecting the youth in black was directly torn to pieces, turning into fragments. The sword will's attack arrived instantly, and the youth in black suddenly felt a strong sense of fear when he saw the imminent arrival of the sword will as that sword will continued to enlarge in his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, and even more terrifying, dark divine sword blocked in front of the youth in black, and the three sword will blasted directly on it. Blocked, they were not able to do the damage they intended. Next to the youth in black, a majestic but overbearing cultivator in the eighth realm now appeared. He was staring at Futian coldly. Buzz! The sword will flew back in front of Futian in an instant, chiming loudly, and let out a roar. At this moment, the crowd finally understood what had happened. Everything was happening so fast that in a mere spark of the exchange, everything was already over, and their hearts trembled violently. Just now, was the young man in black almost killed? It turned out that it was the cultivator in the eighth realm who made a move to save him. This they had thought that it might be Futian who would have been killed, and the person who intervened would be the cultivator behind Futian, but what had happened was completely the opposite. The youth in black, who was in the realm of Middle Renhuang, would have been killed by Futian if it wasn't because of the cultivator behind him, who had blocked that murderous sword will. This space suddenly quieted down, and its silence was almost terrifying. From beginning to end, the youth in black and Futian didn't say much. They were both ruthless men who attacked directly, and more importantly, they aimed to kill. "Is this why you are so brave?" Futian remarked as he looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of the man in black. His tone was plain enough, but his words were full of mockery. The man in black attacked Futian most aggressively, but he was almost killed. If it were not for the person behind him, he probably would have been a dead man already. In this confrontation, the youth in black had lost face completely. If he had killed Futian directly, everyone would have just thought of him as an indifferent and cruel killer who would commit murder for a small matter, and Futian would only appear a pitiful loser. However, the young man in black had almost gotten killed himself, so the whole affair was now somewhat ironic. Another man of the eighth realm cultivation stepped forward and announced loudly, "Those who are not involved, please get back for now." Everyone trembled in their hearts. It seemed that the cultivators of the Black Iron Sword clan were keen to kill Futian. Now that they had already made an exchange, they did not want to let Futian live. The youth in black had extraordinary status. He was the young master of the Black Iron Sword clan and the son of the current Black Iron Sword Emperor. As for the two cultivators in the eighth realm next to him, one was the eldest disciple of the Black Iron Sword Emperor, and the other one who took action to protect the youth in black was the younger brother of the Black Iron Sword Emperor and the youth's uncle. It was just a small misunderstanding. Why resort to violence? It is not like it's some life or death grievance to begin with. Since no one was hurt, let's just stop here, said the empress who had exhorted Futian before, intending to persuade both sides to stop. Futian's talent was superb. If they went to war, the possibility of him being killed was great. After all, the power of the Black Iron Sword clan was quite a bit stronger. This whole incident was caused by the Black Iron Sword clan, whose rudeness was the cause of the conflict. However, she also understood that there was no absolute right or wrong in the world of cultivation. No, the eyes of the youth in black was cold, and his murderous intent was stronger than before. If previously, he wanted to kill Futian on a whim, now he really wanted to kill him. "Thank you for your kindness." Futian looked at the empress and nodded slightly. "However, some people just want to die, so I have to oblige them." The woman stared blankly at both of them. The youth in black and Futian had both rejected her proposal. It seemed that they both thought they could kill the other. "You want to die?" The youth in black cast a glance at Futian. Futian glanced at the other. He said to Beigong Ao, who was next to him, "You hold them back for a while." "No problem." Beigong Ao nodded. He had become more confident in his own strength. When his voice fell, a monstrous thunder field appeared, and with it, a terrifying phantom of the thunder god, covering this space. Above the sky, the endless thunder wandered, hanging down from the sky and descended on him. He transformed into a body of thunder, which attracted the divine thunder of the great path. All the divine thunder light surrounded him, shaped like countless chains of thunder. The disciple of the Black Iron Sword Emperor took a step forward, and a mighty sword might appeared above the sky. A terrifying sharpness spread, repelling the surrounding cultivators, forcing them to step back, pulling away. A great battle was about to erupt here, but many people were accustomed to it. In Eastern Deity Island, battles of this kind had erupted more often than not. However, this was the first time that battle at this level had occurred here. The Eighth Realm Renhuang stretched his hand toward the divine sword in the sky, and it was a terrifying black iron divine sword that was branded with terrible sword patterns, which now turned into terrifying black lightning that struck down. Bang, bang, bang. The light of divine sword fell from the sky, blasting around the area where Futian and the others were, turning it into a black iron prison, sealing this space with its swordsmanship, so that Futian and the others had no way to escape. Afterward, he pointed his finger downward, accompanied by a terrible loud booming sound as the black iron divine sword smashed down. The thunder god of war that was transformed by Bagong Ao now hovered in the air, as endless thunder and lightning wandered, turning into a thunder chain that landed on the black iron divine sword and entangling it. However, it did not block the horrific momentum of the falling divine sword. Dark divine light huffed and puffed, slaying everything in its path. But there was a net of thunder that appeared in the sky beneath, which was destroying all the divine light. Traces of the power of thunder punishment wandered as the method of thousand punishment reached toward the divine sword. Boom! A terrifying loud noise was heard as the divine sword was locked in place in the void, and baptized by the light of 1,000 tribulations, breaking it apart little by little. Seeing this, the cultivators of the Eighth Realm next to the youth in black also walked forward. More terrifying aura now bloomed and oppressed this space with its might. Futian did not look at the battlefield, but his power from the great path spread out as all 9 stone platforms lit up at the same time, bursting with brilliant rays of swordsmanship. At the same time, the sword peak also lit up, puffing out massive sword will. What's going on? Those Renhuang who had left the battlefield now trembled when they saw the changes taking place at the sword peak. They looked at Futian just as the cultivators from the Black Iron Sword clan also turned to look at the sword peak and suddenly flooded with an ominous premonition. There are great opportunities of the great path in Eastern Deity Island. Why seek death when you can live and cultivate? Said Futian coldly. His voice became particularly grating as it fell in the ears of the youth in black, whose face changed as he turned his head to look at the sword peak. Buzz! From the sword peak, a sword light that pierced through the sky was blooming, rushing straight into the firmament as its sword will swept out. In an instant, several people from the Black Iron Sword clan who were closest to the sword peak were pulverized directly under the sword will and vanished into nothingness. What's going on? The cultivators who were watching were in great shock. The terrifying might of the swordsmanship from far away now descended on them. They continued to retreat steadily, only to see that the sword peak seemed to have truly turned into a punishing sword, and the sword will in the sword peak seemed to be urged, erupting in this instant. The crowd saw the 9 sword will surrounding the sword peak, causing the sword peak to release an unparalleled sacred brilliance of swordsmanship. When it spread toward its surroundings, a light screen of swordsmanship was generated. It was this brilliant sword screen that had pulverized the cultivators from the Black Iron Sword clan. The 2 cultivators of the Eighth Realm also turned their heads to look at what was happening, and their expressions changed into one of shock. The voice was still lingering in the space, echoing in their ears. Eastern Deity Island contained opportunities of the Great Path. Wouldn't it be much better to stay alive and cultivate there? Why seek death? Futian had said that they were seeking their own deaths. Get back. The 2 made a quick decision. The divine wheel of swordsmanship erupted, and there was a massive black iron divine sword swung at them. A loud rumbling sound came out as if the sky and earth were about to break apart. The sight was most terrifying, and their hands grabbed at the young man in black, wanting to take him away. Their bodies turned into a stream of swordsmanship, evacuating toward the sky above. Buzz. The sword screen swept across, blocked momentarily by the divine sword that had suppressed the great path. When it descended on the stone platform, the men had already withdrawn. On the other side, Futian was suspended in the air with 9 swords surrounding him, and the sword light was most brilliant. Suddenly, the sword peak, likewise, was surrounded by 9 swords, and the sword wheel from the center of the sword peak shot straight into the sky. Up! Futian spat. As soon as his voice fell, the sword screen enveloped the boundless space instantly. At this moment, everyone seemed to be inside the sword domain. Even the cultivators from the Black Iron Sword clan who had fled into the air were no exception. They felt the sword domain came over them, and their expressions changed into one of shock. Since you are seeking death, why bother leaving? Futian's voice dropped as he pointed his finger toward the sky. Suddenly, above the sword peak, a glow of swordsmanship flooded the space and swept toward the 3 of them. It was almost instant, with no elapse of time. Buzz, the moment the sword light fell, the 3 cultivators from the Black Iron Sword clan were suspended in the void motionlessly. They watched their own bodies slowly vanishing into nothingness, being pulverized. "No!" the youth in black yelled, and his arrogant face showed incredible fear now. His body was disintegrating, dissipating bit by bit. How could he die here, at the hands of a lower Renhuang? He didn't even know who had killed him because he didn't ask who Futian was or where he came from before he attacked. He never thought that it would cost him his life. The cultivators from the Black Iron Sword clan perished because of a lower Renhuang. The final gaze of the 2 8th Realm cultivators was directed at the youth in black, with despair and anger. Their lives were ruined by his arrogance. Why did he have to provoke Futian? They were full of remorse, with immense hatred in their hearts. Futian's voice echoed in their heads. Why did they seek death? The sword light sprinkled down, and the bodies of that 3 powerful Renhunag immediately dissipated, as if blown away by the wind, turning into dust. They had completely disappeared as if they had never existed. The cultivators from Black Iron Sword clan were annihilated. They didn't know that there was another principality that had a similar experience, the annihilation of the cultivators from the Songhai continent. If they had known, perhaps they would not have been attacking Futian so heedlessly. The sword will return to its place, back to the sword peak. The cultivators in the distance stared at the sword peak, and everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. It was too surreal. Not only did a lower Renhuang of Divine Wheel 3rd Realm had accomplished what they could not, which was the complete comprehension of the 9 sword will under his own power, but now, he had killed all the cultivators from the Black Iron Sword clan, sparing none of them. If their previous feeling toward Futian was one of envy, surprise, and doubt, then at this moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was where did this person come from and who he was. No one had any doubts or even envy. There was only shock and awe. Many of them were upper Renhuang of the Divine Wheel 8th Realm, but they no longer treated Futian as some lower-ranking person. Instead, they now looked at Futian with extreme seriousness. After all, Futian had just cut down 2 cultivators of the 8th Realm. This man was far too outstanding. Previously, many of them had thought of Futian as a young cultivator from some continental major force. However, at this moment, they felt that Futian's origin might just be a little deeper than what they could fathom. The Empress, who had been exhorting Futian before, suddenly felt hot in her face, aside from shock and surprise. She was embarrassed that after she had comprehended just a single sword will, and after failing to convince Futian to give up, she absconded her effort and pronounced that sword will was far too difficult to comprehend. Was it really that hard? He had comprehended all 9 swords and urged the power of the sword peak to sweep over these cultivators. It made her feel quite ashamed. How embarrassing. And what right did she have to lecture Futian? Those elders who were laughing and chatting before were speechless now. They could only lament in their hearts that the younger generation would always replace the older ones. In this era of genius talents, there were always some amazing characters who would appear out of nowhere. They had no idea which continent had produced such an extraordinary character. In the future, The continent he came from would probably become famous because of him. At the moment, many already believed that Futian would be famous someday, and the continent he was from would be proud of him. Futian surveyed the crowd and said with a smile, "I have disturbed your cultivation, and I apologize. The conflict is over, so please continue as you were." The pointed indifference he had before had disappeared, and that extreme arrogance he displayed before was gone as well. At the moment, there was only a touch of gentle elegance from him, and his demeanor was quite pleasant. Many looked at Futian and found him even more dashing. Perhaps this was the additional effect brought on by the display of his power. Seeing that Futian behaved so casually, everyone nodded and prepared to return. However, someone also remarked, "Seeing our friend so easily comprehended the 9 swords, how dare I continue to stay here to cultivate? I better go to other places and try my luck elsewhere for other opportunities. I wish my friend to gain full control of the sword while within the sword peak." "Thank you." Futian nodded with a smile. He was very polite and pleasant. Many felt that Futian, when not in battle, was a completely different person. "I don't know your name and where you come from," an old man asked with curiosity. "My name is Leonian. I am from a continent with no name," Futian responded. Leonian. Everyone secretly took note of the name. The man who asked the question nodded and said, "This continent with no name would perhaps be famous one day because of you." This was a very high praise. If a continent was to be named after someone, then one could only imagine how great of an achievement that must be. Obviously, he favored Futian in particular. This battle had proven Futian's extraordinary talent. Futian smiled without saying anything. It was yet unknown how long he would cultivate in that continent. If nothing happened, it is possible that he would not return there. After all, the goal for this trip to the Divine Prefecture was purely for cultivation only, so that he could step onto the peak of Runhuang realm as soon as possible. "Let's not disturb our friend's cultivation." Everyone started to bid their goodbyes and left, and they were all quite courteous. Previous to Futian's exhibition of extraordinary talents, their attitude was one of ridicule, and some were displeased. After all, a lower Runhuang had made a fool of every one of them. But at this moment, such thoughts had vanished as there were only admiration and willing submission. How could they compete with him? They were not at the same level at all. Other Runhuang were coming from afar, rushing over here, attracted by the sword that was unleashed. After all, that sword light was so radiant that many inside illusory sky domain had felt it. After arriving, they had not caught on to the situation, but from the chatters of those around them, they could guess a thing or two, and their attention now focused on Futian. Many extraordinary figures had appeared in other locations, and it seemed that some would also appear here. No one knew who would be the most outstanding figure in this trip to Eastern Deity Island. Would be some cultivator from the older generation? Or would some Rohuang from the younger generation prevail? Presently, somewhere else in the illusory sky domain, many were standing on top of the statues, looking into the distance. Above the tallest statue in the middle, a majestic empress was standing there. Her divine consciousness enshrouded the endless space, including the area where Futian was. She saw everything that happened. "This man is very powerful," the empress said. "Although powerful, but the most outstanding person on this trip to the Eastern Deity Island has to be you, princess," the person next to her remarked. The woman didn't say anything more except, "Don't forget the flowering tree incident before." There were 2 of them, and both were unfathomable. Those next to her were silent. They remembered, of course. In another direction, also in front of an opportunity of the Great Path, a young man stood with his hand folded behind his back. His eyes were looking forward, while the person behind him turned his head, looking into the distance, saying, "Over there at the sword peak, a mighty swordsman had appeared. His comprehension is extraordinary, and he slayed the cultivators from Black Iron Sword Clan." "How lethal was he?" asked the young man standing in front. In the realm of Lower Runhuang, he had comprehended the 9 swords one after the other, thus drew on the sword will of the sword peak, and cut down cultivators in the 8th realm, the man responded. The young man nodded slightly. It seems that this trip to Eastern Deity Island will not be uneventful. Aside from them, many had now noticed the existence of Futian. That battle not only shocked the people around Sword Peak, but it also attracted the attention of many cultivators in Illusory Sky Domain, and now they were made aware of the presence of a genius swordsman. But Futian did not care much about any of this. He still concentrated on cultivating with peace in his mind to comprehend the sword will on that Sword Peak. In front of the Sword Peak, Futian sat cross-legged. There were no longer any cultivators on the 9 stone platforms. With Futian present, no one was qualified to step onto the stone platforms to cultivate. Everything that had occurred caused the other cultivators to know their limits. Getting on a stone platform to cultivate would just be embarrassing themselves. Many people had left before this. Yet, many stayed behind and watched Futian cultivate. As time passed by slowly, they saw the Sword Peak light up once again with brilliant light. The 9 swords circled Futian, and an illusory figure could faintly be seen practicing his swordplay on the Sword Peak. However, this all appeared somewhat ethereal and did not seem real. Right now, Futian's eyes were tightly shut. He was resonating with the Sword Peak. The sword will flowed over his body. It seemed as though the sword will on his body was the sword will flowing over the Sword Peak. An image appeared in his mind. In the vast space, he stood there alone. He swung the sword in his hand again and again. Each sword form was different. After countless swings, the 9 forms seemed to merge into one, becoming one sword. Once this sword was swung, tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared. In the sky, many sword-shaped paths appeared. Some were fast, and some were slow. Each path was different. Yet, the frightening sword shadows pierced the space. When the sword shadows became one, the tens of thousands of sword shadows formed one sword. This sword seemed capable of decimating all things. Right then, terrifying sword light that pierced the heavens appeared on the Sword Peak. The cultivator felt their hearts suddenly tremble. They then looked at Futian. They also saw a beam of sword light on Futian's figure. It headed straight towards the Sword Peak. In between Futian and the Sword Peak, many silhouettes of himself appeared. Each silhouette seemed to stab out with a sword. Rumble. A terrifying thunderclap exploded, seemingly tearing the heavens and earth apart. The next moment, the cultivators astonishingly discovered that the Sword Peak had already been shattered. Only a beam of sky-piercing sword will was being radiated. Futian, who was initially sitting there, had disappeared from his original spot. When the crowd caught sight of him again, he was on top of the shattered Sword Peak, standing among the sword will that pierced the sky. It was as though the moment the sword appeared, his person had become a sword and followed the sword as it moved. Even some upper-level Renhuangs had not managed to see this clearly. It was so powerful. Was this the ultimate sword form left on the Sword Peak? The crowd was astonished. Futian was undergoing a baptism by the sword will as he was bathed in sword light. The sword will seemed to want to merge with him completely. His entire person seemed to have become an extremely sharp sword. He was indestructible and was omnipotent. The Sword Peak actually shattered. No one has managed to do so in so many years. This Sword Peak has always been here. Now, it has been shattered. Someone mumbled while lamenting the fact. I have come here 4 times before. Across 30 years, this Sword Peak has always been here. Every time I come to Eastern Deity Island, I will come here to comprehend the sword will. After many years, I have eventually comprehended 7 of the 9 sword wills. I initially thought that in another 20 years, I might have a chance to comprehend all the sword wills on the Sword Peak. I never imagined that one person would make my decades of effort seem like a joke in one attempt, an elder muttered. He continued, I am ashamed. We are all the same. We met 10 years ago. Another elder spoke up. He sighed. His heart was heavy with emotions. They never imagined that one day the fateful encounters of the great path passed down in this place would collapse. Future generations would no longer be able to comprehend them. This lower-level Renhuang had mastered and inherited the sword wills in less than a day. I really want to know what kind of sword it is. A prominent swordsman left it behind. If one can successfully comprehend it, their combat ability will certainly increase. This person has inherited the sword will. His swordsmanship will most likely be several times more powerful than before. The crowd frantically discussed this. They were excited to see a monstrous swordsman appear on Eastern Deity Island, yet they had also lost a fateful encounter of swordsmanship. It had been destroyed forever. This fellow had extraordinary talent, but he also destroyed a relic of the Great Path and reaped the benefits alone. He was truly AB** starred. Yet, they also wanted to be him. Unfortunately, they were unable to replicate his success. Yi Futian's body radiated with brilliant sword light. It did so for a long while before gradually dimming. He opened his eyes. Sharp swords seemed to shoot out from his eyes. The humming of swords sounded. One sword had 9 forms, and 9 swords merged into one. No one knew what sword style this technique was from. This sword style could ignore spatial distance and kill in an instant. With the essence of his sword forms, Yi Futian could slay his opponents with just a thought. He would name the sword style of Ichi then. Yi Futian thought to himself, coming up with a name for the sword style. Unending Void, Fleeting, and Avicii. These 3 sword styles had extraordinary power, and Yi Futian's accomplishments in swordsmanship were constantly improving. If Fleeting Divine Sword was combined with Avicii, its power might be even more devastating. By combining long-distance and close-quarter attacks, they would certainly become terrifying swords that would massacre their opponents. Yi Futian looked at the sword peak that had disappeared. He then turned towards the crowd. Seeing that the crowd had their gazes focused on him, he could not help but laugh wryly. He said, "Apologies, the sword peak shattered on its own." Shattered on its own, the crowd looked at Yi Futian. When they saw that this fellow was apologizing with an innocent face, they really wanted to beat him up. Would the sword peak shatter on its own? It was naturally because of Yi Futian's cultivation. Yet, what could they say when Yi Futian was the one who comprehended the sword will in the sword peak and obtained the fateful encounter of the Great Path? They could only sigh. Yi Futian returned to Xiaqing Yuan and the rest of the group. Emperor Helian and Beigong Ao also smiled as they looked at Yi Futian. This fellow could have just cultivated on his own. Now, he had even robbed others of the opportunity to cultivate. "You are too cruel," Beigong Ao stated. "I was just cultivating on my own," Yi Futian said as he shrugged. You cultivated on your own, but caused others to no longer have a place to cultivate. Fortunately, you only destroyed this sword peak, and there are many more fateful encounters of the Great Path in the illusory sky domain. The rest can try their luck elsewhere," Beigong Ao continued. Yi Futian nodded and said, "We should also try our luck elsewhere." The rest of the group nodded in agreement and left. Yi Futian expanded his will, enveloping the vast space. He wanted to find places suitable for them to cultivate in, and that had fateful encounters of the Great Path that they required. Yi Futian's group very quickly arrived at another location. Similarly, there were a lot of people standing around the space. Their gazes were fixed on something ahead. Before the crowd was a huge mountainside. On a cliff, golden characters were carved into the rock. They were obscure and seemed to be written in a special language. Yet, by standing there, one could sense Sanskrit chanting of the Great Path coming from it. It gave off intense pressure. "These are teachings of Buddhist techniques?" Yi Futian said when he sensed the will behind these characters. This power appeared to be the handiwork of Buddhists. From the looks of it, Buddhist cultivators had also previously come to Eastern Deity Island to seek pills. This proved how terrifying the influence of Supreme Deity Donglai was back in the day. "There is some text to the side," Xiaqing Yuan exclaimed as she looked at the lower right corner of the cliff face. There was a line of characters carved into the rock face. Yi Futian turned his gaze towards the text. As expected, these golden characters were left behind by a Buddhist monk. He had suffered a severe injury of the Great Path and hence had come to seek medication. Supreme Deity Donglai had cured his injuries of the Great Path. So, the Buddhist monk had left behind a set of teachings of Buddhist techniques here as a form of thanks. There were many people quietly comprehending the characters. Yi Futian saw a woman with extraordinary temperament sitting cross-legged among them. Many Buddhist runes were circling her body, causing her figure to be surrounded by the light of Buddha. She seemed divine and undefilable. Yi Futian looked towards the obscure characters. He faintly felt as though the characters were not text. Aura of the Great Path emanated from his body. He could feel the golden characters on the cliff face more vividly. His gaze became deep beyond comparison. He could see through all falsehoods. Immediately, the characters seemed to leap up and present themselves before him. Musical notes. Futian exclaimed internally. As expected, these characters were not characters, but instead were musical notes. The teachings left on the cliff face were for a musical technique. People who did not cultivate the way of rhythm would most likely find it difficult to comprehend anything. They would not be able to make any head or tail out of it. Why is it that I cannot make out anything from this? Beigong Shuang mumbled. Before this, she could still somewhat understand the sword will of the sword peak. However, she could not make out what was on this cliff face at all. It is normal for you not to be able to understand, someone to the side said with a smile. How many people could understand what they were seeing? It is the same for me, Beigong Ao confessed. Beigong Shuang nodded her head slightly. So even her father could not understand. Then, this technique must certainly be exceptional. She wondered whether Futian could understand it. She looked ahead and saw Futian standing there. He said, "This is the way of rhythm. It is normal if you do not understand." The way of rhythm? Beigong Shuang asked as she revealed a strange look. Do these characters talk about a musical technique? These are not characters. They are musical notes. If you are not a cultivator of this sort of way, it will be difficult for you to comprehend anything. You all do not need to comprehend it, Futian said. Beigong Shuang nodded her head. She looked at Futian, somewhat speechless. Before this, Futian had played a song on a guqin on Wudong Island. From the looks of it, he was well versed in the way of rhythm as expected. A few silhouettes behind the female Runhuang turned their gazes towards Futian and said, "It is you. Do you all recognize me?" Futian asked. "We met in the Penglai deity region," the person said with a smile. Before this, when a dispute erupted between Futian and Jun Xiuyan in the Penglai deity region, they were all present. Futian did not say anything. "I was just thinking of him, and he has come." The person spoke again. Futian frowned. Within the range of his will, a vast group of silhouettes was approaching them. At the same time, a cold will immediately descended upon him, containing a murderous intent. Futian did not turn around, but he naturally knew who had come. It was Jun Xiuyan. Jun Xiuyan had brought along many people. Before this, he had exchanged many Eastern deity tokens. Hence, there were countless cultivators on his side. When they arrived, the large group of cultivators caused the other cultivators here to feel pressured. Aside from Jun Xiuyan's group, another group of cultivators had also arrived here. This group did not have as many members, but each individual had an astonishing temperament. Futian had also encountered the leading youth before. Back in the Penglai deity region, the youth was together with Jun Xiuyan, and the two of them were close. After they arrived, they merely cast a sideways glance at Futian. They did not pay him much heed. Their gazes fell on the female Renhuang, who was comprehending the Buddhist musical notes on the cliff face. When they saw the divine light coming from her, Jun Xiuyan and another youth revealed strange looks. It seemed that she might be able to comprehend the characters on the cliff face. "Shangguan, how's your comprehension coming?" the youth asked at that moment. His tone was calm and indifferent. This person was similar to Jun Xiuyan. He was born into a top force of the Penglai continent. The alchemy Qian, Yun clan, was an extremely terrifying force in the Penglai continent. They were no weaker than the Jun clan. Aside from Jun clan and Yun clan, the female Runhuang who was cultivating was similarly a cultivator from a top force of the Penglai continent, Shangguan clan. In front of the cliff face, cultivators from three major forces of the Penglai continent had gathered. In reality, Jun Xiuyan and Yun Jia from Yun clan had not come for Futian. They had merely coincidentally bumped into him here. Jun Xiuyan was not too concerned about Futian, even though Futian's cultivation talent was exceptional. "Yun Jia, you are presumptuous," a Shangguan clan elder said as he frowned behind Shangguan Chuya. His expression was cold. Yun Jia was intentionally disturbing Shangguan Chuya's cultivation. "I came to ask how Shangguan Chuya's cultivation was going. Why does Senior say I'm presumptuous for doing so?" Yun Jia asked the elder as he looked at him. The elder did not respond. His body released a faint, cold aura. The relationship between the few major clans of the Penglai continent was complicated. Yun clan, Jun clan, and their Shangguan clan had always been at odds with each other. Right then, the light on Shangguan Shoya's figure gradually dimmed. She slowly turned around. Her beautiful gaze was breathtaking as it swept towards Yun Jia and Jun Xiuyan. I have comprehended some things. Do you want to join me? Shangguan Shuye replied Yunjia in a calm tone. Yunjia looked up at the huge cliff face before him. The obscure golden characters were like a riddle. He could not see through them at all. However, they knew from the people around them and their clan records that the characters on the cliff face were musical notes. A prominent Buddhist cultivator had carved a Buddhist musical technique here on the cliff face. Based on their clan records, this technique was called the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. It was an extremely terrifying way of rhythm offensive technique. It could immediately attack the spiritual souls of others. It was especially good at restraining demonic powers. It was an exceptionally overbearing technique of the way of rhythm. Yet, only cultivators who were proficient in the way of rhythm could have a chance of comprehending it. Jun Xiuyan and Yun Jie were slightly knowledgeable about the way of rhythm, but were not proficient in this power of the Great Path. They might be able to sense it slightly. However, it was impossible for them to comprehend and cultivate the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. After looking Shangguan Shuye in the eye, Yunjia asked Jun Xiuyan, who was beside him, "What do you think? Although we are not proficient in the way of rhythm, there is no harm in trying to comprehend it. All the great paths are interconnected. We might be able to reap benefits that we never imagined," Jun Xiuyan answered as he looked at Shangguan Shuye. As he said this, he also glanced at Futian, who was to the side. "All right," Yunjia agreed. "Then, let's comprehend it for a while. Let us see whether we can comprehend this Vajra demon-slaying rhythm." Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. When the crowd heard Yunjia say this, their hearts trembled. Was this teaching known as the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm? They were cultivators from the major forces of the Penglai continent. They were the forces most familiar with Eastern Deity Island. What they said shouldn't be wrong. Futian repeated the name in his mind. A demon-slaying technique? Jun Xiuyan took a few steps forward. A number of cultivators followed him. Behind them, silhouettes lined up one after another. Their auras were astonishing. They made the cultivators in the space sense a faint pressure. If one looked carefully, they would notice that Futian's group coincidentally had all their escape routes from this place sealed off. Before this, a huge battle had erupted between Futian and Jun clan. He had killed many cultivators from the Jun clan. After stepping into the illusory sky domain, Jun Xiuyan had planned not to let Futian leave alive. Now that there were no goddesses from Eastern Deity Island around, no one would get in Jun Xiuyan's way. He swept a glance at Futian and said, "Don't you have extraordinary talent? Let's comprehend and cultivate together then." Jun Xiuyan allowed Futian to comprehend the characters on the cliff face together with him. Although Jun Xiuyan did not want to admit that Futian was related to the incident of the flowering tree, he knew deep down that it was related to Futian. Yet, this was not important. Regardless of whether or not it was Futian, Jun Xiuyan would still kill him. Before taking Futian's life, he would allow Futian to follow him around to comprehend teachings to see how talented Futian actually was. Futian glanced sideways at Jun Xiuyan and ignored him. He then turned his gaze to the cliff face. He was originally planning to comprehend and cultivate here. What did this have to do with Jun Xiuyan? Did he need Jun Xiuyan's permission to comprehend the characters of the Great Path here? Seeing that Futian was ignoring him, Jun Xiuyan paid him no need and also turned towards the cliff face. Everything returned to normal. The cultivators present also turned back to the cliff face to attempt to comprehend the characters. Futian also did the same. Will of the Great Path emanated from his body and sensed the will on the cliff face. At the same time, Futian's eyes became extremely bright. They had an enchanting air around them. For an instant, the golden characters seemed to leap out in his eyes. Musical notes. Futian entered a state of deep focus. His attention was fully focused on the cliff face. Right now, it was as though he had entered a domain of absolute silence. Before him, golden musical notes were leaping around. Will. Futian sensed the existence of a will. It was very clear and distinct. There was will contained within the characters of the Great Path, and the two were well merged with each other. Futian tried hard to sense them. He could sense the musical notes leaping around, but he could not hear their sounds. The most beautiful song is one without sound. The will might have already surpassed the existence of sound. Futian's senses were terrifying. As he sensed them, the characters seemed to come alive. They became golden characters that danced in the air, seemingly playing a melodious tune. However, there was no sound at all. At least, Futian could not hear anything. There were musical notes, but there was no sound. Even so, on Futian's body, golden light shone. It seemed as though he was forging a golden body. His entire body began to sparkle. This scene caused Bagong Ao and others to reveal strange expressions. No matter how exceptional a talent Futian displayed now, they would no longer be surprised. However, what made them truly speechless was that he was not just displaying outstanding talent. It was the fact that he seemed to be able to master and cultivate all sorts of powers of the Great Path that surprised them. Now, he was actually also proficient in the way of rhythm. Then, was there a power of the Great Path that he could not cultivate? This time, Futian was comprehending something much more difficult to comprehend than swordsmanship. He sensed the musical notes and only managed to faintly grasp something after a long while. The most beautiful song is one without sound. The way of rhythm did not necessarily require sounds to be heard. The Vajra demon-slaying rhythm controlled the rhythm of sounds. When the sounds of the Great Path reached another level, Futian might not even be qualified to hear those sounds. His plane was too low. That was why he couldn't hear the sounds. Futian thought to himself. Although he could not hear them, his sensory ability was powerful, and he could sense the rhythm of the musical notes. Through this rhythm, he could still cultivate. At that moment, Futian became even more absorbed into his cultivation. He became completely focused as he sensed the rhythm of the first set of musical notes. Everyone in this space was comprehending the musical notes. However, most of them failed to grasp the main points. A middle-level Renhuang lamented, "I have cultivated the way of rhythm for many years. I sense that this rhythm is extraordinary. It is definitely a powerful musical technique. Alas, I cannot grasp its main points. I am destined to miss this opportunity." As he said this, he let out a long sigh. He finally decided to give up. He turned to leave. "Are you leaving?" someone asked. "I am," the elder replied without turning back. "I wonder whether anyone can manage to comprehend this musical technique within a century." It was difficult, too difficult. He had delved into the way of rhythm for many years and was considered a master-level figure. Yet, he could only grasp the surface of this technique. From his perspective, with the difficulty of this technique of the way of rhythm, even if Eastern Deity Island were to be opened up to the outside world 10 times, it might be that no one would successfully cultivate it. However, at that moment, a formless rhythm swept out, causing the elder to stop in his tracks. He then turned around and looked at the cliff face. He saw the first set of golden characters seemingly leap off the cliff face. The characters radiated brilliant golden light. The characters emitted sound waves of the Great Path, which instantly swept through the space. Everyone could clearly sense the power of the sound. Who did it? The elder's beard fluttered in the wind. His gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. He glanced around at the crowd as his heart wavered. Someone had managed to comprehend the musical notes. Although it was only the first step, it was a start. With such a place to start from, comprehending this riddle would be a possibility. His gaze turned toward Shangguan Qiuya. Prior to this, only she had managed to resonate with the cliff face. If anyone had managed to succeed, she had the highest likelihood of doing so. However, right now, Shangguan Qiuya similarly felt her heart tremble. Her beautiful eyes opened, and she stared at the cliff face. The wave of the Great Path made her feel an intense sense of awe. This was the result that she had tried to achieve by comprehending so hard. Yet, before she had reached this step, someone else had beaten her to it. Who managed to do it? She also looked around at the crowd. Seeing her reaction, the elder immediately understood that it was not Shangguan Qiuya who had done so. Who exactly did it? Many people opened their eyes and surveyed their surroundings. There were even some people who started whispering to each other. They had all sensed what had happened just now. Shangguan Shuya glanced at Jun Xiaoyan and Yunjia. It couldn't be those two, could it? The two of them were looking at Shangguan Shuya. Yunjia looked at her in suspicion. He then smiled and asked, "It wasn't you?" Shangguan Shuya did not need to ask any more to know that it wasn't them. Then, who could it be? Who was still cultivating? Her gaze swept across the crowd and eventually landed on a silhouette. The figure had white hair and was dressed in white robes. His gaze was still fixed on the cliff face, seemingly absorbed to the point that he couldn't pull himself away from looking at it. This person was Futian. He was also one of the few cultivators who were unperturbed and were still comprehending the musical notes. Shangguan Shuya naturally was suspicious of him. Shangguan Shuya saw that Futian was not distracted and was extremely engaged in his cultivation. A strange look flashed past in her eyes. Before this, in the Penglai deity region, Futian had killed the cultivators of the Jun clan with his sword will. His ability was extraordinary. In her opinion, Jun Xiaoyan was far inferior to Futian. Now, Futian was comprehending here. He must also be proficient in the way of rhythm. Therefore, the possibility of Futian activating the golden runes was very high. It was because Futian and Jun Xiaoyan were the only few new visitors here. The rest of the cultivators had long been here. Before Futian arrived, she was the one who had the deepest understanding of the cliff face. Shangguan Shuya turned around and cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyan. Her indifferent gaze communicated a slight hint of disdain. She seemed to be mocking him. Jun Xiaoyan had been despising Futian, but in reality, if Jun Xiaoyan weren't the descendant of the Jun clan of the Penglai continent, he would pale into insignificance when compared with Futian. Jun Xiaoyan frowned and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was dead set on Futian. The doubt in his mind surfaced once again. Whom did the flowering tree blossom for? His gaze turned icy sharp in an instant. An aura of the great path touched Futian. Futian, who had been comprehending the golden runes, was disturbed by this aura of the great path. His meditation was brought to a halt. A cold look flashed past in his eyes. The musical notes in this Vajra demon-slaying rhythm were ethereal and hard to comprehend. Futian needed to devote all his attention to his meditation and could not be distracted. Its level of difficulty was much higher than that of when he was comprehending the sword wills. Therefore, when Jun Xiaoyan interfered with an aura of the great path, Futian was alarmed and withdrew from his meditation right away. Futian's gaze shifted. He looked at Jun Xiaoyan. The latter was similarly staring at him. When Yunjia, who was standing beside Jun Xiaoyan, noticed the abnormality between them, he revealed a strange expression. He pondered out loud while staring at Futian. Did he cause this to happen? He scrutinized Futian. The glow of the golden runes on the cliff face dimmed, as though they had lost their color. The aura of the golden runes also ceased fluctuating. When Yunjia saw this, his expression turned even more uneasy. So it was really this fellow? Jun Xiaoyan, it seems like you have keen eyes. You wanted to recruit him into your team and cultivate in Eastern Deity Island. Unfortunately, he didn't appreciate your offer, Yunjia commented with a smile. However, his rejection was no surprise. With his talent to comprehend the fateful encounters of the Great Path, there's no reason for him to be the cat's paw. He is just lucky, Jun Xiaoyan retorted. You should continue to comprehend. Right now, Jun Xiaoyan would not attack Futian. He would let him continue his meditation. Futian glared at Jun Xiaoyan. Right now, another voice was transmitted into Futian's mind, saying, I am Shangguan Shuya, from Shangguan clan of the Penglai continent. May I know how I should address you? Lionian. Futian glanced at Shangguan Shuya, who was to the side. She was the one who was talking to him via sound transmission. Ren Huangyi. Shangguan Shuya said, the musical technique that is carved on this cliff face is the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. Each and every golden rune is a musical note. Just now, Ren Huangyi managed to activate a musical note. Are you able to comprehend all the musical notes here? I am not sure, Futian replied. What was the intention of this Shangguan Shuya? Jun Xiaoyan allowed you to continue comprehending the technique. If you actually manage to comprehend it, he will certainly capture you and force you to reveal the method to do so. Why don't you work with me? If you can comprehend the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, My Shangguan clan is willing to ensure your safety, Shangguan Shuya offered. As for the conditions, she did not need to explain. She naturally was after the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm that he managed to comprehend. This technique was priceless. For Shangguan clan to protect Futian, he had to first comprehend the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm on the cliff face. It still depends on whether I can comprehend it in the first place, Futian replied. He neither agreed to nor refused her offer. Since both Jun Shoyan and Shangguan Shuya wanted to see him comprehend it, he naturally would not disappoint them. Futian ignored them and continued facing the cliff face to comprehend and cultivate. However, Beigong Ao, Emperor Helion, and the others were cautiously guarding beside Futian. They naturally could tell that Futian needed to delve into his task. They could not comprehend this way of rhythm themselves. Hence, they might as well not try, and instead protect Futian, preventing the other parties from attacking him. After all, on Eastern Deity Island, anything could happen. Futian started again, comprehending the first set of golden runes. When he looked at the cliff face, he entered a miraculous realm. It was as though there were only him and the musical notes. The rhythm of musical notes swept out, and the golden musical notes leaped up. From them, Futian could sense the aura of the great path. Sensing this rhythm, Futian seemed to hear a very faint sound. This sound could not be heard with his ears. Instead, he used his mind and will to sense it. Through the rhythm of the musical notes, he could sense the sound of the musical rhythm. If his attainments in musical rhythm were high enough, he might be able to hear it clearly. Alas, the current hymn could yet do so. A formless wind swept over the area. The cultivators who stood before the cliff face were quietly sensing it. They could also sense the will of the rhythm. It had an indescribable sensation to it. It seemed like the rhythm of sound, but they could not hear it. How bizarre. Many people thought to themselves. Some more senior figures revealed strange looks. The upper-level Renhuang from Shangguan clan stared at the cliff face and said, "Rumor has it that some top-tier musical techniques can kill without any form or trace. This Vajra demon-slaying rhythm is one such top-tier musical technique. Its formless rhythm sweeps out and shatters the spiritual souls of its opponents. That means to say, we have already felt the rhythm of the music, but we just can't hear it," someone said to the side. The crowd nodded their heads slightly as they continued to quietly sense this rhythm. As time passed, another set of runes lit up with golden divine halos. From them, another intense rhythm emanated, causing many people to reveal surprised looks. Jun Shoyan had a very cold look in his eyes. He swept a glance at Futian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he did not stop Futian from cultivating. Instead, he allowed Futian to proceed. When Futian finished cultivating, if he could comprehend the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, it would not be too late to capture him then. That way, Futian could at least be of use to them. They would reap the benefits of his hard work. Right now, Jun Shoyan was feeling conflicted. He hoped Futian would be able to comprehend the technique and hoped that he would not be able to. Deep within, he did not want to see Futian's talent actually be so outstanding. He would appear very ordinary next to Futian. Nevertheless, regardless of what he was thinking, on the cliff face, more and more golden characters appeared. They shone brightly, and gradually, the space before the cliff face seemed to be lit with frightening divine light. From this divine light, many golden characters appeared. Formless waves radiated outwards like waves on the sea, sweeping out into the space in front of the cliff face. Futian was completely absorbed in his task. He was in his own world. It was as though he was in an independent space. Countless musical notes floated around his figure. Miraculous Buddhist chanting circled him. He did not fully understand what was happening. The frightening rhythm spread out in all directions. The countless characters seemed to weave into a pattern. The image of a golden Buddha statue could faintly be seen. The Buddhist chanting of the Great Path seemed to be coming from the Buddha statue. The cliff face slowly lit up with brilliant divine halos. It lit up the entire space. The cultivators standing before the cliff face were filled with awe and wonder. Futian had actually managed to activate the runes on the cliff face. They looked around them and felt a sensation. It was as though they were all enveloped by a formless rhythm. The golden halos were everywhere, like silky threads. The threads enveloped the vast space like a domain of the Great Path. Bei Gongxuang looked around her. She then looked towards Futian. As expected, there was nothing that he could not do. Shangguan Xiuya was also absorbed in cultivating. Such an opportunity was even more suitable for comprehending the technique. She could rely on Futian's comprehension to sense the cliff face even more clearly. She also managed to comprehend a few sets of runes. A formless rhythm circled her figure. Jun Xiuyan sensed everything that was occurring before him. He revealed a sullen look. Nearby, Yunzhe looked at him and said, "Such comprehension is most likely rare even in the Penglai continent. Such a shame." Jun Xiuyan became even more sullen when he heard Yunzhe's words. He naturally could tell that Futian managed to do something that even Shangguan Xiuya had not been able to. A powerful aura radiated outwards. It emanated from where Futian was. However, at that moment, Beigong Ao, who had always been on guard, took a step forward and came to Futian's side. His aura of the Great Path emanated outwards and enveloped the space, not allowing others to disturb Futian. "That should be enough," Jun Xiuyan roared. His voice was like thunder. The space trembled violently. It seemed to scatter the formless rhythm. Futian was absorbed in cultivating the way of rhythm. Suddenly, a loud roar swept over him and caused his focus to waver slightly. Futian was indifferent to Jun Xiuyan's disturbance. A formless rhythm swept out and pushed back the loud roar. Futian's lips moved slightly as he said in a cold tone, "Get lost." When he said this, it was like a divine voice of the Great Path. Everything he said had to be carried out. A terrifying rhythm swept out and instantly flooded Jun Xiuyan's body. His expression changed drastically. The terrifying rhythm immediately attacked his spiritual soul. Buddhist chanting circled him, attempting to directly shatter his spiritual soul. Rumble. There was a loud rumble, and Jun Xiuyan's figure was immediately sent flying backward from the shockwave. He coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. Their figures dashed forward, but Jun Xiuyan still fell to the ground. His face was pale. Jun Xiuyan's gaze turned extremely sullen. He swept a glance at Futian. He was still cultivating there. He had injured Jun Xiuyan without even moving at all. This scene could only be appropriately described as Jun Xiuyan humiliating himself. He was pathetic. Many people thought to themselves as they looked pitifully at Jun Xiuyan. The heir of the Jun clan of the Penglai continent was humiliated in such a fashion. This incident would surely be known throughout the Penglai continent. Jun Xiuyan got up. His sullen gaze was filled with murderous intent as he stared at Futian. However, right now, Futian seemed to ignore Jun Xiuyan's existence completely. He faced the cliff face, giving off the feeling as though Jun Xiuyan was a jester. Jun Xiuyan had kept provoking him but was injured with just a word from Futian. Jun Xiuyan felt his face turn red hot. His murderous intent was menacing. Around him, many cultivators looked towards Futian. They had cold and indifferent gazes. They stepped forward, and instantly, a furious pressure of the Great Path enveloped the endless space. It covered the entire area in front of the cliff face. This caused the cultivators in front of the cliff face to frown. They felt slightly dissatisfied. Futian was unperturbed. However, Shangguan Xiuya, who had been cultivating, was awakened, being pulled out from her cultivation state. Her gaze shifted as she turned and coldly swept a glance at Jun Xiuyan and his men. In a cold and indifferent tone, she said, "If you want to cultivate, do it quietly. If not, get lost." She had just said this when a similarly furious aura swept out from her. It became a rhythm of the Great Path that struck against Jun Xiuyan's body. Jun Xiuyan took a step backward. Aura emanated from his body and circled his figure. The clothes on his body fluttered and danced frenziedly. He stared at Shangguan Xiuya, who had turned around. His gaze was as cold as ice. Another person was asking him to get lost. Before this, Futian had humiliated him with these words. Now, he had heard Shangguan Xiuya uttering these very same words. Since when had Jun Xiuyan ever suffered such humiliation? "If you are not cultivating, then don't disturb others," an 8th-tier cultivator said lazily. He did so without looking at Jun Xiuyan, Yet his voice was heard by everyone present. His intentions were the same as Shangguan Xiuya. He did not want to see Jun Xiuyan and his group rampaging around here. Or it should be said that he did not want them to disturb Yi Futian from cultivating. Right now, Yi Futian was comprehending the characters on the cliff face and activating them. This caused the others to be able to sense the characters even more clearly than before. Many people could then comprehend the rhythm of the musical notes. This was some help to their cultivation. As long as they could begin comprehending, they could slowly make progress and would at least have a chance at comprehending the technique. However, Jun Xiuyan was wreaking havoc here. They were naturally dissatisfied with him. Although many people remained silent, faint pressure of the great path similarly emanated from their bodies. The people present here were all powerful Renhuangs from different continents. They were fewer in numbers. Hence, their objection was subtle, and they did not dare to defy Jun Xiuyan outright. Among the cultivators here, many of them were from powerful forces of various continents. They were all proud people, so they naturally could not stand someone acting high and mighty. With just one word, you were forced back and coughed up fresh blood. Jun Xiuyan, if I were you, I would run away as far as I can. How could I possibly show my face here? Shangguan Xiuya continued to chastise him mercilessly. She was also a member of a top force from the Penglai continent. Although there was friction between them, she believed that the members of the Jun clan did not dare to lift a finger against her. Moreover, there were several cultivators from the Shangguan clan on Eastern Deity Island. Shangguan, you are going overboard, Yunja said as he looked at Shangguan Xiuya. You are also a cultivator from the Penglai continent, yet you are siding so much with the other party. Are you trying to flatter the other party because you received an epiphany in your cultivation? Could it be that you hope that he will instruct you in your cultivation? You too. If you want to cultivate, then keep quiet. If you don't want to cultivate, get lost from this region. Shangguan Xiuya similarly scolded Yunja in a cold and indifferent tone as she glared at him. Her words caused Yunja to fall silent. He stared at her, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a cold smile. Elder brother Jun, what shall we do? He asked as he looked at Jun Xiuyan. Jun Xiuyan swept a glance across the crowd. Although many cultivators had released their auras of the Great Path, he could clearly tell that few truly dared to stand against him. The cultivators still valued their lives. Jun Xiuyan did not believe that these people were not afraid to die. Yi Futian was also continuing to comprehend and was relying on the way of rhythm of the cliff face. Jun Xiuyan could not wait any longer. An overbearing and sharp look flashed past Jun Xiuyan's eyes. He looked around at the crowd and loudly proclaimed, "Those who are not involved with the affairs of Jun clan of the Penglai continent, please vacate this area temporarily. Once we settle our affairs, you may return to cultivating. I apologize for disturbing you all." As Jun Xiuyan said this, he waved his hand, and immediately, figures stepped out and dispersed to different directions. The 100 over cultivators that he had brought to Eastern Deity Island with many Eastern Deity tokens dispersed. For a moment, vast pressure enveloped the space before the cliff face, bearing down on the crowd. Jun clan of the Penglai continent wishes to settle some matters. I hope that you may show us some face. Please move, an 8th-tier cultivator loudly proclaimed beside Jun Xiuyan. His voice was loud and could be heard far and wide. His words caused the eardrums of the crowd to tremble. A suffocating pressure enveloped the space. Many people felt the urge to retreat. Some weaker Renhuangs were already leaving. This matter was originally unrelated to them. They naturally had no reason to get caught up in this mess. They swept a glance at Jun Xiuyan. They never imagined that while the crowd was against him, Jun Xiuyan could still act so domineering. His way of doing things was extremely decisive, sharp, and overbearing. As expected, cultivators dashed away one by one. Although the cultivators here were top figures of their respective continents, they were all from different forces and had not coalesced into a single force. They would naturally have their own opinions and would not act united. After all, there were no major benefits involved. Hence, most people chose to retreat. Yunja, when the fight begins, can the cultivators of Yun clan help us hold the line? Jun Xiuyan asked Yunja, who was standing beside him. In reality, he was hinting to Yunja to block off those who tried to escape after the battle started and kill them all off together. This would continue to exert tremendous pressure on those who did not leave. No problem. Leave it to me, Yunja answered immediately, making a prompt decision without any hesitation. Why would he mind when he did not need to get involved while the two forces were fighting? There was also the Shangguan clan. Yunja wanted to see a huge fight erupt between the Jun clan and the Shangguan clan. That way, both sides would weaken each other. Yunja waved his hands, and the cultivators of the Yun clan flew up high into the sky. They stood in different positions. Their auras of the Great Path emanated from their bodies and enveloped this space. The two top forces of the Penglai continent had joined forces. From the looks of it, Jun Xiuyan was adamant about capturing Yi Futian. Please move quickly, everyone. If you have not left when the fight begins, then you do not need to leave at all, Jun Xiuyan cried out again in a cold tone, causing people to constantly leave the place. Before the cliff face, there were very few people left. There were just a few cultivators, but most importantly, there were three major factions. They were the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion, led by Yi Futian, the Shangguan clan led by Shangguan Xiuya, and Jun Xiuyan's cultivators. He was still cultivating? Many people looked towards Yi Futian. A fight was about to ensue, and yet, Yi Futian seemed to be completely unaware. He was actually still comprehending the technique on the cliff face without any distractions. He continued to cultivate peacefully. This scene caused many people to lament. This person's cultivation talent was already so miraculously high that his state of mind was also supernatural. It was just that no one knew how he was going to survive this predicament. Shangguan Xiuya had a cold and indifferent gaze. She similarly waved her hands, and immediately, cultivators stood before the cliff face, facing off against the cultivators of Jun clan. However, their formation was much weaker than the Jun clans. Jun Xiuyan had come prepared this time. He had brought many cultivators to Eastern Deity Island. There were the Renhuangs of Jun clan and the cultivators who had no Eastern Deity tokens and had either relied on them or collaborated with them to enter Eastern Deity Island. The Shangguan clan's cultivators could not hold off so many opponents. They could only choose to stand before Jun Xiuyan and the group of cultivators beside him. Two terrifying pressures collided in the space between these two forces. Jun Xiuyan swept a glance at Shangguan Xiuya and said, "Shangguan, do you truly believe that I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you?" "You can try," Shangguan Xiuya responded. Her gaze was cold and proud. Jun Xiuyan waved his hand. A few powerful Renhuangs immediately faced off with the Shangguan clan cultivators. In a cold tone, Jun Xiuyan ordered, "If anyone interferes with the affairs of Jun clan, kill them without mercy." "Understood," the Renhuangs replied as they nodded their heads. Their imposing manners were terrifying. Both sides were domineering and were unwilling to back down. On the other side, Yunja led his cultivators and surrounded the region. He looked down at the conflict below with a sinister look in his eyes. From the looks of it, today's incident would be interesting to observe. He could not wait to see how it played out. Jun Xiuyan did not care about what Shangguan Xiuya thought. If the cultivators of the Shangguan clan got in his way, he would then not need to show mercy. Jun Xiuyan swept a glance at Yi Futian, who was still cultivating. Jun Xiuyan's gaze was filled with murderous intent. However, he would not kill Yi Futian for now. "Capture him. I want him alive." "You can cripple him," Jun Xiuyan commanded. His voice was as cold as ice. After he finished saying this, a vast pressure of the Great Path immediately swept out towards Yi Futian. Around Yi Futian, the expressions of Beigong Ao, Emperor Helion, and the others all changed. Although they had released their own power of the Great Path to block the incoming pressure, their opponents had extraordinary abilities. Beigong Ao, Emperor Helion, and the others could not withstand them at all. Attack! In midair, attacks of the Great Path immediately came crashing down. There was terrifying lightning, brilliant sword light, as well as palm strikes that ripped apart the space. The extremely violent attacks rained down like a frenzied torrent, immediately crashing down towards the space where Yi Futian and his group were. Rumble. Beigong Ao stood high in the sky. Lightning surrounded him, and he became a war god of thunder. Endless lightning burst forth, and he used the might of lightning to fend off all the attacks. At the same time, on the cliff face, extremely dazzling light suddenly burst forth. All of the characters of the Great Path lit up with brilliant divine halos of the Great Path simultaneously. Formless storms of musical rhythm swept out. At that moment, everyone faintly felt a formless rhythm in the space. Buddhist chanting circled them and entered their ears. This rhythm was formless, yet it was everywhere. This was the power of sound. Blinding light radiated from the cliff face. At that moment, on the cliff face, a towering Buddha statue could faintly be seen. It was as though an ancient Buddha had appeared. His golden body sparkled, and countless characters of the Great Path circled him. This Buddha was chanting Sanskrit, and his voice swept out across the space. Tui. In the space before the cliff face, Ren Huang attacking Yi Futian immediately coughed up fresh blood. His spiritual soul was shattered, and his body fell lifelessly to the ground. He had perished instantly. Tui, Tui, Tui. Next, one by one, figures fell to the ground. When the rhythm swept past the minds of the lower-level Renhuangs, their spiritual souls immediately shattered, and they died. They could not put up any resistance at all, immediately perishing. The people who were attacking suddenly stopped. Currents of the Great Path rampaged around in the air. However, the crowd was silent as they saw the figures plummeting to the ground one by one. In an instant, all the lower-level Renhuangs who attacked Yi Futian were dead. They had all been killed. The rhythm of the Great Path circled around them. They could not hear the musical rhythm, but they could sense its presence. It was as though Buddhist chanting surfaced in their minds without any warning. All around them, the golden light of Buddha shone. When they saw the cliff face again, they could all see the Buddha statue. It made them want to bow down and worship it. The Buddha statue had a very overbearing air to it. It even gave off a fierce vibe. This was a demon-slaying Buddha. The technique it was using was the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The golden Buddha had an angry look and imposing manner that caused others to shiver and cower in its presence. The Renhuangs looked at the Buddha. Many weaker Renhuangs felt the urge to escape. It was very dangerous here. A slight moment of carelessness could cause them to be killed off by the way of rhythm. Shangguanshuya looked back at Yi Futian, revealing an astonished look. He was too powerful. Not only did he manage to comprehend the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, he immediately activated the golden musical notes on the cliff face. He turned them into Wei and unleashed its powerful might. He directly relied on the will of the Great Path in the cliff face to unleash his attack. Such talent was simply extraordinary. Although Beigong Shuang and the others were also astonished, they were already used to such events. This was not the first time they had witnessed such a scene. This fellow wasn't human. It was as though there was nothing that he could not do. It all began with him making the Dongyuan Pavilion statue manifest. Only then did they realize that for Yi Futian, making the Dongyuan Pavilion statue manifest was nothing. On Eastern Deity Island, he was utilizing his talents to the fullest. The rhythm of the Great Path circled around them and was everywhere. It was as though Yi Futian was ready to launch another attack at any moment. Jun Shuyan's expression turned extremely sullen. He looked in the direction where Yi Futian was and noticed that the latter still had his back facing the rest of them. Yi Futian faced the cliff face. He seemed to be still immersed in comprehending the Great Path on the cliff face. Jun Shuyan felt like his existence was but a joke. He served as a foil to Yi Futian's extraordinary talent. Attack. Kill him. Jun Shuyan ordered someone through sound transmission. This time, Jun Shuyan did not plan to spare Yi Futian's life. He had changed his mind and had decided to eradicate Yi Futian completely. Before they came to the face of the cliff, Jun Shuyan had still intended to capture Yi Futian alive. However, this now seemed impossible. Hence, he might as well kill off Yi Futian. No one else heard Jun Shuyan's voice, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jun Shuyan used the sound transmission of the Great Path. Therefore, only the person that he had targeted received his order. However, the recipient was also puzzled as to why Jun Shuyan was so confident. At this very moment, Jun Shuyan was actually still plotting to kill Yi Futian. The light of Buddha surrounded Yi Futian while countless musical notes danced around his body. Yi Futian ignored everything happening around him and focused solely on his meditation. An exceptional cultivator stood not far away from where Yi Futian was. The cultivator was a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. He wielded a spear and had domineering, chiseled features. His spear was sharp and was pointed at the people who were rushing towards Futian. The spear emanated a terrifying destructive power. The wielder of the spear was none other than Yang Dongqing. Buzz. Right at this moment, Yang Dongqing's body shifted. He turned into an alarming bolt of silver lightning. However, he was not dashing towards the enemy. Instead, he headed for Futian. Futian had his back facing them. Moreover, he was activating the way on the cliff face. He was unaware of the action of those around him. Black Wind Condor let out a shriek while the facial expressions of Helian Yu and Beigong Shuang changed drastically. The cultivators around them were still in a daze. What was happening exactly? Wasn't Yang Dongqing a member of Futian's group? The crowd was somewhat lost at this turn of events. A shocking destructive power burst forth from the silver spear. It traversed the space within a split second and left behind a dazzling silver trail. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Dongqing attacked at such a close range in an instant. Nobody was quick enough to react to his attack. When Jun Shuyan saw this scene, a glint of ruthless killing intent flashed past in his eyes. Perhaps even Futian was unaware of this. In reality, everything had always been within Jun Shuyan's control. Although Jun Shuyan had promised by Mu to let Futian go prior to this, now that they had entered Eastern Deity Island, Jun Shuyan was determined to kill Futian. Even if he did not manage to kill Futian on Eastern Deity Island, he would not let Futian leave the Penglai continent alive. After entering Eastern Deity Island, he did not send people to follow Futian. Everything was already within his control. Yang Dongqing had already turned traitor and was willing to follow the Jun clan. He also seemed not to be asking for much. Yang Dongqing, a cold voice cried out. It was the sound of Emperor Helian. He had not imagined that Yang Dongqing would betray them now and suddenly attack them. This attack would definitely be fatal. Futian was basically defenseless. He had his back towards the others and was relying on the power of the cliff face to deal with the other cultivators. How could he know that Yang Dongqing was trying to backstab him? If Futian died, everything would be over. How could he possibly block this killing blow? As Emperor Helian cried out, a swooshing sound could be heard. The long spear stabbed directly into Futian's back. It was too fast. Futian had no time to react at all. Right then, Yang Dongqing had a cold look in his eyes. He had been merciless and swift. This attack was executed decisively without a trace of hesitation. This spear would determine the fate of him and Yang clan. Back at the Penglai Deity Lake, conflict had erupted between Futian and Jun Shuyan, a member of one of the top forces of the Penglai continent. Yang Dongqing believed that Futian was highly unreasonable. Although Futian had great talent, he was too proud and looked down on everyone else. If this continued, those around him would eventually be dragged into his mess. If the conflict intensified, the cultivators of Jun clan of the Penglai continent would descend upon their continent. His Yang clan would face terrible consequences then. Hence, back then, Yang Dongqing had communicated with Jun Shuyan through thought transmission. Compared to Emperor Helian and Beigong Ao, Yang Dongqing was the person that Futian trusted the least. Yang Dongqing naturally could tell. After they entered Eastern Deity Island, Beigong Ao had received benefit after benefit, and he had even broken through to the next plane. All of this served to solidify Yang Dongqing's resolve. If Futian did not die, he might get them involved in his mess. If Futian died and Yang Dongqing stood on Jun clan's side, Beigong Ao and Emperor Helian would all be buried here. When that happened, not only would Yang Dongqing control the Dongyuan Pavilion, he could also immediately become the most powerful person on the continent. He could directly control the entire continent, controlling Helian royal family as well as Beigong family. Aside from that, Yang Dongqing would also become friends with Jun Shuyan and form an alliance with the Jun clan of the Penglai continent. His position would be extremely stable, and no one could usurp him. No matter how he considered the issue, killing Futian was the way to go. Hence, he had acted so decisively. His eyes showed no hint of hesitation. After this attack, the battle was decided. He had not even considered that he would fail. At such a close distance, with his 7th tier all-out attack, how could he possibly fail? There was no chance of him failing. Futian was sure to die. As Yang Dongqing's spear landed, He looked up, preparing to witness the death of Futian personally. However, the spear had yet to pierce through Futian's figure when it seemed to have hit an indestructible wall. This caused Yang Dongqing to frown. It was a ritual implement. Futian actually had a ritual implement on him that was protecting his body. Even so, a ritual implement could only weaken his attack power. It was impossible for it to ignore his attack completely. This attack could still kill Futian. Bang! As expected, Futian's figure was sent flying forwards from the impact. Yang Dongqing's spear also moved forwards with Futian's body. It continued forwards, frenziedly unleashing a furious, destructive aura that attempted to destroy Futian completely. Yet, at that moment, a layer of frost instantly covered the spear and even spread out towards Yang Dongqing's figure. It immediately seeped into his body and even his spiritual soul. Futian still had the strength to resist. Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. At that moment, countless golden musical notes from all around him flashed with blinding light. The musical notes of the Great Path swept straight out towards him. Kill. When this word was uttered, the terrifying musical notes of the Great Path immediately invaded Yang Dongqing's mind. His expression changed drastically as his spiritual soul tried to withstand this power. Almost at the exact same instant, countless leaves circled around his body. The power of Yin seeped into his body and froze him stiff. His entire body was shivering, and even his thoughts seemed to gradually slow down. How could this happen? How did Futian not die even after all this? Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao initially wanted to make a move. However, when they saw this scene, they were also stunned, stopping in their tracks. Above Futian's figure, endless sword will infused with the Yin divine light shot forwards and directly penetrated Yang Dongqing's body without any resistance. Yang Dongqing's mind seemed to stop. He felt that all this was somewhat preposterous. Even with such a sneak attack, he had actually been unable to kill a lower-level Runhuang. Instead, he had been killed off by a counterattack. How inconceivable was this? Had Futian been hiding his true ability all this while? This was his final thought. The next moment, Yang Dongqing's figure immediately turned to dust. It was as though he had never existed. Yang Dongqing died. From the very beginning, Futian had been observing Yang Dongqing ever since he allowed him to bring one person into Eastern Deity Island. Futian wanted to see whether or not he would make a move on Eastern Deity Island. How could Futian have possibly been unprepared? He had always been wary of Yang Dongqing. The person who Yang Dongqing brought to Eastern Deity Island was also his disciple and not his heir. Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao had both brought their heirs. At this crucial moment, as expected, Yang Dongqing had tried to kill Futian. It was a prime opportunity to eliminate Yang Dongqing to prevent future danger. The expression of Yang Dongqing's disciple changed drastically. He looked at Futian and said, "This matter has nothing to do with me." The musical notes of the Great Path swept out, and Futian immediately killed him. When Emperor Helion saw this scene, his heart shuddered. Fortunately, they had decided to become friends with Futian back then and not to become his enemies. This mysterious fellow with extraordinary talent caused others to be in awe of his talent, as well as make others cautious of him. The image of Jun clan from Panglai Deity Island has been completely ruined by you, Futian said nonchalantly then. His tone was full of mockery. Failed. Jun Shoyan's expression was one of gloom. As Divine Will's seventh realm, he had released a fatal blow from such a close distance, yet he failed. Futian was just a lower Renhuang. Even if his divine wheel of the Great Path was perfect, it was still only in the third realm. Yang Dongqing was upper Renhuang of the seventh realm. He had unleashed a blow with all his might, so how could it be that he was not dead yet? Like Yang Dongqing, Jun Shoyan thought that this blow would, at the very least, severely injure Futian if not destroy him. But the result was that Yang Dongqing was killed by Futian instead. Even though he may have used a divine item to protect himself, he shouldn't be able to defend against this blow. But no matter what, everything was now an incontrovertible reality. All the cultivators had participated, followed by more assassins, but all were unsuccessful. Previously, he himself was humiliated by Futian, and everything that had happened really brought tremendous shame to the Jun family. At this moment, the light of the golden runes shone brightly on the cliff as the sound of Buddha lingered. The image of Buddha remained elusive as endless divine brilliance showered upon Futian, bathing him within it so that he became sacred and majestic. Buzz! A horrible wave of sound rolled out. In an instant, many people in the vicinity lost hearing, and it was difficult for them to hear anything for a while. Simultaneously, their spiritual souls were greatly shaken, and all the cultivators guarded their minds to protect their spiritual souls. All of them had released the will of the way to the extreme to resist this sonic attack. Kill! Futian spat, and the aura of horrific slaughter exploded in the sky, accompanied by the rhythm of the great path, and his word was the law. The rhythm fluctuated toward in the distance, attempting to slaughter the cultivators brought here by Jun Xiuyan. Back! A cultivator of Upper Runhuang 8th Realm shouted, and the sound exploded like thunder, shaking in the ears of all the cultivators, awakening them. At the same time, cultivators were guarding in front of Jun Xiuyan as the light screen of the Great Path shrouded this space, protecting Jun Xiuyan. An invisible storm of rhythm swept out, and those cultivators who guarded in front of Jun Xiuyan groaned as they felt their spiritual souls trembling. Even some upper-level Renhuang were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, their faces pale, as the force knocked them backward. At the same time, the light screen of the Great Path was shattered by the sound waves. Its force blasted upon Jun Xiuyan. Even as Jun Xiuyan released a divine item for protection, the force was enough to knock him into flying out, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Retreat! The group evacuated backward quickly. All the cultivators brought by Jun Xiuyan were attacked indiscriminately by the sound waves, just as the golden Buddha light swept over their bodies. When the light screen dissipated, again, many cultivators fell. Their bodies fell from the sky, and among them, many were Renhuang killed on the spot. There were even some middle Renhuang among the dead. The will of the rhythm from the cliff was horrific beyond their imagination. The remaining cultivators had all stepped back to somewhere far away, lengthening their distance from the cliff. Many of them were also injured. Their faces were pale, and their spiritual souls were still shaking. When they looked in front, they saw rolls of light screens sweeping out on top of the cliff, so they continued to retreat, leaving the area that was covered by the power of the Great Path from the cliff. Traces of divine light of the Great Path poured directly into Futian's body and did not continue to chase them. The space in front of the cliff was shrouded by the golden Buddha light, which appeared extremely sacred. How powerful! Everyone present was greatly impacted. This rhythm had a terrifying effect. What shocked them the most was that Futian had already had control over the will of the cliff's rhythm, which could be used by him to launch an offensive attack of the Great Path. Judging from the range of attack that he was able to lock in with his control of the rhythm, they knew that Futian was able to resonate with the cliff. This meant that he was probably already at the point of complete comprehension. Jun Xiuyan couldn't help but felt that his life was spared. His face was cold and gloomy as he looked into the distance. He was out of the range of the sonic wave attack at the moment. However, today, Jun Xiuyan had suffered total humiliation. In front of Futian, he was totally vulnerable, with no ability to fight back. From the beginning, his opponent had never taken him seriously. Next to him, Upper Renhuang cultivators looked at Jun Xiuyan, and they did not look good. One person crushed such a powerful group while they had suffered many casualties. How humiliating furthermore, now they couldn't do anything to Futian at all. They didn't even dare to approach him. Wait until he leaves the cliff, Jun Xiuyan uttered a short sentence. His voice was flat, without joy or sorrow, and no change in emotions could be detected. However, from his eyes, the cultivators around him could see a terrifying determination to kill Futian no matter what. He did not tell them to leave, but ordered everyone to continue waiting here until Futian left the cliff, and then they will kill him for good. Outside the cliff, Futian would not expect to survive. He would be watching closely here. Those around him nodded. Their eyes were equally indifferent. They turned to cast a glance at where Futian was, standing quietly in the void, waiting. In front of the cliff, everyone who saw it looked a little weird, but then they immediately understood Jun Xiuyan's intention. They were lying in wait for Futian there until he finished cultivating. unless Futian never left the cliff. As soon as he left, he would no longer be able to take advantage of its power. How would he face the cultivators that came with Jun Xiuyan? It seemed that Jun Xiuyan's disgrace, coupled with heavy casualties, had contributed to his determination that Futian must die before he could feel vindicated. Even if he were not seeking the Great Path's opportunities, he would cut Futian down. Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao both frowned. If so, it was indeed somewhat concerning. Futian didn't seem to mind. He glanced at the crowd, and his gaze paused momentarily on Yunjia, causing Yunjia to heighten his awareness. He had come with Jun Xiuyan originally, but he did not attack Futian. Everything that happened afterward had also shocked him to the core. Futian had comprehended the rhythm of the cliff and slaughtered many cultivators. Then he cut down Yang Dongqing, which forced other cultivators, such as Jun Xiuyan, to evacuate. They could ill afford Futian's attack now. However, Futian merely glanced at him, then turned his head back to look at the cliff, continuing to cultivate. As if everything that had just happened was a dream. Everyone watched with a sense of disbelief. Futian was surprisingly casual about all this. Beigong Ao wore a puzzled look. He had sensed that Futian had never considered the other person a serious opponent, just as when he was at Dongyuan Pavilion, he had not really worried about Lu Han and Yang Dongqing. Could it be that he was equally unconcerned with the top forces from Penglai continent? His instinct was that he was correct in his estimation, but no matter how talented Futian was, where did he get his confidence from? Next to Futian, Shangguan Shuya glanced at Yunjia and said, "Are you going to continue to cultivate here or go by yourself?" Yunjia looked at her and said with a smile, "Shangguan, what's it to you? I don't think you would dare to cause any trouble now," Shangguan Shuya sneered. She then looked at Futian and transmitted her voice. "If there is any trouble from the Jun family, I can help. Even if you leave the cliff, it isn't impossible to fight." "Thank you, but no need," Futian replied, causing a curious look on Shangguan Shuya's face. "Those men around Jun Xiuyan are mighty. Once you leave the cliff, it will not be easy to deal with them, and he meant to kill you. Moreover, Yunjia is another person to watch out for. Can you handle it by yourself?" Shangguan Shuya continued. She wasn't questioning him but just wanted to remind him, and at the same time, maybe get on his good side. This would be more or less beneficial for her cultivation and in comprehending the cliff. "Thank you for the reminder." Still, Futian replied rather flatly, then continued to look at the cliff to comprehend and cultivate, making Shangguan Shuya feel a little speechless. No one had ever ignored her like this, ever. She realized that Futian was rather unwilling to respond to her. She was a little depressed by this realization, but in this instant, the cliff lit up with a brilliant divine light. The sight of it melted away Shangguan Shuya's dissatisfaction again. This guy had such unparalleled comprehension. It would be to her interest if she followed along with him in cultivation. This confrontation seemed to have calmed down for the moment, as Jun Xiuyan and the others were waiting in the distance, dared not to come any closer. Futian was cultivating quietly, without being distracted, and cared not for any outside matters, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The notes of the great path on the cliff were getting stronger, as divine glory bloomed, and the sound of Buddha lingered. Over time, the notes on the cliff seemed to have become one, and the Vajra Buddha that appeared on the cliff was becoming clearer. What was more striking was that the golden notes of the great path were also surrounding Futian, resonating with the notes on the cliff. It was as if they had integrated into one. There was even the shadow of a golden Buddha that seemed to appear, rather elusively, above Futian's body. The elusive image of the Buddha superimposed on his body. It was as if Futian was transformed into a holy and solemn Buddha. Buzz. Endless brilliant glory bloomed from the top of the mountain cliff, extremely radiant. Everyone looked up in the direction of the cliff and saw a dazzling golden Buddha light, as the sound of Buddha lingered between the heaven and the earth. In the void, it seemed that a giant Buddha appeared. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound as the cliff trembled violently. What's going on? Everyone was confused. Golden runes on the cliff continued to fly toward Futian and even fly directly into his body. Rays of golden glory were shining. All those characters of the great path flew out of the cliff. All of them merged inside of Futian. This, everyone had a questioning look on their faces. The cliff was trembling more and more violently, and when all the characters had flown into Futian's body, a loud cracking sound was heard, as cracks now appeared on the cliff, which continued to shatter and eventually collapsed. The cliff was destroyed. This opportunity of the great path disappeared. Many watched this sight, dumbfounded. Some cultivators who had been here several times were stunned, watching all this happening without a word. Again? Emperor Helion and Bagong Ao watched with some puzzlement. Previously at Sword Mountain, Futian had already done something like this before. Was he about to repeat it? He was cultivating while leaving no room for the others to do the same? All the cultivators in front of the cliff witnessed its destruction and were speechless. It was pulverized and broken. This opportunity of the great path disappeared just like that, and now, no one else would have the chance to receive it. This also meant that Futian had already inherited this opportunity of the great path and was in complete control of it. It was precisely because of the existence of such a genius talent that the opportunity of the great path now belonged to just one person, and no one else would benefit from it. How heartless. Those cultivators would have nowhere to cultivate now. The opportunity of the great path disappeared, and there was no more chance to comprehend this Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. Shangguan Shoya looked at the disappearing cliff and felt somewhat lost because it was gone. She had already gotten herself to a good place where she was able to comprehend this cliff's great path gradually. But this was also when Futian had comprehended the opportunity of the great path and absorbed all the notes so that none was left. In the future, there would be no such opportunity. Even if they come again, the opportunity would be no more. Monopolizing the opportunity of the great path all by yourself. Amazing. A voice was heard, and the speaker was Yunjia, who had not left. He stood in the void and watched all this taking place quietly. He only spoke when he saw that Futian had made the cliff disappear. Behind Futian, Bagong Ao and the others turned and saw Yunjia, with his arms folded before him, watching all this with great interest. The cliff was gone. Futian had comprehended the opportunity of the great path, but it also meant that he no longer had the cliff as a buffer, and he could no longer use its power. So when his thought turned to this, he turned his head to glance at a direction in the distance. Sure enough, Jun Xiuyan and the others who had retreated to the distance were now moving forward. They were waiting for a time like this to kill Futian. How could they miss a chance like this? Without the cliff as a shelter, Futian would undoubtedly die. A mighty coercion covered them. Its oppressive power was extremely terrifying. Those around Futian frowned, sensing that something was not quite right. Previously, when Futian made the two attempts to kill the enemy, once was with the sword will of the Sword Mountain, once with the help of the cliff, he had leveraged external forces both times, the opportunity of the great path from Eastern Deity Island itself. Now, there were no more external forces to be had, and the enemy had quite a powerful makeup, far surpassing theirs. There could be trouble afoot. With the cliff gone, and none of the people here knew Futian from before and shared no common interest with him, they would not have any animosity toward Jun Xiuyan as before. It was even possible that they might be displeased with Futian because of the destruction of the cliff. This time, everyone else would probably not interfere. Soon, Jun Xiuyan came to the side and surveyed the crowd. He saw that Futian still had his back turned to him, as if he continued to absorb the notes of the great path that he had swallowed before. Jun Xiuyan's eyes were icy and indifferent. He said coldly, "You impeded me because you wanted to use his comprehension to cultivate. How did that work out for you now?" Everyone was speechless, and they had mixed feelings. They did want to use Futian's power for their own comprehension, and they did benefit from it. But now, everything had turned to dust, and their hopes were dashed. But could this matter be blamed solely on Futian? He had extraordinary and unparalleled comprehension that surpassed everyone else, which allowed him to thoroughly comprehend the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm of the great path that was left on the cliff, absorbing its power and seizing the opportunity. What more could they say about this? Even if there were discontent in their hearts, everything was a foregone conclusion now that could not be changed, and Futian would not be restoring the cliff for them. Jun Xiuyan saw that every one of them was silent as his eyes passed over them. Finally, they landed on Futian and his people, including Bagong Ao and the others. His eyes showed a cold, murderous intent. Now, who else could protect Futian? He looked at Shangguan Xiaoya, who was not far away, and saw that Shangguan Xiaoya was also looking at Futian, and asked through voice transmission, "Do you need help?" She was still willing to help Futian, who had always been extremely passive in their interactions. Even at a time like this, as long as he was willing to bow. This arrogant and proud man who had categorically rejected her before. What about now? Futian was silent. He seemed to be still cultivating, and streaming light of the great path flowed round him. Silence? Shangguan Xiaoya thought. It seems this proud man doesn't want to ask for help, even at a time like this. But when she thought of his refusal before, Shangguan Xiaoya said again, through voice transmission, "If you need help, you can nod, and I will help you." She didn't want to believe that Futian would not relent. Futian still did not respond. Clearly, he had heard her, but Shangguan Xiaoya's tone was akin to solicitation. She seemed to ask him to beg for her help. This was probably because she was rejected before and now wanted a chance to win back some dignity. It seemed that this empress of the Shangguan clan was still willful. The streaming light of the great path flowed about him and submerged inside his body. Futian slowly turned around and cast a glance at Shangguan Xiaoya and transmitted his sound to her in response, "No need." Shangguan Xiaoya was taken aback for a moment. Her beautiful eyes blinked once as she was looking at Futian. There was a slight change in her eyes. This jerk? Without the power of the cliff, how would you deal with the cultivators of the Jun family? Your people were not at the same level as theirs, not to mention Yunjia was still watching on the side. Do you really think you can get away? Shangguan Xiaoya said coldly. Futian gave her an odd look and a sideways glance. What's the matter with this woman? She wanted so much for him to ask her for help. Don't bother. Futian responded flatly and rendered Shangguan Xiaoya completely speechless. Anger even flashed across her beautiful eyes. She saw that Futian's talent was extraordinary and couldn't bear to see him perish here. So she decided to lend a helping hand while recruiting a friend with an outstanding talent for the Shangguan clan. But she never expected that Futian would completely ignore her kind intentions, not even paying any attention to her. "I guess I am overly concerned," Shangguan Xiaoya replied coldly. She didn't bother speaking again. She planned to watch as a bystander. She wanted to see how Futian would resolve this situation. Facing Jun Xiaoyan's murderous intent, how could he contend with it? Futian walked a few steps forward, raised his head to look into the void ahead, and saw that the Runhuang cultivators brought over by Jun Xiaoyan were standing in a mighty line. The great path's oppressive power enveloped the boundless void so that this space is suffocated with its pressure of might. The cultivators from before had all withdrawn from this space. Soon, only Futian and a few others were left facing such a powerful enemy. Not far behind Futian and the others, an angry Shangguan Xiaoya also took her people to some distance away. She was going to watch and see how this proud fellow planned to deal with Jun Xiaoyan. Futian raised his head to look at Jun Xiaoyan, only to be met by his icy stare full of strong intent to kill. He was looking down at him and said coldly, "You finished cultivating?" Futian nodded. After his arrival, Jun Xiaoyan did not rush to make a move, but waited for him to finish his cultivation. Now that the cliff is destroyed and there are no more external forces for you to borrow, what do you think about that? Jun Xiaoyan asked again. Do I need to use external forces to kill the likes of you? Futian replied. Jun Xiaoyan's eyes focused on Futian. He did not have anyone protecting him at the moment so that Futian could kill him, even without any external forces. His eyes were icy cold as he ignored Futian's words and continued. Since you made your move that day, you are destined never to leave the Penglai continent alive. Before, you were lucky. Now, what's your plan to survive? Futian didn't speak, and the aura of great path flowed through his body. Between the heaven and the earth, sounds of Buddha were heard, which turned into invisible fluctuations of rhythm. On his body, a Vajra Buddha seemed to have appeared, with angry eyes, suppressive and overpowering. The body slowly levitated into the air, and a mighty aura bloomed from it. Underneath the light of Buddha, there was also a terrifying and sharp aura, which was an indestructible swordsmanship. It seems that you don't plan to survive at all. Jun Shuyan said coldly, kill. When the voice fell, the cultivators who had lined up around him unleashed a mighty pressure of the great path at the same time, which flooded toward Futian. In an instant, the great path filled the space with an undeniable presence. However, at the same time, the sound of Buddha continued to linger and resound between heavens and earth, causing the cultivators to frown. Some middle Renhuang felt that they were under very strong pressure, which oppressed their spiritual souls. Jun Shuyan backed up when he felt that pressure, while a cultivator of the 8th realm guarded in front of him against any sudden attack from Futian. Senior Beigong, much obliged, said Futian, and Beigong Ao nodded in acknowledgement. From where he stood in the air, the mighty power of thunder erupted. Standing there in front of Futian, the body of the thunder god shrouded him, and he was unstoppable. Emperor Helion was guarding Xiaqing Yuan and the others. Futian turned to look at Shangguan Xiuya, who was not far away, and said, if you want to help, take care of them for me. Although Emperor Helion was guarding them, Futian still worried that the opponents would attack Xiaqing Yuan and the others no matter the cost, hence his request to Shangguan Xiuya. Shangguan Xiuya was taken aback. Futian meant to deal with all these Renhuang just by himself and Beigong Ao? Was this guy crazy? And was this the attitude of asking someone for help? Shangguan Xiuya looked at Futian coldly and saw that he had already turned around, so she replied, fine. As soon as she replied, she was immediately upset with herself. Why did she agree so easily to do his bidding? Perhaps she wanted to see how Futian would deal with Jun Shuyan and the other Renhuang with just 2 people. Boom! The power of 1,000 punishments converged and turned into a thunderous calamity. Thousands of thunderous lightning came down from the sky and swept out. Beigong Ao of the 8th realm now stood proudly in the air, arrogantly and forceful. He had never been in a battle quite like this. Futian asked him to participate, for the 2 of them to fight against multiple Renhuang, and he agreed, seemingly to trust Futian blindly. At the same time, he had always been cautious while conducting business outside and never had a moment like this. Today, he would completely throw cautions to the wind. When his thought turned to this, he gave out a shout with great pride and passion. But at this moment, the sound of Buddha lingered, and a terrifying sound wave swept out. An ancient Vajra Buddha appeared above the sky, and the anger from the Buddha emitted an invisible rhythm that rendered the space completely quiet. Futian took the initiative and made his move first, which stunned Beigong Ao, who was fully prepared to launch his own attack. In the next moment, many Renhuang were slaughtered while they vomited blood and fell from the sky as if they couldn't bear even one strike. Beigong Ao looked at this sight speechlessly, a little confused. Shouldn't this be his time to act? Be careful. A deafening roar came from the group of Jun family virtuosos. The roar contained the might of the great path, and it seemed to be an attempt to break apart the music rhythm attack. The formless sound waves could shatter spiritual souls. They caused the entire space to morph into lethal ripples of rhythmic sorcery, which were a huge threat to any practitioner below the high-level Renhuang stage. In fact, the ripples were so powerful that they could instantly kill anyone who was below the high-level Renhuang stage. Oin! A level 8 practitioner strode towards Futian with a hum. The practitioner exuded a terrifying pressure, and ripples of sound waves crashed towards Futian and impacted his spiritual soul. He stared at Futian and noticed that runes wound around Futian's body as though he were a Buddha. A huge halo of a Buddha also appeared in the skies above him. A few moments ago, Futian absorbed the power from the cliff face and inherited the wisp of will of the great path that was left on the cliff face. Specifically, the cliff face contained the tyrannical will of the great path of the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. This will of the great path integrated straight into the attacks that he comprehended, so his attacks could now directly threaten any level 7 practitioner and even affect level 8 virtuosos. The practitioner lifted his palm out in front of him and grasped the empty space in front of him. In the skies appeared a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun. It grasped at Futian across the space. A loud sound echoed out, making the attack seem indomitable. However, right at this moment, Beigong Ao, who was dispirited for a moment just now, strode out. He unleashed a deadly blade of thunder in front of him. With a loud crack, the broadsword will of the thunder slashed across the sky, and the large palm was cut in half. "I'll hold him back," the virtuoso who attacked coldly announced. Stepping in empty space, the sound of unleashing the great path echoed out. He lifted both palms in front of him, and instantly the space became a great path domain with himself at the center of the domain. Bagong Ao was trapped in this space. The great path domain was comprised of bright, ancient mountains. They circled Bagong Ao's body and sealed the space around. It was as though they were not on the eastern deity island, but were in an isolated mountain range. The practitioner did not seal Yi Futian with Bagong Ao because he was afraid that he could not deal with the two of them alone. On Yi Futian's side, there was only one level 8 virtuoso, and that was Bagong Ao. On their opponent's side, however, there were 3 virtuosos at the same level. As long as they could keep Bagong Ao engaged, the other virtuosos could easily kill Yi Futian. Among the other 2 level 8 virtuosos, one was protecting Jun Xiuyan, while the other stepped forward and stood on the air above Yi Futian. In the vicinity were also various other renhuangs positioned throughout the space. The renhuangs were mostly at the 7th and 6th levels. They emitted monstrous will might, and their auras were terrifying. Anyone who was below the 6th level did not dare get close to Yi Futian. This was because the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm posed a threat to any level 6 renhuang and could even kill them. The level 8 virtuoso walked out and came to the space above Yi Futian's head. He emitted a monstrous aura while his body glittered golden. In the skies above, a golden glow filled the heavens, as though he were going to create an incomparably exquisite golden painting. A loud sound permeated the space. Giant, endlessly long golden stone pillars appeared in the skies. Horrifying drawings were carved into each golden stone pillar. The pillars covered the entire sky. Boom! The air shook violently for a moment, and the huge, golden pillars hammered down from the skies and planted themselves into the 8 cardinal points. With a deafening sound, the golden stone pillars around Yi Futian sealed the area around him. The golden light emitted by the stone pillars fused into one body and created a barrier that isolated the region. Under Yi Futian's feet, the golden light morphed into a golden drawing. The level 8 virtuoso formed hand seals in the air, and the drawing continuously changed its form. Eventually, it morphed into a giant golden dragon. The dragon twisted its way up. In front of the massive size of the dragon, Yi Futian seemed to be especially minuscule. "Kill him," the level 8 virtuoso coldly ordered. The giant dragon flew towards Yi Futian with the full intent to kill him. It dived towards Yi Futian, extending its sharp golden claws that seemed to be able to tear apart even the space of the great path. Its dominating might was indeed terrifying. A master of matrix methods. Yi Futian raised his head upwards to look at the virtuoso in the air. This was a golden matrix of the great path, and the giant dragon was born from within this matrix. In the distance, Shangguan Shoya naturally knew the identity of the virtuoso who attacked. This practitioner had a very high status in the Jun family. He was an extremely powerful alchemist who could carve grand metal elemental matrices. He had immense strength and was held in high regard by the Jun family. He was also respectfully known as Master Yin. How could Yi Futian even hope to defend himself against the attacks from such a powerful figure? Furthermore, in the face of such a high level of alchemy, even Yi Futian's rhythmic sorcery attacks were useless. It was because of this reason that his opponent sent Master Yin to deal with Yi Futian. Yi Futian's body emitted a bone-chilling whistling of sword blades. The will of the sword surrounded his body, and his entire body seemed to morph into an infinitely sharp sword. Oin! The glare of sword blades suddenly shone with a hum, and Yi Futian's body shot like an arrow through the space. When the dragon's sharp claws were about to clamp down on him, his body ducked to the side and continued speeding away, disappearing in an instant. "You can't escape," Master Yin coldly shouted. The golden stone pillars that stood between the heavens and the earth emitted a light that morphed into a light barrier, sealing all possible paths to the air above. It seemed like Yi Futian was going to be trapped behind this barrier. After all, not even the great path's spatial powers could break through the barrier. A divine sword appeared in Yi Futian's hands and shot out towards the light barrier. When the sword tip impacted the light barrier, a terrifying ripple rolled outwards. The light barrier seemed to solidify, and on its surface, lines of runes appeared. They sealed the entire space, seemingly wishing to trap and kill Yi Futian within this golden domain. Simultaneously, on Yi Futian's body appeared a streak of incomparably powerful will of the sword. This will of the sword flowed into the divine sword. A column of divine light appeared, and it pierced into the skies, scattering the clouds. Crack, the crisp sound echoed out. Long cracks appeared on the light barrier, and then like a spiderweb, it broke up into pieces bit by bit. Master Yin narrowed his eyes at the scene that unfolded before him. At the moment the light barrier shattered, accompanying the loud sound that echoes out, a deadly beam of light shot through the clouds and came flying straight towards him. Dong! A sound akin to the voice of the Buddha reverberated out and attacked his divine soul. Master Yin felt his divine soul trembling violently for a moment. A metallic golden Buddha appeared in his mind, and in front of him, Yi Futian also seemed to morph into a Buddha. Of course, he knew that this was not reality. Rather, when the will of the great path was strong enough, an illusion could be formed. What he saw was indeed formed from the great path. He felt a tinge of fear. His palms slammed downward simultaneously. In that instant, the exquisite golden drawing shone and pressed down towards Yi Futian. In the airspace below, 1,000 sword silhouettes appeared. The moment that they reached him, they merged into one sword. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. The divine sword actually shattered the drawing. A terrifying sword glow instantly swallowed up the sky and expanded outwards. Even though a golden light barrier shrouded Master Yan's body, cracks appeared in the light barrier under Yi Futian's will of the sword's persistent attacks. Master Yin exploited the force of the impact to retreat up into the skies swiftly. How strong is he? The people around were shocked. The attack that he unleashed was so devastating that it could force a level 8 virtuoso to retreat in fear. He possesses the sword will from the sword peak, and he also infused the will of the great path inherited from the cliff face into his attacks. Seeing Yi Futian's attacks, Helian Yu instantly understood the source of his strength. It seemed like Yi Futian had gained a lot from the two opportunities of the great path that he encountered, and his gains were very clearly shown in this fight. In the instant that his sword strike landed, Yi Futian's body disappeared. In the skies, an elegant trail appeared, and behind that emerged streaks of sword silhouettes. Some distance away, several Renhuang's expressions turned to shock. They all felt a terrifying ripple of rhythmic sorcery coursing towards them, attacking their divine souls directly. Right after that, they saw a glaring sword glow. "Be careful!" Master Yin shouted in an attempt to shake them awake from their shock paralysis. Alas, the sword sliced across, and the sound of blades cutting into flesh echoed out. It seemed like several Renhuangs were simultaneously slain, even though they were separated physically. There did not even seem to be a time delay between their deaths. The explosion of the fusion of two types of attacks was utterly devastating. Anyone who was not a high-level Renhuang would not be able to withstand even a single strike. Master Yin stepped outwards in an attempt to track and kill Yi Futian. However, he saw Yi Futian's body turn into an afterimage. His body appeared in front of a level 7 divine wheel high-level Renhuang. The high-level Renhuang glanced at Yi Futian, and he, too, saw the metallic golden Buddha. A terrifying rhythmic attack struck him, and it was as though a ceaseless stream of Buddhist symbols entered his mind. The low, reverberating voice of Buddha echoed around in his mind, causing his divine soul to tremble. "Don't be affected by the sound," Master Yin shouted again. The expression on the level 8 virtuoso, standing beside Jun Shoyan, also changed slightly. He did not expect Yi Futian's Vajra demon-slaying rhythm to be so strong that it could directly affect a high-level Renhuang. He inherited the will of the great path from the cliff face, which is the reason behind the unnaturally terrifying power behind his Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The level 8 virtuoso told Jun Shoyan, who was standing behind him. Just as he finished speaking, he saw another sword strike. The divine wheel of the level 7 virtuoso surged in power. It was a humongous, ancient bell. With an angry roar, he charged forward. The giant ancient bell emitted a shocking pressure that permeated the space around it. Futian's flight left an elegant, endless arc. He was moving so fast that it was difficult to spot his true, physical body. The sword's silhouettes seemed to be elongated. The divine wheel of the great path seemed to be frozen in mid-air. The crowd saw a ray of sword glare cut through the great path's power and shot straight for Futian's opponent. Splush, the way of the sword is boundless. As though he disregarded all physical distances, Futian's silhouette appeared behind his opponent with his back facing the level 7 virtuoso. In the next instant, the level 7 virtuoso was reduced to nothing more than powder and faded away under Sword Chi's strength. The level 7 high-level Renhuang was slain with a single strike. In the vast space, all the Renhuangs could not help but feel an intense tremble deep in their hearts. Their fear of a low-level Renhuang actually paralyzed them. While it might seem like a horrible joke, it was, in fact, happening right at that moment. A low-level Renhuang was committing an unbridled massacre of middle-level Renhuang and high-level Renhuang. Shangguan Shuya looked at Futian's silhouette and did not know what to think. It was no wonder that the bastard thumbed his nose at her. Not even in her wildest dreams would she have expected him to have inherited the will of the great path after the cliff face shattered. His true combat strength was also far more terrifying than anything she had expected. Many virtuosos gathered from a distant area. They were all drawn in by the battle that was taking place, and they were all observing the fight. Thereafter, they saw Futian facing an entire group of Renhuangs alone. Who was this white-haired Renhuang? Some people contemplated silently. They were surprised by how strong he was. The person Futian was facing appeared to be virtuosos from the Jun family of the Penglai continent. They all seemed to be shaken by this one person. At this point, Yunji's face also let out a puzzled expression. This fight seemed to be very similar to the one that happened in the Penglai deity region, where not only did Futian stay alive, but he even managed to counterattack and kill several virtuosos. It was happening once again at this moment at this place. Even a level 8 virtuoso could not beat him. Furthermore, Futian's strength caused the level 8 virtuoso guarding Jun Xiuyan to be extremely wary. He was worried that Jun Xiuyan would be killed with a piercing strike from Futian. After all, considering the ability that Futian had shown, this possibility was very real. Thus, the guard did not dare to be careless. The other level 8 virtuoso was still engaged in a tough fight with Beigong Ao. Furthermore, it seemed that Beigong Ao was dominating the fight. This practitioner from an insignificant, unknown continent could actually pressurize an elder from the Jun family. However, they also sensed that a thunder treasure had merged into Beigong Ao's body. This caused him to be more familiar with the great way of thunder and thus more terrifying. The great path's chaotic flow ran amok between heaven and earth, but no one tried to interfere with the fight. They were all rather wary of Futian. It was just moments ago that several Renhuangs, including a level 7 high-level Renhuang, died at Futian's hands. This caused them to be very wary of Futian. While no one from the onlookers did anything, Futian did not stop. He turned around in the air, emitting a seemingly holy light of the Buddha. With the deep hum of the Buddha's voice resonating outwards, Futian seemed like a real-life golden Buddha in the eyes of the onlookers. At the same time, Futian swung the divine sword in his hand. The strand of sword will inherited from the sword mountain, which was infused into the sword, was fully unleashed. At that moment, the blade of light pierced through the clouds. If you are still alive after this strike, you can leave. As Futian finished speaking, a Buddhist voice of the great path resonated between heaven and earth, as though it were the roar of a golden Buddha. The formless rhythmic ripples cascaded throughout the boundless space, causing everyone to feel an aggressive attack on their divine souls. In the next moment, Futian's body disappeared from where he stood. The onlookers only saw numerous silhouettes appearing in place of his original body. Every silhouette was in the shape of Futian's true body. These silhouettes flew in different directions. At first, they moved slowly, but in a short period of time, the number of silhouettes increased, and the will of the sword became stronger, too. There seemed to be tens of thousands of sword clones scattered all through the heavens and earth in the blink of an eye, covering every possible position. Defend, roared the level 8 Renhuang beside Jun Xiuyan. His comrades seemed to be put into a trance by the Buddhist voice of the Great Path, and he wanted to shock them awake. They were still under the attack of rhythmic sorcery. With the addition of the lethal sword technique, how could any normal Renhuang hope to stand against the simultaneous attacks? Futian's shadow clones gradually moved faster, giving off a very mysterious feeling. In a short while, each silhouette morphed into a beam of light, and it was as though they had merged into the blade of light. Many people saw an elegant blade of light cutting an arc through the air in front of them, and streaks of blood-red light emitted right after. All the virtuosos were scrambling to gather the Great Path's powers to counter the incoming attack. However, when the blade of light sliced across, it cut directly through space. The blade of light sliced without resistance through the space of the Great Path, and the sound of blades cutting through flesh continuously echoed out. Thereafter, the tens of thousands of sword shadows merged into one, and Futian's silhouette once again appeared where he last stood, as though he had never moved away from that spot. The vast space turned calm once again. A Renhuang was standing among the crowd. His pupils were dilated. He was glaring at Futian. Between his brows appeared a line of blood. "No!" he roared once, and in the next instant, his body was pulverized by the will of the sword. At the same time, the sound of popping and puffing continued to echo. The silhouettes of numerous Renhuangs seemed to be crushed into powder. They were all killed. At that moment, there were not many Renhuangs who remained standing in midair. One of them stood in his original position. He was shrouded by a golden bell, which was some implement. Fissures appeared along the surface of the ancient bell. Then, it exploded into dust. The Renhuang stood in midair, his arms slightly shaking. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Futian. Was this really a low-level Renhuang? He killed nearly all the Renhuangs with merely a thought. Futian stretched out his palm and raised the sword in his hand, pointing with the tip of the divine sword. The Renhuangs who were still alive remembered Futian's words. If they could survive his strike, they were allowed to leave. Futian gave them a chance to live. A level 6 middle-level Renhuang retreated, so quickly his body became a smudge. He turned around and left without looking at Futian. Neither did he glance at Jun Xiuyan. He was not a member of the Jun family. He was merely hired to follow Jun Xiuyan onto the eastern deity island to obtain any relics of the Great Path. Unexpectedly, such a strong formation had been decimated to such a sorry state by Futian. He was very fortunate to have managed to survive. Anyone who was below a high-level Renhuang stage could not survive under Futian's attacks. If he didn't leave now, he would only be waiting for his death. Forgive this old man for his incompetence. A level 7 high-level Renhuang spoke in the direction of Jun Xiuyan and then retreated, no longer wanting to be part of this. The death of the high-level Renhuang previously had taught him a lesson. He also saw that Beigong Ao had managed to dominate his opponent completely. Even these 3 level 8 practitioners may not be able to deal with Beigong Ao and Futian. Cultivating was not easy. If he could not obtain any opportunities to further his cultivation on the Great Path, there was no need to die here either. Very soon, most of the virtuosos left. In this space, there were only a small number of people remaining. They were Jun Xiuyan, the 3 level 8 virtuosos, 2 level 7 virtuosos, and Futian, and Beigong Ao. The 2 level 7 virtuosos were the direct descendants of the Jun family, so naturally, they couldn't leave. Among the 3 level 8 virtuosos, 2 were members of the Jun family, while Master Yin was a guest of the Jun family who had been invited to accompany Jun Xiuyan. Futian's glance swept towards Master Yan's direction and said, "You are a level 8 matrix master, and yet you still take orders from Jun Xiuyan." Master Yin looked at him and heard Shangguan Shuya say from afar, "His name is Master Yin. He isn't actually a member of the Jun family. Rather, he is their guest. He is a master of alchemy matrices." As she finished speaking, she said to Master Yin, "Master Yin, Jun Xiuyan is an extremely stubborn and arrogant man. He doesn't care about his own cultivation, yet he keeps trying to kill Renhuang Yi. Everything that happened here is because of his personal vengeance against Futian. It is not worth it for you to follow or defend him. How about you join our Shangguan family as a guest?" Futian glanced at Shangguan Xiuya. This woman was shrewd enough to exploit this chance to poach people. We don't have any grudges between us, so if you are willing to let go right now, I can pretend that nothing had happened. Otherwise, even if you are at the 8th level, you might still not be able to leave the Eastern Deity Island alive, Futian said. His tone was extremely arrogant. He asserted that Master Yin, who was at the 8th level of cultivation, may not leave the Eastern Deity Island alive. This was incomparably haughty. Of course, he definitely had the right to be this conceited. In the short exchange between them just moments ago, Master Yin knew that Futian could use the will of the Great Path that was left on the cliff face. With this inherited will of the Great Path, Futian could already stand against a level 8 virtuoso. Furthermore, apart from the Vajra demon-slaying rhythmic will of the Great Path, he also inherited a terrifying wisp of will of the sword. As long as he failed to kill Futian could join hands with Beigong Ao to slay them in return. Master Yin furrowed his brows, glanced at Futian, and said, "Even if your talent is unrivaled, to be this arrogant, don't you think you're taking this old man a little too lightly? Master Yin, this entire incident is caused by Jun Xiuyan. He already wanted to kill Futian, and still wants him to be polite?" Shangguan Xiuya said, "Under such a contrast, shouldn't it be easy for you to see what kind of a person Jun Xiuyan is?" "Shut up," Jun Xiuyan rebuked from afar. His expression was quite gloomy. Indeed, he had utterly failed this time. "Jun Xiuyan, you implicated so many virtuosos and caused the deaths of so many Renhuangs. If you aren't a coward, then stop hiding behind others, step out and fight Futian yourself, and take some responsibility," Shangguan Xiuya sarcastically said. How could Jun Xiuyan possibly come out? Futian could slay him with a single stroke of his sword. Master Yin quietly watched everything. Normally, Jun Xiuyan was very respectful to him. He also put in the effort to cultivate, and he didn't lack talent either. However, it was impossible to clearly see a person for who he is without any contrast. Master Yin was more or less aware of the conflict between Jun Xiuyan and Futian. He knew that it started with the trade at the Penglai Deity Lake. About this incident, Jun Xiuyan was way too incapable compared to Futian. In fact, it could be said that Jun Xiuyan couldn't even be compared to Futian. "I was entrusted this job, so naturally, I can't betray their trust," Master Yin said to Futian. "If you can defeat this old man, I will back off." "What a job you have taken," Futian sarcastically replied. His divine sword was in the air, glowing with divinity brightly. "Being entrusted this job, if you defeat me, you will take my life. But if I defeat you, you still want to live." Master Yan's expression became heavy. "You are a level 8 virtuoso, and you want to challenge a level 3 Renhuang?" Futian continued. How dare Master Yin even seriously expect him to accept such a deal? Futian looked at the battlefield that Beigong Ao was on, his divine sword emitting an infinitely bright divine glow. Even though he had inherited a will of the Great Path, it was still tough to deal with a level 8 practitioner. However, it would also be difficult for his opponent to kill him. In that case, he could only cooperate with Beigong Ao and kill them all one by one. "Master Yin, Renhuang Yi did not speak wrongly. You accepted Jun Xiuyan's request to kill Futian. If you aren't willing to let it go, one of you must die. How can you even hope to settle this peacefully?" Shangguan Xiuya continued, "If Master Yin refuses to let this go, then the Shangguan family can only interfere with this fight." Master Yin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Shangguan Xiuya. Shangguan Xiuya raised her head and met his gaze with a cold expression. She did not even try to conceal her threat in her words. If he did not agree to let go of this, the Shangguan family would join in the fight against his side. At that rate, they would have no chance of victory. If he lost, he would lose his life as well. "Shangguan Xiuya, are you trying to stir up conflict between our two families?" Jun Xiuyan spoke in an icy tone. This Shangguan Xiuya was too scheming. Under such circumstances, Master Yin was trapped in a catch-22. However, he was more likely to retreat. If he did so, he would be severing all ties with the Jun family, weakening the Jun family's power. In addition to that, Futian was still at odds with Jun Xiuyan and his followers. She wanted the Jun family to be completely wiped off the face of the Eastern Deity Island. Shangguan Xiuya glanced at Jun Xiuyan. Their two families already held pretty deep grudges against one another. Previously, Jun Shuyan also did not hold back when he was attacking them. In that case, since such a wonderful opportunity presented itself, she was surely going to use it. She would not kill anyone from the Jun family herself, let alone even touch Jun Xiuyan. However, even if she didn't act, Yi Futian would act in her stead. At this point, all she needed to do was to separate Master Yin from the Jun family. As long as he could comprehend how challenging it would be to continue fighting against Yi Futian and thus retreat, Yi Futian and Beigong Ao could deal with the remaining virtuosos. Yun Jia, who wasn't standing too far away from Shangguan Qiuya, also stared at her and blandly said, "Shangguan, it isn't too appropriate for you to interfere, don't you think so?" "So what you are saying is you also want to interfere in this and target Ren Huangyi?" Shangguan Qiuya rebuked. Yun Jia narrowed his eyes slightly. He could also see how powerful Yi Futian was. If the Yun family also acted, perhaps they could stop Yi Futian. However, Shangguan Qiuya was also a variable. If she also decided to participate in the fight, the battle might be difficult to predict. His silhouette stood in the space, observing the virtuosos in front of him. His eyes showed that he was contemplating what he should do. Given the circumstances in front of him, he hesitated. Should he act? The Jun family now could be said to be utterly defeated. If he acted against Yi Futian, the lives of the Yun family would be all at stake. For now, he would observe the choice that Master Yin made. Even though he had a pretty decent relationship with Jun Xiuyan, it was ultimately a relationship based on individual profits and gains. When it came to his own interests, especially his life, it was natural to distance himself from this conflict and not help Jun Xiuyan. Previously, he had completely underestimated Yi Futian, causing the virtuosos from the Jun family to pay an excruciating price. Jun Xiuyan's eyes revealed an icy expression. He glanced at Shangguan Qiuya and then looked at Master Yin and said, "Master Yin, I am sure you know how well the Jun family has treated you all along. The Shangguan family and Jun family are both cultivating on the Penglai continent. If the Shangguan family interfered in today's conflict, the Jun family will definitely declare war on the Shangguan family at all costs. Do you think you are still eligible to represent the Jun family?" Shangguan Qiuya sarcastically asked. "Even if you can safely walk out of the Eastern Deity Island, just based on your performance this time, I doubt you'll have much say left in the Jun family." Jun Xiuyan's face turned stony. He felt a chill in his heart. He understood very clearly that whatever Shangguan Qiuya said was the truth. This trip that he made to the Eastern Deity Island had cost the Jun family too many virtuosos. The entire family had spent a decent amount of resources on this trip and made him the leader of this trip and had even dispatched 3 level 8 practitioners to aid him. This time, apart from a chance for him to further his cultivation, was also the family's way of testing him. For this purpose, the family had high hopes for him. However, it was obvious that even the word disappointment couldn't begin to describe his performance this time. He had allowed the annihilation of nearly all the virtuosos who were from the Jun family or otherwise hired. He failed to obtain an opportunity of the Great Path, and now, even his life was at stake. Under these circumstances, even if he managed to slay Yi Futian and walk out alive, his status in the family would drastically fall. He would be laughed at by his peers and would no longer have the same level of authority as he did before. Perhaps, among the many virtuosos of the Jun family who had stepped onto the Eastern Deity Island in the past, he had by far the worst performance. "So have you made your decision?" Yi Futian, who was floating in the air and bathed in a divine halo, asked Master Yin. Jun Xiuyan definitely had to be taken down. However, Master Yin was not a member of the Jun family, so there was no absolute need to deal with him. If he was willing to give up the fight, then Yi Futian could pretend that nothing had happened before. With one less level 8 virtuoso as his opponent, Yi Futian could focus more on his other opponents. "All right." Master Yin sighed deeply, looked at Yi Futian, and said, "With your talent, if you don't die, you will certainly become a powerful figure in the future. I doubt even the Jun family will be your match, let alone myself. This time, I have agreed to follow the Jun family onto this Eastern Deity Island. Since a conflict has broken out between both sides, I have to stand on the side of the Jun family. I will now unleash an attack at my full power. If you are unable to take it, I will still kill you." If you manage to survive the attack, I will leave immediately, and I won't complain if you wish to seek revenge on me in the future. Futian glanced at his opponent and understood Master Yan's intentions. He had no issues with this arrangement. When Master Yin finished speaking, a golden sky glow appeared above, stretching into the horizon and shrouding the entire space. A golden pattern glimmered into existence above Master Yan's head. That was his divine wheel of the Great Path, and it looked like a matrix blueprint. As the sky glow stretched into the horizon, the golden pattern covered the space. Around Futian, the golden stone pillars appeared once again, sealing the entire area. Master Yan's body flashed once. He appeared near the golden pattern in the skies above. Standing in the air, he glanced down at the Futian floating below him. Boom! A terrifying light radiated outward. The endless golden sky glow enveloped the entire area. Each ray of golden light seemed to morph into a golden spear. From the skies above, an uncountable number of spears rained down, the entire cascade emitting a sharp, bone-chilling, all-destroying will. Master Yin glanced downward. With a press of his finger, the countless golden rays of light flew toward Futian, burying the entire space. Where Futian was, the golden light emitted by the matrix was also attacking him in a frenzy. Master Yin achieved resonance between his finger and the great path of heaven and earth. The spears whistled madly, and the golden matrix roared in an uncontrollable rage. Futian emerged from the eye of the destructive storm. He emitted a terrifying, cold aura, and it was as though a full moon had emerged. The will of the great path radiated outward from his body, completely covering the entire area. When the terrifying murderous attack that could bury even space itself flew toward him, it became weaker as it closed in on his body. Not only did the spears become slower, but also they seemed to be coated in snow and ice. Everyone saw the glaring golden light rays targeting Futian, and he was about to be swallowed up by the devastating attack when a flurry of snow and ice swept outward, overpowering the layer of golden light. Many people let out a shocked expression. What power was this? Master Yi continued to point his finger downward. On the tip of his finger, wisps of terrifyingly strong divine light swirled around, resonating with the great path of the heavens. He inched his fingertip downward, but his lethal attack still could not even touch Futian. Even though he had fully activated his divine matrix, he could feel that an absolute domain had formed around Futian. Within that domain, no matter what power infiltrated, it would always be sealed by ice and destroyed by the will of the sword. The onlookers looked at the center of the divine matrix. An apocalyptic, destructive stream of power swept downward and completely buried Futian. Is he dead? Many people had this thought at the same time. Jun Shuyan too stared intently at the spot. Such an attack had buried Futian. Surely the powers of the great path of a level 8 virtuoso were sufficient to wipe out Futian. Oin! Right then, Master Yin retracted his finger. Instantly, the terrifying golden divine glow cloaking his body faded away. Many people were perplexed by this. What did he mean by this? Master Yin turned around to leave. This old man isn't capable enough. As he finished speaking, the divine matrix vanished, leaving behind a white-haired silhouette. A terrifying will of the sword surrounded the silhouette. An icy cold aura also emanated from the same silhouette. Impressively, Futian was still there. He lifted his head slightly. His eyes were, as always, sharp and bright. Seeing this, Jun Shuyan's heart fell. A strand of despair emanated from his dark eyes. Futian could still survive even with an attack like this? How could an all-out attack from a level 8 virtuoso fail to slay a low-level Renhuang? Boom! At this moment, a terrifying, deafening rumble echoed in the skies. Victory was decided on the other battlefield. Beigong Ao unleashed a murderous streak of lightning that pierced his opponent, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He vomited blood unceasingly, his face a ghostly white. He lost. In this battle between level 8 virtuosos, not only did he fail to trap Beigong Ao, but also he was injured by Beigong Ao's counterattack. His domain of the Great Path collapsed into dust. Among the 3 level 8 virtuosos, one remained. while the other was defeated and sustained severe injuries. Only the level 8 virtuoso who was standing guard in front of Jun Shoyan remained unscathed. However, the tables have been turned completely. The other two level 7 virtuosos had absolutely no chance of winning against either Yi Futian or Beigong Ao. In fact, it could even be said that they would die for sure. Even if they joined the fight, they couldn't even stop either Beigong Ao or Yi Futian. The robe on Yi Futian fluttered, and the snow covering his body instantly disappeared. He strode forward in Jun Shoyan's direction. The level 8 virtuoso was standing guard in front, while the other two level 7 high-level Renwangs took the flanks. Despite having achieved an extremely high level of cultivation, the three people felt that a powerful enemy was right in front of them when they faced Yi Futian. The two level 7 virtuosos, in particular, had an intense wariness in their eyes. While it might be difficult for Yi Futian to deal with a level 8 virtuoso, it would be straightforward for him to kill any level 7 Renwang. In Jun Shoyan's eyes, apart from a malicious glint, there was also a tinge of fear when he looked at Yi Futian. Even in his wildest dreams, he would not have expected that a practitioner from the outer continents whom he met in the Penglai deity region and thought to be insignificant could now threaten his life and possibly cause them all to die in the eastern deity island. Yi Futian stopped midair and looked at Jun Shoyan and said, "Apart from that time in the Penglai deity region, from the start till now, you have never faced me by yourself? How pathetic." Hearing Yi Futian's words, Jun Shoyan felt a strong wave of humiliation. Even then, he still hid behind the level 8 virtuoso and did not dare come out, causing him to look even more pathetic. This entire scene was extremely ironic. An entourage of over 100 Renhuangs had been reduced to such a sorry state. "Do you want to come out yourself, or do I need to do it myself?" Yi Futian continued. He did not intend to kill Jun Shoyan. There was still some use in keeping him alive. Jun Qian stared at Yi Futian without answering. The level 8 high-level Renhuang in front of him looked at Yi Futian and said, "Our little disagreement this time didn't really cause you much harm, and if we continue fighting, we will both only stand to lose. Even if you are an unrivaled prodigy, if you really continue to fight against us, you will not make it out of the Penglai continent. So how about we stop right here, and we agree to never interfere with each other's matters in the future?" Yi Futian looked at his opponent. His eyes carried a wisp of irony in them. Only now did they suggest to stop fighting and leave each other alone? How was that possible? In this fight, he had already killed so many of their Renhuangs. The grudge between them had already become too deep to let go just like that. Even if they could let him go, he was not willing to let Jun Shoyan off. Like what they said, originally, it was no big deal. But since they wanted to kill him and his friends, then, naturally, he had to return the favor. "Don't worry. I still have some say in matters in the Jun family. You can ask the practitioners in the Penglai continent, and you will know. Since I have promised you, I definitely will make good on my word and not interfere with you in the future," the level 8 practitioner continued. He was worried that Yi Futian would still be worried that the Jun family would seek revenge when they left the eastern deity island. Yi Futian, still calm, looked at this opponent and said, "If I were worried about vengeance, I could take Jun Shoyan hostage. Why would there be a need for me to go through all this trouble? You are right. This isn't such a big deal anyway. Now, I am giving you the same chance. You can leave. I just want Jun Shoyan." The level 8 virtuoso furrowed his eyebrows and said, "That is not possible. Even if you capture him, do you think you can walk out of Penglai continent?" "You need not worry." As Yi Futian finished speaking, his body emanated the will of the great path, and a terrifying aura shrouded the boundless space. The voice of the Buddha resounded out, the golden light of Buddha wrapped around his body. A terrifying rhythm rippled outwards and cascaded towards his opponent's divine soul. The level 8 virtuoso did not expect Yi Futian to lash out like this. He sealed his 6 senses, and the light of the great path shielded both him and Jun Shoyan. He turned his gaze to Yi Futian, but saw him disappear in a flash. However, Yi Futian did not attack them, but rather flew in another direction. The level 8 virtuoso furrowed his brow and looked toward the direction in which Yi Futian flew. There, he saw Beigong Ao had once again started to pummel his opponent with an explosion of attacks. The light of lighting pierced straight through the defensive power of the great path. The tens of thousands of streaks of lightning morphed into blades of heavenly punishment and flew towards his opponent. "Be careful," he warned his comrade loudly. However, in the next moment, he heard a fearsome ripple rolling outwards in the skies. Bagong Ao and his opponent had already collided. The lightning of the great path instantly swallowed up the silhouette of Bagong Ao's opponent, and the endless lightning and thunder coiled around the region. The level 8 virtuoso resisted the attack with all his might, and at that moment, a terrifying voice of Buddha reverberated, its sound waves entering his ears and attacking his divine soul. His face turned pale, and his mouth opened in a silent scream. Zoom zoom. A sharp sound was emitted. A divine sword appeared in the air, and behind him, the thousands of sword silhouettes created by Futian descended and merged into one sword that shot straight at him. He turned around and raised his hand to counterattack. The sword struck with the boundless path of the sword technique, and cracks appeared in his giant palm halo. The will of the sword dashed straight into his body. Execute. Bagong Ao once again attacked. His blade of thunder cut through the air towards his opponent's body, emitting a blinding glare. His opponent, who was already heavily injured, could not possibly defend himself against the combined attacks of the two people. His body shuddered violently, and his eyes carried an expression of despair. He looked in the direction of Jun Xiuyan and saw that right then, the level 8 virtuoso who was protecting Jun Xiuyan actually turned and retreated. That man stepped straight into the space above, not caring about whether his comrade lived or died, and left straight away. A level 8 virtuoso gave up fighting and decided to flee. Oin. Back on the battlefield, the level 8 virtuoso, who was still fighting, was being torn apart by the unceasing cascade of lightning and thunder. The divine sword appeared again and pierced straight through his body, killing him. A level 8 high-level Renhuang virtuoso was executed right where he stood and lost his life on the spot. "Let's go," Futian said quickly, right after killing his opponent. His divine sword returned to him. He morphed into a flying sword and flew towards the horizon in pursuit of his last opponent. How could he let him go just like that? Boom! Thunder rolled like a drum, and lightning flashed all around. Bagong Ao's body morphed into a streak of lightning, and in an instant, he overtook Futian with his superior speed. After all, he was a true level 8 divine wheel high-level Renhuang. Furthermore, he was well-versed in the Great Path of Thunder. Cultivating the Great Path of Thunder not only increased the destructiveness of one's attacks, but it could also greatly enhance one's speed. The speed of lightning was terrifyingly high. After mastering this great path, one could morph into lightning and cross great distances in an instant. Futian's body didn't move. Rather, he sent his will of the sword ahead, whistling towards the distance. It was as fast as lightning, following closely behind the streak of lightning in front. Let's go take a look. Many people wanted to follow them to witness the end of this conflict. However, anyone who was below the level of a high-level Renhuang could not possibly catch up to them. After they left, there were still 2 level 7 high-level Renhuang from the Jun family remaining. Despite their high levels of cultivation as high-level Renhuangs, at that moment, they were completely ignored by everyone and only stood there awkwardly. They turned around and took a glance, sighing in their hearts. He had already run away. What else could they do? They could only leave. In a flash, they were gone. The 2 of them also retreated, but in the opposite direction, worried that Futian would seek revenge on them. Shangguan Shuya noticed the retreating silhouettes, but did not move. Futian had asked her to take care of his friends before leaving, so naturally, she would not act rashly. Shangguan Shuya was certainly willing to be friends, or at least acquaintances, with a practitioner of such great potential. Although she had subtly made use of Futian to deal with the Jun family, she was also pushing the tide of events along. Futian already had intentions to deal with Jun Xiuyan, and she believed that he didn't mind either. This time, Jun Xiuyan was finished. Bagong Ao was indeed very strong, and he did not in any way pale in comparison to his opponent. The thunder of the Great Path, if anything, bestowed great speed to its user. If his opponent had been alone, he might have been able to escape. However, with the burden that he was tugging along, it was a completely different matter. After all, he had to constantly be wary of anything that could threaten Jun Shoyan's life. Furthermore, there was still Yi Futian. Just like what he had guessed, Beigong Ao was inhumanly fast. Before his body even arrived, lightning and thunder had already descended on the area. The skies were covered in dark, ominous clouds, and lightning and thunder unceasingly struck in the direction of the level 8 virtuoso. Even though the power of the attacks could not threaten him, he had to take care of Jun Shoyan. This is an illusory sky domain. Where do you think you can go? Beigong Ao spoke loudly as lightning blinded the skies. In the surroundings, many onlookers stared at them. Then again, they were all quite used to scenes like this. On the Eastern Deity Island, this was pretty common, and there was nothing unusual about it. The level 8 virtuoso carried Jun Shoyan along and shot straight through the storm-filled region. He said to Jun Shoyan, "Shoyan, what's happened today started with you, and so only you can bear the responsibility." "Uncle." Jun Shoyan's face froze. He looked up at the level 8 virtuoso guarding him, and his heart chilled. "Their strength is not below mine. If I bring you along, none of us can make it out of the illusory sky domain." The level 8 virtuoso continued, "After I leave, I will inform the Jun family virtuosos standing guard outside the Eastern Deity Island. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare touch you." At that moment, Jun Shoyan knew that he was about to be abandoned. The edges of his eyes twitched, and his heart felt like it had been stabbed. How could some low-level Renhuang from an outer continent force him into such a pathetic state where he was abandoned and handed over just like that? If anything happened to you, the family will certainly kill them and annihilate their entire clan. The family will seek vengeance for you. The level 8 virtuoso continued. Jun Shoyan knew that since he had already said it like this, it meant that there was no possibility of turning the tables this time. Nothing could be changed. "All right," Jun Shoyan nodded. He did not struggle because he already knew that was no point doing that. "Just endure it and live on," the man continued. Jun Shoyan nodded silently. Right after that, his uncle morphed into a streak of light and continued forward, while he was not brought along and was left behind. With a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, Beigong Ao caught up and saw his opponent leaving a dazed Jun Shoyan behind. Soon he understood that Jun Shoyan was abandoned. His opponent knew that he would not be able to escape if he brought Jun Shoyan along, so he eventually decided to desert Jun Shoyan and retreat alone. Beigong Ao did not continue pursuing his opponent. After all, he was also a level 8 practitioner, so Beigong Ao was not certain that he could trap his opponent. Anyway, only Jun Shoyan was Yi Futian's target. It should be sufficient to capture just him. He stopped in midair and glanced at Jun Shoyan. Back when he was at the Penglai Deity Lake, he might have had some respect and even reverence for the Jun family of the Penglai continent. When he once again looked at his opponent now, he only felt indifference and irony. This change in attitude seemed to correspond to a change in the difference in their strength. Without him knowing, Beigong Ao had also changed. He no longer saw Jun Shoyan as a threat, but merely found him to be rather pathetic. Yi Futian arrived quickly and saw Jun Shoyan quietly standing there. He let out an expression of puzzlement, but his confusion lasted for only a moment. When he looked at Jun Shoyan, his eyes carried a tinge of sympathy. "Pathetic," Yi Futian said. As he finished, his will of the sword started whirling again, twirling around his body, pointing forward. "When you leave the Eastern Deity Island, the virtuosos of the Jun family will be waiting there," Jun Shoyan said. Before he even finished speaking, the will of the sword had already descended upon him, and a streak of sword chi pierced through his body. Jun Shoyan let out a muffled groan. He lifted his head toward Yi Futian with a mixture of rage and hopelessness. How could Yi Futian dare to harm him without hesitation? Swords whistled through the air, piercing through Jun Shoyan's body continuously, wreaking havoc inside him. With a splush, Jun Shoyan vomited blood, his aura becoming gradually weaker. He glared at Yi Futian with hatred. He could barely stand without wobbling. "The Jun family will vanquish your entire family." Jun Shoyan spat viciously at Yi Futian as he glared at him. How dare Yi Futian destroy his cultivation? Yi Futian raised his hand, and instantly a powerful pulling force descended. Jun Shoyan's body flew straight toward Yi Futian. Branches and leaves tangled around his body, binding him. Yi Futian then turned around and left with Jun Shoyan in tow. The onlookers looked toward that direction. Seeing Yi Futian, they let out a puzzled expression. Someone exclaimed in shock, "That is the young master of the Jun family of the Penglai continent, Jun Shoyan, one of the candidates for the heir of the Jun family." Many people felt a deep tremble in their hearts. The young master of the Penglai continent was crippled by someone. Furthermore, he was treated in such a manner. This caused many people to wonder who was that youth in white. It seemed like Jun Shoyan had offended a rather hard character and was thus cruelly crippled. In this eastern deity island, there were indeed powerful practitioners even among the ones whom few had heard of before. Countless people looked at Jun Shoyan, and many voices incessantly entered his ears. His face was ashen. This pain that he was suffering was worse than death. Perhaps Jun Shoyan was the most humiliated direct descendant of a top-tier faction in the history of the Penglai continent. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.